ponga sobre la mesa este triple eje del clima, la paz y la seguridad. Cuando yo he comentado que hoy iba a estar en Sevilla participando en este taller, más de una persona, por sorprendente que parezca en este ámbito, me ha preguntado ¿y qué tiene que ver? Y esto me lleva a la primera reflexión y creo que seguramente de las más importantes que me gustaría compartir hoy aquí. Y es la necesidad de comunicar cuál es la relación entre cambio climático, protección del medio ambiente, paz y seguridad. Tenemos que comunicarlo más y seguramente tenemos que comunicarlo mejor, porque hay una gran parte de la ciudadanía que no es consciente de cuál es la relación absolutamente directa entre estos tres elementos. Y por esa razón creo que es fundamental que se celebren talleres como este y que esta cuestión ocupe un lugar muy alto en la agenda internacional, en la agenda europea y en nuestras propias agendas como administraciones, como empresas y como organizaciones. Al final, cuando uno se reúne para hablar de estas cuestiones que los que estamos aquí creo que tenemos bastante claras de cuál es la relación, que no hay duda de los efectos físicos que tiene el cambio climático sobre la población, de cuáles son los efectos que tiene el cambio climático sobre los recursos, unos recursos naturales que ya de por sí son escasos y además están repartidos de forma irregular en este mundo. Y por tanto, el conflicto por el control sobre esos recursos lo tenemos casi garantizado de fábrica. El cambio climático se convierte en un vector acelerador de estos conflictos y además afecta directamente a la calidad de vida de la población, se traduce en un aumento de los flujos migratorios y todo ello es un caldo de cultivo, por desgracia, excelente para la desestabilización social y produce un círculo vicioso de degradación natural, escasez de recursos, emergencia humanitaria y conflicto. Y como decía, al final de lo que se trata es, bueno, ¿y qué es lo que podemos hacer? Y entiendo que una de las razones fundamentales por las que estamos todos aquí es para tratar de buscar, no sé si soluciones, porque no es tan sencillo encontrar las soluciones, sino de tratar de dar algunas respuestas o al menos poner sobre la mesa cuestiones que deberíamos abordar sin demora. Como he dicho, yo creo que la primera de las cuestiones que deberíamos poner sobre la mesa es cómo comunicar y cómo comunicar mejor. La segunda, que creo que es esencial, es un cambio de patrón en la manera en la que nos relacionamos con esta cuestión, que es sucede el desastre climático, sucede el desastre por fenómenos extremos, sucede el conflicto y entonces reaccionamos. Este es un patrón pernicioso que deberíamos empezar a cambiar. El patrón debería ser el de la anticipación, puesto que somos conscientes que los riesgos asociados al cambio climático son un vector acelerador de la conflictividad social y de los conflictos en general, deberíamos poner las soluciones un poquito antes de que se produzca el conflicto o al menos intentarlo. Y para ello es esencial mejorar los sistemas de información disponibles para conocer esos impactos que son esperados y poder anticiparnos a sus consecuencias. Tenemos que facilitar el acceso a los recursos que permitan a las regiones prepararse para esos previsibles impactos, prepararse para diversificar sus economías y deberíamos, evidentemente, reforzar nuestras capacidades de adaptación, de resiliencia, reforzar las acciones de mitigación y todo eso al final se traduce y exige acciones importantes en materia de inversión y de financiación. En este sentido, integrar los riesgos climáticos y la sostenibilidad, como ya han hecho muchas empresas en sus análisis de riesgos, creo que es igualmente esencial. Y aquí la Unión Europea ha lanzado un mensaje muy claro con los fondos de recuperación que necesariamente han de ser sostenibles. Los fondos de recuperación, vamos a decir que se han pintado de verde, y como estamos en la casa de Emasesa, a quien igualmente agradezco que haya ofrecido tan generosamente este lugar para la celebración del taller, los fondos deben ser verdes y también deben ser azules. Y esta es una tarea que nos implica a todos, implica a administraciones, implica a empresas, implica a las instituciones, implica a la ciudadanía. Por la parte que me compete, como representante del Ministerio para la Transición Ecológica y el Reto Demográfico, nosotros lo que hacemos es intentar desarrollar un marco normativo lo más ambicioso posible que nos permita cumplir los objetivos y los compromisos que hemos asumido a nivel internacional y los compromisos que hemos asumido también a nivel nacional. Pero esto es una tarea que no podemos llevar a cabo las administraciones de manera aislada. Es necesario trabajar en conjunto, todas las administraciones, pero es esencial trabajar con las empresas y, sobre todo, trasladarle a la ciudadanía la idea de que en esta tarea la acción de todos es necesaria. Y aquí vuelvo a lo que decía al principio, tenemos que comunicar más y mejor a los ciudadanos el convencimiento de que los cambios de comportamiento, que los cambios en este patrón únicamente podrán tener éxito si cada uno de nosotros como ciudadanos asumimos la parte de responsabilidad que nos toca, porque a veces es muy sencillo decir que arregle el gobierno, que arreglen los gobiernos, que arreglen las instituciones, que tomen medidas las empresas, pero aquí creo que es importante que todos y cada uno hagamos un pequeño examen de conciencia y digamos, ¿y yo qué puedo hacer? Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Sofia, for this inspiring and overarching presentation. And thank you for your presence here. We know that you are extremely busy and you have a lot of pressing engagements to attend to. But your presence and the role of the Ministry of Ecological Transition is important, as you said. We all have to work together in this initiative. And now, Cecilia Robles-Cartes, Director General for United Nations International Organizations on Human Rights of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, colleagues, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. Dear authorities from the city of Seville, dear colleagues and dear friends, welcome to this international workshop on climate, peace and security. This gathering, this project has been possible thanks to the work and thanks to the support of all of you experts and representatives from different countries and entities. So I would like to convey my special thanks to all of you, to our partners from Germany, from Finland, from the Netherlands, Luxembourg, the European External Action Service, and other entities that have made this meeting possible. We are very, very happy to join forces with you in this example of joint European action. I very much regret not being able to attend the seminar, but I am sure that my colleagues from the ministry, from Casa Africa and from CONAMA will do their best to make this seminar a very big success. I would just like to share with you 3 quick reflections that you will be able to develop during these days in your discussions. The first one is about the connection between climate change, peace and security. and how we see a gap between the importance of the topic and the resources and the instruments that we have to cope with it. Because on the one hand, there is a broad consensus on the strong linkages between climate and environmental factors and conflict. Experts have worked on this relationship and have been able to, and have helped us to increase our understanding on issues such as competition over natural resources, the stress on livelihoods and food insecurity sources, the grounds of forced migration and displacement, among other areas, as the previous speaker has just very eloquently pointed out. But on the other hand, there is a kind of an impasse on the design and the implementation of effective answers to that link between environment and conflict. We need to deepen our thinking on how this interaction operates, and more importantly, we must scale up actions to make to be able to make a difference on the ground on places such as the Sahel, the Mediterranean, the Horn of Africa. In the words of Vice President Timmermans and EU and High Representative Josep Borrell, and I'm quoting now, the geopolitics of climate change must inform all of our thinking. This is the main reason behind this seminar, in which we will be able to touch base on the important, on the ongoing efforts made by key actors such as the EU, the UN, member states, and academics and civil society organizations. The second point that I would like to share with you reflects or relates directly to the role of the EU and our mediation efforts, and the instruments that we have to enhance our role in this regard. We have Council conclusions since 2018, and we have key documents that update this line of work, such as the Commission's Green Deal agenda, or the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument that requires to earmark 30% of external budget to climate adaptation. These are proof of the EU efforts in this field. And I would like to specifically refer to the new EU concept note on mediation, which is a promising framework for the future of our action in conflict resolution initiatives. The EU is now at the cutting edge of a more comprehensive mediation approach, adopting new thematic lines such as the challenges of IT and digital platforms, or the incorporation of cultural heritage as an effective point of entry into the conflict cycle. This seminar will also help us to tackle these concepts and these lines of work. And my final point refers to what Spain is willing and ready to do. We are one of the most vulnerable European countries to the effects of climate change, and we want to contribute to the implementation of the agenda of environment and peace building, following the recommendations of the COP25 organized in Madrid in 2019 and the COP26 last November. We are trying to raise awareness and to provide opportunities to strengthen partnerships with like-minded partners. And this is why we organized a Green Tree seminar with the UN Security Council members last June on this very topic. And this is also why we are co-organizing this joint seminar. We take peaceful resolution of conflicts to the core of our foreign policy action, as you do. So let me reiterate our clear commitment to join and to step up our forces with you on this endeavor. I hope that this seminar and its final outputs will feed the process we are in and will improve the information and the tools we have to push this agenda forward. So thank you very much for your time, for your work. I wish you a very successful seminar, and I hope that you can also enjoy the program and have time to enjoy the beauty of the city of Seville. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Cecilia, for this very clear message and for the engagement that from the Ministry is very clear in this initiative to really support the European agenda on climate, peace and security, and to contribute effectively to this partnership that hopefully will produce in Seville the results that you are putting on the table. Thank you so much. And as you mentioned, and as we said at the beginning, this is an example of what the European initiative is, and shared values of common purpose and concrete action. So this is the joint effort. Here on this table we have all the partners that have been working together on not only in the international fora and in the EU institutions, but also and very specifically on an initiative that would not have been possible without all the support and contributions of all that are here now with you. And I would like to give the floor now to the Ambassador of the Netherlands, Mr. Jan Verstek. Please, the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente. Me gustaría empezar, primero, bienvenido a todos, directoras generales, directora, embajadores, amigos y amigas. Me gustaría empezar con dar mis agradecimientos a nuestros anfitriones, al Estado español, al Ayuntamiento de Sevilla y a su empresa pública de gestión de aguas, Emasesa. No hay sitio mejor que Sevilla para esta reunión importante, creo yo, porque es una ciudad que ha sido nuestra ventana, la ventana de Europa al mundo desde ya 5 siglos. Es una ciudad con una perspectiva internacional por eminencia. Otra vez, muchísimas gracias por recibirnos aquí. 2021 has been quite a dramatic year for climate change. I think it is the year which we will remember as the year in which the IPCC invoked Code Red for humanity. And it prompted the UN Secretary General to say it is time to go to emergency mode. And this is not only about our future, but it's also about the present. The phenomenon of climate change increasingly is a driver of conflict and instability and a threat multiplier in fragile and conflict-affected situations. Today we see these dynamics in action across the Horn of Africa, where drought, conflict and instability are converging in a regional emergency. During the recent Netherlands co-chairmanship of the Alliance Sahel Climate Working Group, the threat climate change poses to stability and development of the Sahel region was constantly present. The G5 Sahel countries rank amongst the 20% most vulnerable to climate change. 2020 saw catastrophic flooding across the Sahel, and by August 2021, more than 23 million people were estimated to be food insecure. And this against the backdrop of rising political interest, violent extremism, conflict and displacement. The Alliance Sahel partners, many represented here today, are working with national and regional authorities to implement important climate security actions around risk management, adaptive social protection, early warning systems, and the restoration of millions of hectares of land across the Great Green Wall. Urgent action is needed to reduce climate-related security risks and to enhance peace-building mechanisms to deal with such challenges in society. This is why my country believes we need to integrate climate considerations in our diplomatic, development and defense efforts. Here we also see an important role for the European Union, and I'm very pleased to see that the EU External Action Service is present here today and is co-hosting this workshop. Now, climate security is on the agenda. Now it's time to move to concrete actions. I'd like to briefly highlight 3 points. First of them being conflict prevention. Preventing conflicts is much more effective than resolving them, although humankind hasn't been very good at that historically. For this reason, we think that tackling the root causes of conflict and addressing threat multipliers, like climate change, is a priority. There is a wide consensus that we need to step up climate action, but climate change is already happening today, and it is severely impacting the lives and livelihoods of people and communities worldwide. Climate change won't affect all people to the same extent, so we need focus. In fragile and conflict-affected situations where climate change can act as a threat multiplier and societies are often not well equipped to peacefully manage climate threats, people are most affected. This is especially the case for vulnerable groups in society like women. The Netherlands believes that only by scaling up adaptation action we can support societies to withstand the pressures of a rapidly changing climate. In order to accelerate action, the Netherlands made climate adaptation a priority and hosted last year the first Climate Adaptation Summit. Second priority, we think, should be peace building and sustaining peace. We need to mainstream climate change in peace-building activities. In this regard, we support the increased attention by the UN Peacebuilding Commission, the UN Peacebuilding Fund, as well as the work of the Climate Security Mechanism of DPPA, UNEP and UNDP. And if I'm not mistaken, a resolution will be put to a vote tomorrow or today in the UN Security Council on this subject. Unfortunately, probably China and Russia will not support or will veto the resolution, but still it's very important that all of us support that resolution. Because countries where the UN implements peace-building activities are often located in areas that are highly exposed to climate change. The impact of climate change should be part of conflict analyses as well as project design, of course conducted in a people-centered way, putting local populations and organizations in a leading role to find sustainable solutions. The Netherlands also supports the EU's efforts to an integrated approach of the climate change and security nexus. My third and last point is building a community of practice. And that's what we're doing here today as well. Addressing climate security risks effectively requires proactive collaboration amongst policymakers, scientists, civil society, peace builders, technology champions, and investors. Over the past year, the Netherlands has actively supported the community of practice on climate security through the Planetary Security Initiative. I believe we can build on these networks and explore new ways of collaborating, strengthening dialogue and cooperation, also with the most vulnerable countries, can help to ensure more effective action and mobilization of resources to bolster climate security. I very much hope that this workshop will inspire all of us to look for new innovative partnerships, new ways to integrate our efforts, and new ways to make them work on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, peace is not simply a benchmark to achieve. It requires ongoing, dynamic participation from the entire society. In other words, from all of us. May I just add a personal note to this to end it? Until recently, when I thought about climate change and conflict, I was mainly thinking about our breakfast table at home. I have 3 children in their 20s. They have lost faith in what they see as talking exercises. They rather believe in activism, in confrontation. And on the other hand, a large part of our societies are scarcely aware of climate change, or they are skeptical about climate change actions, or actions to counter climate change. I personally think that is the big challenge. We're now here in a high-level workshop, and I feel privileged to be part of that workshop. But the big challenge is to also get on board all the other people to really make this work. And how are we going to do that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Verstek, for reminding us that we have really a role to play, and we are expected to actually deliver results, and that a new generation expects that we move beyond the talking, and that is basically the spirit of this workshop, to be operational, result-oriented, and effective. So let me now pass the floor to Ambassador of Finland, Sari Rautio. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
¿Sí? Bueno, muchas gracias a los anfitriones de este evento. Muchas gracias al Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores de España para organizar este evento. Un gusto estar en Sevilla y, como mi colega de Países Bajos ha dicho, es un lugar muy oportuno para este tipo de evento. I don't want to repeat too much what colleagues have said, so bear with me. I will have a very Finnish point of view in my intervention. I think that's what we are paid for normally in the governments. But I just wanted to say that in addition of representing my government here, and my colleagues in Helsinki would want to be here, so they are online, but due to their, as we all know, the travel restrictions and difficulties in traveling, I was the lucky one. But I wanted to say that I'm here not only to read from paper what was sent from Helsinki to me. I have a very personal relationship also to the topic of the day. I started my career as a diplomat in Ethiopia almost 20 years ago, and there, if somewhere, water was an issue, both internally, it was a kind of a source of potential conflict, but it was also a convening power. There was a need to get people together to agree on the use of the water, and also just make water available, safe water available. But then, of course, the competition of the resources of the Eastern Nile was also very present. And we were at that time already starting our collaboration with the three countries, Ethiopia, Egypt, and Sudan, to finance certain projects that help them get together at the technical level, to help them sort out technical issues that actually were part of a very, very complex political whole. So as I said, I will focus on Finland, and the idea is that not to duplicate what colleagues have said or will be saying, but just to, in a few examples, tell how we have prioritized climate action in our foreign policy and what we would like to do next. And of course, very happy to take everything I hear here in this event back to Helsinki as our inspiration for the next steps. First of all, climate action is in the center of Finnish foreign security, trade and development policies. Finland has set the goal of being a climate neutral country by 2035 and the first fossil-free advanced economy. And even though I also agree that we need activism, not just papers and talk, we also need papers and talk to set the goals, and then we need the action. We need both. We also have an action plan for climate-smart foreign policy. Since 2019, we wanted to sit down and see all the different foreign policy sectors and make sure that we take climate on board in all of them, be it trade policy, be it security policy, be it development policy. As an overlapping theme, for my government, the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda is a priority, and I guess that's actually the priority for all the states or governments present here. And the point here is to ensure women's full, equal and meaningful participation and their recognition as powerful agents of change, also in what comes to addressing climate change, because they often have their expertise in management of natural resources and on resilience strategies that will become more and more important with the water scarcity. Finland and Spain have collaborated. We have initiated the Commitment 2025 on women's inclusion in peace processes, and this commitment includes concrete commitments to the UN and to the member states to promote women's participation in peace processes. And it would be maybe good if we saw whether we can add a couple of commitments related to climate and the intersection of these. In 2015, Finland was collaborating with the Global Gender and Climate Alliance to enable the participation of women delegates from 44 developing countries in the Paris climate negotiations in 2015, and to the formulation of 21 national climate and gender equality plans. And this is just an example of how important it is to take the gender perspective into account in making financing decisions in what comes to financing instruments and ensuring women's participation in the allocation of financial resources. There is also a coalition of the 5 finance ministers for climate action chaired by Finland and Indonesia. And the objective of this coalition is to work on how to best integrate climate aspects as an integral part of economy and finance policy. And now we could add a stronger gender dimension also to this work. As it's clear that the threat of water scarcity spreads and that creates tensions and conflicts, we see that the stronger transboundary water cooperation is essential because well-managed transboundary water arrangements bring benefits to people that live in the area and share the water basins. So we are actually currently working on strengthening our national capacity in water diplomacy, and that will combine our own expertise on transboundary water cooperation and our foreign policy priority of conflict prevention and peace mediation. So we have created a new Finnish Center of Peace Mediation within the Foreign Ministry, and water diplomacy will be one of the key areas where we work. This Finnish Water Diplomacy Network gathers together experts on both water and mediation from government institutions, academia, and civil society. I hope that this network already has a contact among this audience. And of course, this network looks forward to cooperate with all of you that they haven't been in touch yet. So with these examples, I just wanted to highlight the Finnish priorities and examples of what we have done so far. And I really trust that this event will give a lot of food of thought and ideas and also contacts on what we could do next together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Rautio. A lot of food for thought in your presentation. And now, since we are running a little late, and I saw already Minister Margot Wallström was already connected, but well, our COVID antigen testing had taken a little longer. I would like to give now the floor to Deputy Ambassador of Germany, Christoph Wolfram. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Primero me quiero sumar a los agradecimientos de los que hablaron antes de mí. Es una maravilla, es un placer y un gran honor para mí estar aquí en Sevilla y querida Coordinadora General del Consejo Municipal de Sevilla, muchas gracias por tenernos aquí, es fantástico. As you might know, the new German Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock, took office yesterday afternoon, and in her inaugural speech she made very clear that climate change will move to center stage in German foreign policy. This includes, of course, work on the impact of climate change on peace and security across this globe. So from a purely German point of view, this event could not be more timely. And I really want to thank Ramon for setting this up and for having the foresight to set this up like that. Thank you very much. But apart from that I think that trying to convince people in this room here of the impact of climate change on peace and security would be really preaching to the converted. So I won't do that. We all know that climate change and environmental degradation can increase resource scarcity and potentially exacerbate the struggle for survival, wealth, and power in already fragile regions. It's not necessarily a cause, but often climate change is an important ingredient for violent conflict. At the same time, scarce resources can also function as an entry point for intensified cooperation. We already have an emerging understanding of where and when climate change might have the most severe impact on local ecosystems. With enough data, we can even try to forecast where conflicts driven by climate change are more likely to emerge. In turn, this might help to target interventions. What we do not yet know, however, is how to translate our knowledge on the interlinkages into concrete political approaches and interventions in fragile contexts. It is important that we invest in generating this type of knowledge. With a program called Weathering Risk, the German government, together with Adelphi and the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, is exploring the linkages between climate, peace, and security at a global scale. We are working towards a global risk and foresight assessment that will enable policy makers to identify and analyze, as well as manage, mitigate, and even avoid the climate-related security risks in times of global warming. But despite the greater attention to the relationship between climate, peace, and security, the field of environmental peacemaking and peace building still lacks rigorous evidence of what approaches actually work. This is not surprising, given the complexity of the topic and its interconnectedness with other sectors. Against this backdrop, the German government is about to launch a consortium on climate, peace, and security as a second peace pillar of that mentioned program, Weathering Risk. This consortium will bring together leading mediation and peace-building organizations aiming at generating more evidence on what works and what doesn't in this new field. We will collect data to rigorously evaluate the impact of environmental peacemaking and peace-building. We hope to move with this approach from an aspirational level to an operational level. In order to succeed on the ground, we will need to generate evidence and, based on the lessons learned, bring successful approaches to scale. And even more than that, we are convinced that to tackle climate security risks across the world effectively, we need a multilateral agenda for action that brings together ambitious states and non-state partners and enables them to coordinate their work more closely. Our government is currently exploring ways for such an initiative. To conclude, I really, again, would like to thank the City Council of Seville and as well as EMASESA for kindly hosting this workshop here. And I also want to thank to the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Finland, and the European External Action Service for their engagement and commitment with this important topic. I wish you all a rich exchange on how to respond to environmental threats, to peace and security, and hope I was brief enough in order to get back into the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Christoph. Indeed, brief, to the point, and full of content and operational points that you brought on the table. And congratulations for your new minister's commitment, and we're all looking forward to really work together on those lines. Thank you so much. And now, Roland from Luxembourg, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, estimada coordinadora del Consejo Municipal de Sevilla, Excellencies, ambassadors, representatives of the EAS and other institutions, as well as CONAMA, Casa Africa, WWF, and EMASESA. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the very warm welcome and the great hospitality in the beautiful city of Sevilla. It's a pleasure, a very great pleasure to be back. Secondly, I would like to thank the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the German colleague said it already, for having this very timely initiative of gathering like-minded actors together here in Sevilla to discuss this very important subject. I don't want to be long, but I'm starting with a little anecdote. When I took over this current position as Deputy Director General of Defense of Luxembourg 2.5 years ago, in the summer of 2019, I traveled to Brussels to discuss with our NATO ambassador the next NATO defense ministerial, and I mentioned the wish, our wish from capital, to bring up the subject of climate change and security and defense. And my ambassador was quite wary and told me that maybe this was not a good idea. We could possibly create some anger, in particular of some of the larger NATO member states at that time. Nonetheless, we did it. The speaking points of our Minister of Defense were very clear and highlighted the importance of this subject. Now, 2.5 years later, I think we have come a significant way. 2.5 years later, and I refer to the NATO leaders meeting last June, which adopted an action plan on climate change and security and defense, and with very clear deliverables to be checked on at the next NATO leaders meeting in Madrid next year. So I think that we have made some progress there. Today we understand that climate change and security are interlinked, that climate change represents a multiplier of risks and threats. Today we also understand that to go about climate change and security, the aspect of governance, in particular of natural resources, you mentioned water, I would add land, is an extremely important aspect that we have to consider. And I think some of us, as has been said already, have started to take very valuable initiatives in this sense. In Luxembourg, looking from a defense perspective, we have also started to do our homework. First of all, looking at the carbon footprint of Luxembourg defense and the possibilities of how to reduce it. Secondly, climate change also represents a challenge for our defense forces by decreasing their operational effectiveness. High temperatures may have consequences and reduce this operational effectiveness. Floods and other extreme weather events have caused severe damages to military infrastructure and so on. And then thirdly, of course, there is the important aspect of the impacts of climate change on fragile countries and security. So where we have to look at how we help them to build resilience and prevent crisis. I think that some ideas have been mentioned already in that sense, that it is extremely important that we look at local communities and support local communities in taking ownership how to go about this. In Luxembourg, we have tried to influence the debate, in particular with regard to the EU's strategic compass, which is currently under discussion. Some of you, and I would like to thank them for that, have supported a recent non-paper in this sense with 19 very concrete recommendations in this sense. Recommendations that go from mitigation to capacity building, partnerships, resilience building, and in particular also crisis prevention, where as Luxembourg we had the feeling that this was not adequately represented in the first proposals that we've seen for the strategic concept. Likewise, at the NATO level, where we have tried to bring in language to, in view of the NATO's new strategic concept that is also under discussion. So I think that it is very important today that we, as the Dutch ambassador has formulated already, that we start today looking at how can we concretely start action and create a community of practice. We know the interlinkages, we know how climate change is affecting peace and security. Now it is important, how are we going to go about it? How are we going to deal with the important governance and institution building aspect to help communities to prevent conflicts? How are we going to organize ourselves as donors that we are in order to mainstream climate change aspects in all different areas of our foreign policy, be it development cooperation, be it security and defense policy, or be it even climate change adaptation programs where, as you know, there is a lot of money behind. Being currently on the UN's Human Rights Council, I would like to extend already an invitation here. We are going to organize a workshop on climate change and human rights next year in March, from the 16th to the 18th of March. So just that you know. In Luxembourg, we are also, besides what I've mentioned already for the defense sector, we are also looking at possibilities and partnerships with some of you. We have started to talk already to substantially increase our cooperation with civil society actors and partners in mediation and peace-building efforts. And we would like to do that by drawing from our defense budget and creating a discussion within NATO about a broader concept of security and having being able to use defense spending to help communities in fragile states to build resilience and better adapt to climate change and prevent conflicts. So I'm very hopeful that at this workshop we manage to create this community of practice, and with all of you we manage to find some very concrete projects, ideas we can work on, and we can continue to influence policy and projects in the future. Thank you very much for now, and I'm very much looking forward to very intense discussions during the meeting, but also, as last night already, during the very amicable dinners that we had. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christophe. Well, certainly we will be working on that. And now to close this initial session, our representative from the External Action Service, Mariko Peters, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Together with my colleague Antje Hasbeck, I'm very happy to represent the EU External Action Service here at this seminar in Seville. Thank you very much, our Spanish hosts from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from the city of Seville, from Emissa and the facilitators of this beautiful venue here in the Old Palace. We have been wanting to convene and meet in person this growing group of practitioners, of pioneers around the agenda of climate, peace and security for a long time. And I'm so grateful that thanks to the Spanish efforts and supported also by the efforts of other EU member states, this is now really happening. I look very much forward to all the discussions. You'll hear more from how the EAS wants to contribute to the effort in the panel sessions. For now, again, thank you very much. And I leave the floor back to you for our keynote speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariko. And I know that you've been very brief. We have already online Minister Margot Wallström that is going to give us the keynote address and kick off the discussions. So I thank you for your patience, Minister. Sorry to keep you waiting, but the recent COVID restrictions and regulations have really taken a little of our more time than we had anticipated. And so now I would like to thank you all for your words, for being here, for your inspirational messages, and call Michael Keating and the panel to come to the table, and then we can start listening to your words, Minister Wallström. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Excellencies and dear friends. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a true honor and a pleasure to meet an interest in the interlinkage between climate change, environmental issues, security and governance. And this is also the subject of the CIPRI project, Environment of Peace, and I am chairing the International Advisory Panel for that project. And the idea is to present early next year a report. Since you are such an experienced audience, you will have to bear with me and forgive me if I now give some examples and background that you already know. But I keep saying that next year in 2022, we have a date with history, 50 years after the first UN Environment Conference in Stockholm. And just to quickly recall a few things about that meeting in June 1972. Only one Earth was the motto for the conference. And the stated aim of the meeting was to limit and, where possible, to eliminate the impairment of the human environment. The do no harm principle was established at the meeting. And the UN Environment Program, UNEP, was created, and the 5th of June was becoming the World Environment Day. I think it is fair to say that the legacy from the Stockholm Conference was more an ideological one than the practical outcome. And then I really don't have to tell you that we now live in an age of consequences, in a pandemic having touched us all, taken millions of lives, and caused a global crisis. And to say that the world is becoming a more dangerous place is almost banal. over a decade, the number of conflicts and the number of people killed in them have doubled. We've seen, and CIPRI knows very well and has reported on this, that military spending and the readiness of nuclear warheads are increasing. And it is no coincidence that 8 out of the 10 biggest UN peace operations and 80% of UN personnel are deployed in countries exposed to climate change, highly exposed to climate change. Then it makes a rather sad reading to list the ways in which we have done harm to nature over these 5 decades. Humans have altered 75% of the world's surface and had a major impact on 66% of the oceans. And if we look back 7 decades, population has trebled, economic output has risen 13-fold, and average life expectancy has increased by 50%. More people live longer and better than before. Well, not for everybody, because poverty reduction has produced rather uneven results and not been smooth and steady. But the biggest problem is that the cost for nature has been particularly high. We seem to have forgotten that we all are also part of nature. I often think of a friend of mine who, in a very, should I say, poetic way, reminded me that I was very privileged to be able, in this northern country where I live in Sweden and in the Arctic region, that I can drink fresh, clear water from my cupped hands from a mountain stream, but that is actually the same water that has also been carried in clay pots through deserts, that was once in the bathtub of Cleopatra, that has been raining down over the forests of the Amazon, or passed through the cooling system of a nuclear power plant. It's the same water in that eternal life cycle of water, and it says something about the responsibility that we have. But to continue on what exactly we have to deal with, a set of major threats is starting to impose on our world in ways that are already stoking insecurity and conflict, and will continue to do so with even greater intensity. And these threats include the disappearance of freshwater supplies, reduced grain harvests, the decline in pollinating insects, plastic pollution throughout the global ocean, more intense floods, stronger storms, as we've seen fires raging also on the planet, the death of coral reefs and the shrinking of forests, alongside many more. Since the Stockholm Conference in 1972, we have known that ecological integrity is essential for human well-being. And we also decided so, we agreed so in the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, where we said that there can be no sustainable development without peace and no peace without sustainable development. And just last year, the UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution recognizing a healthy environment as a fundamental human right. Yet our environment is becoming less healthy through burning fossil fuels, clearing forests for crops, disposal of harmful substances in water and air. and almost all indicators of the health of our climate and the wider natural environment are pointing in the wrong direction. This is what the Stockholm Conference wanted us to avoid. The security trends and environmental trends we see today are combining in ways that threaten the stability of societies and nations. Now, part of the role of governments, which they share with other institutions of power and responsibility, is, of course, to provide their citizens with resilience against threats. And the rise in indicators of conflict and environmental harm suggests that many in this era of new risks are failing. Indeed, in many situations, poor governance and poor resilience is what enables the security and environmental crisis to propagate. And this confluence of the security and environmental crisis together with the governance deficit is the jumping off point for our project, Environment of Peace. And we take a broad brush definition of security from the very traditional defense-centered standpoint throughout to the security that people experience in their daily lives. And in the 21st century, in an interlinked and networked world, menaced by global environmental threats and struggling to emerge from a global pandemic, it makes little sense to try to differentiate between hard and human security. Both are ultimately about freeing individuals, communities, and nations from the threat of conflict and violence so that they can live better lives. Drought and poor water management threaten hunger and malnutrition wherever they arise, and were also factors that contributed to sparking warfare in both Syria and Yemen. And look at what goes on in Afghanistan today. The environmental crisis threatens security right across the spectrum. An obvious question then to ask, and I guess this is what you are doing right now, is whether the security and environmental crisis are causally linked, whether one is driving the other. And the reality is complex, but there are hints of an overall connection. Statistically, nations with the highest level of ecological threat tend also to be those where conflict is a reality and peace is its most fragile. They also tend to be the nations with the least capacity for resilience. And I remember, and I guess many of you have also visited the Lake Chad region, being able to notice how the lake has shrunk over decades now, and only 10% of its original size left. And as an effect of this, we've seen, of course, conflicts arising between farmers and herders, between all of those who are dependent on the water from the lake, also those who do fishing, the cattle, the people who needs water. And as almost a paradox in the end, the small islands that remain of the lake and that has been formed through the shrinking of the lake, they have become home for terrorist groups, because they feel safe there and they can operate from these small islands. And it was very both horrible and moving to see how people are struggling to try to cope with this new reality around the Lake Chad. Maybe a more useful question, and that sits also at the heart of the Environment of Peace project, is how the crises interact with each other and with the governance deficit. We are trying to make an analysis of many real-world situations covering every continent and the global ocean. For example, some of the case studies we've made have to do with migration, food shocks, water security, the Arctic region, farmer-herder violence, Pacific Islands, the gender defects, and so on. So the many kinds of linkage that emerge. A climate change impact arriving in a nation with a pre-existing security challenge reduces security still further. Environmental decline combined with a culture of violence tolerated by government forces migration. And the climate change impact in one part of the world causes ripples through the supply chain of a vital commodity, reducing industrial output globally. So we map out the various mechanisms of risk and their consequences, because understanding them is a first step to managing them. Environmental decline is a global phenomenon that brings risks to all. It is not an enemy that can be overcome with tear gas and tanks. And many of the risks we identify span several parts of the world. A common problem needs common solutions. And in arriving at this conclusion, we also touch on governments' relationship with their citizens. Democratic nations tend to be more peaceful and have healthier environments. The recent rise of autocratic populists have not been good for either, nor for resilience. Tackling shared, complex problems will be much easier in a world where governments treat their citizens and each other with respect. Another feature of feasible solutions is that they are developed in collaboration with people, not imposed on them. And in one section of the report, we look at how insensitive and arrogant responses to environmental threats can do real harm to local communities. In the process, raising enough opposition to actually prevent implementation. So we have to do better. The scale of rollout for renewable energy and forest protection needed to tackle the environmental crisis is so great that failure is not an option. And succeeding means sensitive implementation done with informed consent. This is especially true when it comes to indigenous peoples. They can play a crucially important role in stemming loss of nature, and they need to be thoroughly involved in solutions. For its own prospects, humanity needs a just and peaceful transition, lightening our footprint on the earth and securing a better future for ourselves in the process. Many transitions, actually, because there are many types of ecological destruction and many societies in which change will occur. We end the report by setting out a series of recommendations that can make a major contribution to establishing an environment of peace if implemented. And as with the causes of environmental decline, the longer we leave it to begin addressing the lethal mixture of crises, the harder it will be to find solutions. There is no better time than the present to begin unraveling the twin crisis and the governance deficit and get on with the joint task of establishing an environment of peace. And I would like to end by saying just a few words about the challenge that you have identified for yourselves, and I would say the role for the European Union and us Europeans. And I think there are, first of all, a challenge in establishing a more long-term thinking and more holistic way of thinking about the problems. But we need also normative frameworks that allow for a new definition of security, of peace and security. This has, I think, already started. And the link to climate change has been, including in the US, has been there in the military thinking since a long time. I would say since beginning of 2000. But we also have to look at how we defend democracy, because there is such a backslide for democracy as well. And if we see more of that, it will be more difficult to deal with these combined, compound problems and crises that we see. We have to argue for regional cooperation, the common solutions, common security. And I think that the OSCE is a good example of these regional bodies that we need more of. And the European Union has to continue to develop and protect environmental legislation and environmental actions. I think we are in many ways leading the world, and I have some experience since I was the Environment Commissioner at the beginning of the 2000s. So I know something about this, and I really believe that we can continue to lead the way and establish this as something that is good for trade, to also protect the environment. And I think the European Union could be an example of how to implement a just and peaceful transition into a more environmentally friendly and secure and peaceful world. So this is the small challenge for all of you. I'm happy to answer to any questions you have, and I wish you all the best with your deliberations. And thank you for giving me the floor.
Well, thank you, Margot, very much. And I noted we started this session at 10:30. Am I right to assume, Ramon, where is he, that we have 1 hour for this session, or 50 minutes, something like that? Sure. So we have about 45 minutes now. Margot, that was terrific in terms of getting us off. What I would like to do, with everyone's permission, is basically have a conversation, primarily among members of the panel, and Margot, if you can stay with us. And then, if time permits, to invite questions from the floor, if we have the technical ability to do that. Is there a roving microphone so that the people who are online can join us? That would be great. I would like to introduce the panelists. In addition to Margot, who doesn't need any introduction, but her credentials are extraordinary in this field, including as a pioneer of Sweden's feminist foreign policy and as the UN Special Rapporteur on sexual violence, in addition to all the credentials she has as a former Commissioner for the Environment and Foreign Minister, of course. Gloria, on my left, is one of 4 regional councillors for Africa for IUCN, a post she will have until 2025. And she's currently running an NGO, the Regional Consultation, wait a minute, have I got the name of it right? Nigeria Environmental Study Action Team. So she will bring experience from the ground working with local communities. And Oliver is currently the German ambassador to the DRC, but with a long experience in places like Tehran, Erbil, Hanoi, as well as involvement from Berlin in some fairly dramatic developments, including the 2014-2015 migration and refugee crisis, if that's what we call it. And Ramon, I can't work out whether you're on the panel or not, but if you are, I don't think Ramon needs much of an introduction as the Special Ambassador. So, and allow me just to kick off with a few thoughts, Margot, before people come back to you and we start this discussion. Just a few propositions. Success has many godparents, but I would like to claim a measure of responsibility for this workshop happening in that Ramon and I discussed it about 18 months ago. And I think the conversation we were having is that there are two universes that need to be brought together in more practical ways. One is the whole universe of people who know about climate change and environment and biodiversity loss and so on, including from a scientific perspective. And then you have the conflict prevention, resolution, and mediation community. And they are separate universes. It's good that they are connecting, but I feel there is still a long way to go. And while showing enormous respect for everything that has been said so far, most of it has been from the environment, even from our diplomatic colleagues, been focusing more on the environment, as it were, approach to security. From a conflict prevention, resolution, and mediation side of things, and I'm conscious there are a number of people in the room who can speak to this, the world is looking really bad. I mean, you have China-US tensions, you have assertive regional powers, you have what's going on in Ukraine, the Horn, the catastrophe of Afghanistan, what's happening in Yemen, Syria, the Middle East, tensions in Venezuela. Things are looking really, really bad. In addition to that, in a number of countries, you've got huge domestic conflicts expressing themselves as violence. You have a lot of violence going on at the very local level. And I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, does this growing body of knowledge about environment and climate change and biodiversity loss and the impacts that it is having, how can that be put to the service of conflict resolution and mediation? Like others, I heard Roland saying, he was 2 years ago a voice in the wilderness. I would like also to associate myself with being a voice in the wilderness, in that I've been banging on about this stuff for, 3 or 4 years, if not 5, starting in Somalia, but then more recently. And I hope I'm not going to be impolite in saying that trying to extract money from donors to do the kind of things, and Roland, thank you, I know Luxembourg is in the forefront of this, so it's great. And Germany is also leading. But everyone talks about, we must understand, we must operationalize, we must get an experience base. But the money to do pioneering work, to support local communities, to support countries, to look at how this knowledge can be used to define and explore practical ways to resolve conflict, has not been there. And if I could charge a few euros for every meeting I go to on how important this stuff is, we wouldn't have a financial problem. But the money isn't there. I'm sorry. It's a real struggle for conflict resolution and mediation organizations to get the political and financial support to pioneer in this area. But I sense it's changing very, very fast. So that's extremely good news. And it seems to me the challenge is, how do we, from a conflict resolution, mediation, dialogue perspective, how do we complement top-down scientific knowledge with bottom-up experience of climate change, of biodiversity loss, of environmental degradation? And how do we turn that into not only conflict resolution around things like competition for resources, but can it be used to reframe hardcore political issues? I mean, can the dispute, some of these geopolitical disputes and some of the conflicts in the Horn and the Middle East, does an understanding of these issues help us find different forms of dialogue? Will it help us find ways in which to explore different ways of resolving conflict? Maybe not. I don't think we should claim that this knowledge that conflicts arise from these problems alone, but clearly they contribute to them, and we are not doing as much as we could do. So I'm bursting. I think we've had such a rich discussion already this morning with some really great points made by all the speakers. So I'm going to restrain myself. But I am going to ask, first of all, Gloria, do you want to react to some of the things that Margot has said, or make a few points from your perspective? And then I'll ask Oliver to do the same. And Gloria, Margot talked about the importance of sensitive implementation with informed consent. You are right there working with communities. What is your sense of their understanding of these issues and what can be done about them? And I have to ask, do you think there is a risk or is there evidence that tensions and violence is arising or will arise through failure to address them?
Thank you very much. One major issue I want to take away from the keynote address is that mention has been made, nature suffers most. And I want to look at this problem, or the issue that we are looking at today, from the cost in nature. We know that human beings are the centers for most environmental problems. But although I have a little something I want to say, because I come from a region that has been bedeviled with conflicts over years, and that is the Sudano-Sahelian countries in West Africa. I come from one of the countries. Now, I want to say that oftentimes climate is blamed for most of the conflicts and security challenges we face in the environment. But we there, internally, we see that, yes, climate is used as the problem, but then there are other interests that really play out. And sometimes we ask ourselves, does true governance really exist in most of these conflict-ridden areas? And with that, I would like to add that this workshop, when I received the invitation to come for this workshop, I felt it was a very important arena to come and maybe see what other groups in the world are really, coming up with respect to addressing this problem, which I, as an example, has been witnessing through problems that arise from my country. Sometimes we tell ourselves that some of our countries are like traumatic chambers. Every day you wake up, you hear of one ugly story or the other of people being raided in their houses, killed, villagers destroyed. And we see this, not that, it's a story happening in our neighborhoods. And so, first of all, I commend the organization of this workshop as I'm speaking, because I have seen that, excuse me, I have seen that peace has been a very costly issue for us. It's now playing at a very high price. We have seen that security is not guaranteed. And I have also seen that there appears to be conflicts, especially with sub-Saharan Africa, being highly troubled. And at this time, we now use the climate crisis to, present. Of course, climate crisis brings its own toll, but all the same, like I said earlier, we still have other issues that come to add on to the problems we already have with respect to climate. Now, looking at the insights that concern conflicts and looking at the conflicts environment nexus, I already see that this workshop, there will be benefits for those of us that, are here to listen and to take away some ideas that will help us. And for instance, like I said, for Nigeria, my country, the struggle between farmers and herders with respect to struggling for natural resources or environmental resources is continuing. And I have said it also, that we are living with a lot of casualties, including displaced persons. As I'm speaking with you, there are quite a number of camps where displaced persons are staying, and these are bringing a lot of colossal cost to governance, because maintaining them or catering for their needs have become another big problem for us to grapple with. And alongside with conflicts, there are other conflict-related problems that we are facing. As I'm speaking to you, in our educational institutions today, there has been a lot of problems because we talk of environmental conflict, we talk of armed conflict, we talk of conflict amongst groups that go to distort systems. Children are being kidnapped from schools and across all levels of schools, and so causing a lot of, heartwarming problems for us, and looking at the issue from the IUCN point of view, we know that the IUCN theme focuses on integration of natural resources management together with conflict prevention. And it also looks into issues for resolution and mitigation in order to recover, to build resilient communities. I also want to say that the theme or the platform for practitioners all around the world to share information and collaborate, as we are doing today here, we see it as a way to strengthen, the issues that surround the issues that surround peace building, ecological conflicts, and of course, resolution in all sorts. Now, by contributing ideas, as we are doing here, to reduce conflict and strengthen environmental security, I also want to say that, IUCN tries to lay the ground for enduring social and environmental sustainability. IUCN also brings together people, leading in scientific and local knowledge, and aimed at addressing social conflict. So I expect that if there are efforts we are making in this workshop to look into addressing or even supporting the ideas that are coming out, such an institution like IUCN can help to play a role. Yeah.
Can I ask you, Gloria, are you organizing discussions on the ground about these issues? Are community conversations taking place about how, for example, water and land management and can be used as a way of bringing people together? Is that happening?
The one major thing that happens with respect to addressing use of resources, natural, is awareness raising. We carry out awareness raising at various community levels. First of all, to stress the fact that there's a need for environmental cooperation, depending on the situation, especially for degraded lands, where there's a drought problem, or where there's water scarcity, or where there's soil, fertile soil limitations. Right. Yeah, we carry out awareness raising, try to bring people to coexist and, live and let live kind of policy. That's what we try to push across, so that people will understand that where these resources are limited, then you do not take as much as you want. You recognize the rights of other people to come on. Yeah. I
want to come back to you on that, and before bringing Oliver in, you've raised the issue of resources, and of course, one of the things that we've touched upon, but is the issue of the degree to which, from a conflict prevention and conflict resolution point of view, COP26 was a success. Because it seems to me that unless we have a dramatic reduction in emissions and more finance for adaptation, as well as recognition that people living in fragile and conflict-affected places represent a very distinct group of people, none of which I think happened at COP. I would have thought that the kind of work you are doing will be constantly, compromised by the fact that there isn't sufficient money and support for what you are doing. Can I come back to you on that in a second? Unless you want to react quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's very well you observe this issue, but you see, we are fond of talking about scarcity of resources. It's like a bell that we ring for almost, that's usually the number one challenge anytime we are faced with addressing issues like this. Even to develop that awareness creation, it all hinges on funds, and it's all usually limited. So we end up maybe either carrying out the activity with the limited resources, and it might not go far, or it might not go deep, depending on the problem. But that usually comes up as a priority challenge we face. Yeah. Thank you.
So, Oliver, you're right, and you're in representing Germany, which is leading, one of the leading countries in pushing this whole agenda, and working in a country which is incredibly important, both in terms of having the second biggest, as you were telling me, second biggest tropical rainforests in the world, and perhaps, rarely for a country that is fragile and conflict affected, both has huge adaptation problems, but also can contribute to mitigation. To what degree, how do you see these issues from your perspective in Kinshasa, the connection between climate, environment, violence, and such issues?
Yeah, Margot, Michael, Gloria, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In fact, I can support everything and can associate myself with everything what Margot said this morning from the point of view of a cooperation partner of the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is the second biggest country in Africa, a country with lots of challenges. And I picked one point that Margot said this morning, and it's the interdependence between the ecological threat and security, and so which probably most of the people think is the typical case. So they have images of droughts, deserts, water scarcity, or inundations before their eyes, and can easily understand that this leads to insecurity. But it's also the other way around, and this is the case of Congo. It's poor governance that is at the bottom line, and that leads to environmental crises. Congo is a beautiful case for this workshop, and at the same time it's a paradoxical case, because it's a country that is among the poorest in the world. It's more than 25 million people live in food insecurity. More than 5 million people are internally displaced. But at the same time, it's among the richest in natural resources. It's rich in water. The Congo River is the second sort of biggest, in terms of water quantity, river in the world. It's rich in minerals like gold, diamonds, coltan, tin. It's rich in forest. You said it. It's the second biggest tropical rainforest in the world. And when it comes to CO2 emissions, because it's an integral forest, it's even more important than the Amazon. But at the same time, there's a lot of insecurity, because there's a lack of or an absence of state authority. There are weak institutional and administrative capacities. There's endemic corruption, and all this creates a perfect breeding ground for activities of armed groups. Because there is when we talk about the conflict in the eastern Congo, We have problems with access to land in a very overpopulated region. And these issues, these aspects very easily come together and build a perfect soil for the activities of armed groups and tireurs de ficelle, as we call them in Congo, which means people who are based in Kinshasa, but who benefit from the absence of good governance, and who create, who are using these conditions in order to make a business of illegal exploitation of minerals, illegal timber logging, illegal producing of charcoal, and exporting all this stuff. So this is the situation in the DRC, and a situation that cannot be tackled easily. It shows again how complex environment, peace, and security are intertwined, and maybe I leave it at that, and we can sort of come back to this later.
Margot, I don't know if you're still there. You did warn me that you may have to drop out, so and I can't tell. Can someone tell me if she's?
I'm
still
here.
You are there.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to just ask Oliver another question, but then would invite you to jump in if you would like to, and then see if we have some questions from the floor. I mean, Oliver, you mentioned, poor governance as being at the heart of the problem. And presumably in the DRC, the private sector is very, very important as an agent. It has more agency, private sector actors, than government. Is there any sense of, among private sector actors, whether they are very local or whether some of the big multinational corporations who, are indirectly involved, of the need to strengthen governance around natural resources? And are you even possibly saying that looking at the governance of natural resources might be a way of strengthening broader, I mean, I know I'm being quite provocative here, but a way into tackling broader governance issues? I mean, is that the thing that is it an entry point for trying to tackle some of these fundamental governance problems? Governance around extraction of resources, governance around management of land and water, governance around revenues from these things.
I mean, the Congolese government, the Congolese state as such, cannot tackle the problem on its own. It definitely needs partners, and first of all, it needs appropriation, ownership, which means the Congolese private sector has to be reinforced. The private sector does not play a major role in solving the problem. What I described as a perfect breeding ground for all kinds of illegal activities is at the same time something that does not allow a level playing field, does not allow the rule of law, let's say a minimum framework of stable conditions. And that's why also international companies play a rather reluctant role. Still, there are multinational companies, especially in the mining sector, and this is, let's say, an entry point that we all have identified, because according to the latest mining code in the DRC, the big mining companies are obliged to deduce a certain amount of their of revenue and to directly transfer it to the provinces and to the local territories. Recipients, of course, who do not have the capacity nor the knowledge to deal with this. And Germany, together with its European Union partners, we are trying to build these capacities in order to help local actors to directly benefit from exploiting these minerals. But still, we are in a very early stage of this, and these minerals, I mean, are all exported. There is no chaîne de valeur. There's no value chain for minerals in Congo, and they have identified it. There was, for instance, a big DRC Africa business forum last week, and they made the case together with African Development Bank and other partners for trying to build such a value chain and to, let's say, start producing the precursors for batteries for electric vehicles. So this, I think, is a very, let's say, interesting step, and we will definitely support our partners. But let's say, on the whole, it's still a long way to go for the private sector to play an important role.
Thank you. That is very, very interesting, because I mean, sometimes we are in danger of talking to ourselves and not reaching out to business and private sector actors who have such an important role in all this. Margot, did you want to react to anything that has been said or make any remarks? Because there will be some questions for you, I know. Go ahead.
No, thank you very much, with pleasure. And thank you to both Gloria and Oliver. They have made, of course, excellent contributions and interventions here with more details. And I also recognize the description of the situation in the DRC, because I've visited many times. And I think it's clear you have to fight both poverty and corruption at the same time also, and install proper governance and good leaders, good leadership to be able to tackle the problems that fantastic, rich country, but with a population that most of them are dirt poor. That's exactly the paradoxical situation that exists. But I just wanted to say something, because I listed a number of problems, and maybe I gave the impression of despair almost, but I do believe that we have, like no generation before us, also the knowledge, we have the tools, and I think we have the potential, like no other generation, to do something about this. And you know the Latin saying that si vis pacem para bellum, that is, if you want peace, prepare for war. I want to turn it around. If you want peace, I think you have to prepare for peace. What if NATO, for example, would insist on having a 2% of GDP invested also in this, invested in peace, in diplomatic, political cooperation, and to deal with these underlying problems and the nexus or the links between these crises that we experience. We need more education, more training for starting with children and up to understand exactly what these challenges are as well. And of course, our report will actually come with recommendations that will be both on the normative and the institutional side. But can I just quickly and end with that say that we, when we served on the Security Council, we placed, I would say, the issue of climate change and security on the agenda of the Security Council. And one part of that challenge was to make sure that there was proper reporting from the field. Because, how should we measure success? How do we find the early warning signs that should be reported back to headquarters? And that could lead to social unrest, to conflict, and ultimately to war and conflict. So this is exactly what we have to continue to do, to look at the way we can describe the risks and also report back to to our leaders and to the Security Council and in our different systems. And I think the European Union has to do the same, to look at both how to measure, to get the proper data, but also measure success and have a proper reporting from the field. So I guess to keep it on the political agenda at all levels will remain a starting point or a very good task for all of us wherever we are.
Thank you. And you, colleagues, you heard it here first, the Wallström formula, 2% for peace. I really like it. I really like it. But listen. This
is just my idea, not to say that is.
It's too late, Margot. It's too late. It's now done. You've also made a lot of very interesting points about the EU, and I'm sure those are going to come back during the sessions that we have today and tomorrow. This may be kind of logistically complicated, but does anyone? I mean, I'll take 3 questions if there are 3 questions. Ramon. And then I'm going to do it in the order of the hands that went up. Ramon, and then the person behind Ramon, and then fight it out, you two. One of you two. Yeah. Have a dialogue. Make sure it's principled.
Hola.
Yeah.
Okay, I will try to be very brief so we have as much time as possible for the questions. I would like to ask Margot, she mentioned this sort of need for a new definition of peace and security. So how can we address that gap between the top-bottom knowledge and the bottom-up experience disconnect? Because there's questions, I read recently this report on food security programs, development programs in the Sahel being actually a conflict multiplier instead of a conflict resolution. So how can we address that disconnect?
Great. And then the lady behind you. Sorry, with masks on, I can't recognize everyone. Plus
yeah,
the
no
light,
problem.
So.
I introduce myself. My name is Kira Finke. I'm from the German Council on Foreign Relations.
Great.
And my question is on the Congo. And the question is, how do you foresee that the geopolitical relevance of the Congo will shift along with the green transition and the heightened importance of the materials that are available in the Congo? Thank you.
Okay, that's one for Oliver. Did you two? Well, you can both do it. Come on, let's be.
Can I go or?
Yes.
Yeah?
Oh, 3 of you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Please.
Hello.
If you can make it short. So
yeah, of course. So I introduce myself first. I'm Sophia Cabej from the French Institute of International and Strategic Affairs, so working on climate security. I would like to second the question of the mayor, actually, on the idea of this redefinition of security that has come along, actually, kind of three times through discussion, because this idea has been developed in the 80s, 90s. We have seen the emergence of human security and reptile security, so the concept has broadened. But today we found ourselves again in the idea that it needs to be broadened again. So my question would be, how is it different than what was asked of scholars and what has emerged in the 90s, and what can we do to actually implement this broadening today? Thank you.
Okay, I may come back to Gloria, among others, on this. How do we reclaim security away from military people into something more broad? But Mariko, are you next, or who's next?
Question for Margot Wallström. Mrs. Wallström, you know better than anyone else here how the EU works, and thank you already for your advice on the necessity for it having the data, the reporting, and the measurements. But if you would, let's say, be the ambassador of this growing group of experts and advise the EU on how, on its side, to do the institutional reorganization that might be needed to accelerate, upscale action for environmental peace building, what would you advise, please?
Thanks so much, and just to say some incredible interventions from the panelists to start us off. And a quick question for Margot. I think you took us back to 1972 to the Stockholm conference, and I wondered your thoughts on the biggest success to date and the biggest challenge to come. And then to Oliver and to Gloria, I think still in New York and in the capitals as well, we still struggle to make the case, why are we doing this? What is the purpose? What are we trying to achieve? And I wondered about the perspectives of local actors on the ground. Are you making the case? What are the questions? What are the reactions from the actors that you're actually working with?
Great. Maybe I'll just take one more because everyone's been on this side. One question from this side. Okay. Christoph, yeah.
Thank you so much. I would like also to react to something that was said by Margot Wallström about the fact that you cannot address climate issues with tear gas and tanks. And this brings me to the issue of aren't we sometimes a little bit too confused in our analysis of the causes, of the root causes, and we have the knowledge, that's true, but we mix up things, and my hint is that it might end up with mixing up solutions. For example, there is a difference between scarcity and abundance of resources as conflict drivers, and we always mention both when we speak about climate change. And it's not the same to react to a scarcity situation in terms of access to water, or to a rich, or let's say, I would say abundant access to resources as is existing in RDC. In RDC, you have a clear illustration of too much wealth actually being raising appetite and creating, as the ambassador was saying, a clear breeding ground for conflict. In situations where you have scarcity, you have actually, and you find it in many places, an incentive for negotiations, an incentive for trying to sort out these issues through sharing in a way that everybody can actually have access to survival. What I'm saying is we really need to be clear about the causes that we want to address so that our solutions are real solutions and not talks.
Extremely good point. Now, Margot, a number of questions for you. Ramon's about the new definition of peace and security, but also how can we upscale action on environmental peace building? What you think the biggest success and biggest challenge has been since Stockholm, and the last point about the danger of confusing causes with the result that responses end up being muddled as well. Do you want to go first, Margot, or?
Thank you very much. And thank you for these very smart questions. And I'm not sure that I have the time to in-depth answer to all of them, but I will definitely bring them with me to when we are finalizing our report, because I think they should steer also our discussions very much. And it's not that we start from scratch when we talk about a new definition of security. I mean, as already mentioned, there was the Palme Commission on establishing the concept of common security, and that was the idea of broadening the concept and bringing in also the human aspect and so on. And since then, things have been exacerbated, they have been sort of twisted or deepened in a way that should motivate us to look at, again, the definition of common security. So I would be happy to reuse sort of that concept as much as possible, because it points to the need to work together in a much better way and to deal with that disconnect that Ramon mentioned. That means that we have to, as I said before, we have to work both on the normative issues as well as the institutional issues, and we have to find a way to do that kind of work. And I think it has to be done at all levels again. Both, for example, in the European Union, we also have to think about our definitions, our institutions. What else can we do? Do we have to reorganize our work so that we have more of this holistic approach to dealing with these things? I think if we count the successes, I guess most of them would have to be about the sort of the technical solutions that we have found, the fact that we live longer, that with medical care and what have you, we can live long and healthy lives, and we can explore and we can do a number of things with technology. But we also have these growing inequalities and divides and gaps between groups of people. And I actually think that extreme inequality will also hinder democracy. It cannot allow democracy to thrive if we have those deep inequalities. So we have to learn from that. But also the cost of having overused our natural resources, the untrammeled sort of self-interest and exploitation and capitalism, I would say, as its most extreme forms. If we allow that to continue, we will not be able to survive, and we cannot kill the bees. We just have to understand some very basic things, and also that we can no longer take certain things for granted. And this is what you hear if you talk to women who do most of the harvesting, for example. They say, well, we used to know when the rainy season came, but now we cannot be sure that there will be any rain. A few years there were no rains, or we cannot know exactly when to sow and when to reap. And I think also we have really mixed up lifestyle with life itself, as somebody said. So I cannot. This is exactly some of the things that we will deal with in the report, and I hope we will come up with some ideas about how to do this institutionally in a better way, to deal with the disconnect and to find ways to measure also what if we are successful or not. And I think we will see a move towards talking about and identifying common security, and that is a big step forward. And remember this, there is money, and money are put in the military budgets because they have continued to grow even during the deep crisis that we've seen under the pandemic. We've seen the military budgets increase. So money there is, but very little debate about other ways to use it.
Thank you very much, Margot, and I know we're seriously up against the clock. Gloria and Oliver, maybe I'll turn to Gloria first. I think there were you can respond to anything you want, but there was at least one question specifically directed towards you, which was, what is the local case in terms of what we're trying to achieve in terms of security? I think that's my understanding of the question.
Yeah. A number of things issues have been raised, even when my other colleague from the Congo was speaking. The peculiarities is the same. I know that for us for the conflict issues to be addressed, first of all, we have to get the governance right in our local context. The governance structure has to be right. We have a lot of corruption issues, and it's like the way we live, and they have also been taking a lot of toll with respect to addressing issues the way they are. The conflicts we are having are persisting because the root causes have not been addressed. And like I said, I recognize the fact that there's climate change and a lot of excesses out of climate change can bring its own problem. But apart from that, we have the other issues that go to exacerbate, the already bad situation that we have. And so, for us to tackle it initially, we have to get the governance issues right. And then, of course, we need also a lot of awareness raising. Yes, because people are not, the mindset of people need to get developed better for coexistence. There's also a need for education. A lot of people are not well educated, and that also brings its own, toll on with respect to governance. And you see a lot of all these little educated people occupying positions that sometimes they are not able to manage. These are parts of that is part of the root cause. But I think awareness raising should also continue, even at all the levels, including those that are also at the governing level. You talk about legislators and the government officials, and of course, grassroots. Developing issues. Starting from the grassroots, another issue that has to be looked into. We actually have been depending on development partners to get anything at all done. The government is not able to, our governments are not able to appraise or support issues that help to tackle the cases of security the way it should. So oftentimes we do not have enough resources to help us get to where we want to be. So I think let us first of all get a governance right. Then I think every other issue can,
Oliver, there were some questions
Yes.
directed at you, and you may want to pick up on a couple of points, and then we'll end.
Yes, I was asked if we are making the case for the nexus between conflict dynamics and the environment, and whether the DRC's geopolitical relevance will increase once they sort of successfully communicate this issue. I think we are in the beginning of such a process. Congo is requiring huge amounts of humanitarian aid, and we all it's one the United Nations humanitarian coordinator sort of is looking to raise $1 billion for the year 2021, of which only 32% is financed so far. This cannot go on. Also, the MONUSCO peacekeeping mission for more than 20 years, this cannot go on. And so there's a clear also difference between countries with scarcity situations and countries with abundance situations of natural resources. And I think the abundance gives Congo, let's say, better chances of development, of let's say, pulling itself out of the problem once the governance problem is solved. So yes, we are talking much more now about also the humanitarian development peace nexus, and maybe this triple nexus should be also complemented by environment and by the private sector, and then we will make some progress. At the COP26, Congo, let's say, made a very good presentation. They created the motto of Congo, Pays Solution, to be a part of the solution and not of the problem because of their abundance of rainforest. And if they are smart enough, if they improve their governance, there is a lot of funding out there that they can attract and transfer to not only solving environmental problems, but then also offering people who are now responsible for deforestation, offering them alternative livelihoods, creating a more booming private sector, etc., etc. So yes, we are. There's a good chance. There's a window of opportunity for Congo, but we have to make use of it. And I'm very grateful to the European Union that sort of is presently sort of also defending this case or discussing this to this integrated approach with member states, and I'm looking forward also to reinforced capacities of the EU delegation in Kinshasa. And having said this, yes, there is a chance to make progress, and this is I have to say at this moment.
Okay, great. Well, I'm now going to try and conclude the session, and apologies to the organizers that we run out of time, but that's testimony to the quality of the interventions. I'm not going to do some massive summary, but just a couple of points. One, I think much of the conversation has focused on security and redefining security, and security needs to be reclaimed, and that raises a bunch of issues. I think the point that was also made about being clear about the drivers of conflict, including from a climate change, environment perspective, so that the solutions are well tailored, is an extraordinarily important one. And I can't resist making a substantive point here, is that, you know, if we believe, as I think several people have said, that agency is incredibly important, including by people who are directly affected by conflict, then there is more they can do in practical terms around environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, than they can do about climate change. And we need to start getting, you know, we need to kind of figure out, we kind of lump everything under the word climate change, but actually these things are different. They complement each other, but they are very different. You can have environmental degradation and biodiversity loss without climate change, and you can have climate change without the other. But they are reinforcing each other, and the way we respond to them, you know, we need to disentangle things and put the people who are most affected at the heart of the issue. I have to repeat what I kind of threw out there. I hope it comes back during the course of our discussions. Whatever one's views on the positive aspects of COP, and it's great to hear what the Congolese did, I still think there is a gap in terms of focusing on the hundreds of millions of people living in fragile and conflict-affected states. They need special attention, and I hope we can use the COP process, including the next COP, to get more focus on that. Finally, other than the Wellstrom 2%, of course, finally, on governance, this has been an absolutely central issue. And, you know, it is such an extraordinary irony, is that many governance systems around the world emerged around management of natural resources. That's how governance emerged in many societies. And you still see it in many parts of the world. I mean, in many parts of Afghanistan, the political structure was an offshoot of arrangements around governance of natural resources. We may be going back to that on a global scale. Hence my question about, does an understanding of these dynamics and does an understanding of conflict, will that lend itself to this argument that strength, you know, you've got to look at strengthening governance, not just from the perspectives we normally do, but also from management of resources, revenues from them. Let me end there. Margot, thank you so much. I know it's difficult doing these things when most people are in the room, but really, really appreciate your contribution, your remarks. Good luck with your report. It's great to hear that you're going to rewrite the whole thing on the basis of this discussion. And, you know, I love your 2% idea. Maybe we can talk about that. Oliver, thank you so much for your contribution. Gloria, and thanks for the questions from the floor. And I hope this has opened up a bunch of issues which we can now address later in the day and tomorrow. I think we now have about 10 seconds for coffee before we go into the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for your always thought-provoking steering of this panel. Margot, it's been great to have you, and you've been really giving us a great starting point. And of course, Ambassador Oliver Schrankenberg and Gloria Ujor, thank you so much. We have a video presentation short from the director of Casa Africa, who is also one of the leading partners in this initiative, and very appropriate now that Africa has been so much in the forefront of our first keynote session. So we will move the whole program a little further so that we don't disrupt any of the panels. So you will have your coffee break. We will just end up a little later than anticipated, but I think it's certainly worthwhile, and you will all probably feel that the day will pass too quickly. So now José Segura, Director General of Casa Africa, will address us through the video.
Quienes integramos la institución Casa África sentimos la satisfacción de participar en este taller junto al Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores, gobiernos nacionales, europeos e instituciones, y todos unidos en un momento en el que la acción contra el cambio climático constituye una prioridad de los gobiernos y de las personas de este planeta en general, y que forman parte de las estrategias de seguridad nacional, de las políticas nacionales y de las preocupaciones de todos los países y los ciudadanos. Sin duda alguna, el cambio climático constituye un denominador común de todas las estrategias de seguridad nacional que se han editado en los últimos años en el seno de la Unión Europea. Los efectos del cambio climático afectan y lo harán previsiblemente con mayor severidad en el futuro a la geografía y a los ecosistemas de los países. También, sin duda alguna, los efectos físicos como los efectos meteorológicos, cada vez más adversos y frecuentes, van a afectar a las infraestructuras críticas, a las infraestructuras energéticas, a las de comunicaciones, a las sanitarias o a las de transporte, a modo de ejemplo, originando interrupciones de suministro con implicaciones en la actividad de la población e incluso en la seguridad nacional al afectar globalmente a las infraestructuras vinculadas a la seguridad. La aparición de sequías prolongadas constituye también uno de los efectos del cambio climático que causan mayor preocupación debido a las consecuencias socioeconómicas de carácter negativo que produce y a la necesidad de adoptar medidas urgentes. En este caso, el análisis de riesgos, la adecuada gestión de los recursos hídricos constituye un hecho fundamental para mantener el bienestar de las poblaciones y el mantenimiento de los sistemas productivos. Hace muy poco escribía en un artículo publicado que acababa de finalizar la COP26 con una sensación de cierto estancamiento y hasta de cierto fracaso, dado que no se alcanzaron los compromisos plenos a los que se aspiraba. No se cubrieron las expectativas de nuestro planeta ante situaciones de emergencia. Como director general de Casa África, quisiera recordar que África es uno de los continentes que más se juega frente a este fenómeno. Los efectos del cambio climático se hacen sentir en África más que en ningún otro lugar. Hace apenas semanas que Sudán del Sur vivía las peores inundaciones de los últimos 60 años, tras 3 años seguidos de poblados y regiones anegados por el agua a causa de lluvias torrenciales. Y en países como ese, el cambio climático ya está en el primer lugar de la lista de emergencias, porque las inundaciones recurrentes como esta y los ciclos de sequía y desertificación provocan la pérdida de las cosechas, las consiguientes hambrunas y tras ello la aparición por decenas de miles de lo que ya se conoce oficialmente como refugiados climáticos. Gente que huye en búsqueda de tierras de las que pueda comer y garantizar su supervivencia. Un artículo reciente de nuestros aliados en la revista The Conversation Africa ponía cifras económicas a este impacto. El Fondo Monetario Internacional estima que el África subsahariana sufre en estos momentos pérdidas de más de 500 millones de dólares anuales en daños económicos directos como consecuencia del cambio climático desde principios de este siglo, es decir, en los últimos 20 años. El coste que la respuesta del continente debería dar a los retos que plantea el cambio climático se estima entre 7.000 y 15.000 millones de dólares anuales, cifra que se disparará hasta los 35.000 millones de dólares anuales en el 2050. Para ese año se prevé que el cambio climático costará a África el 4,7% de su PIB, una cifra que, no nos engañemos, puede lastrar enormemente su potencial desarrollo, que es enorme dadas las perspectivas demográficas que tiene el continente. En consecuencia, ante este escenario agravado por la pandemia, por su impacto económico que está hundiendo en la pobreza a millones de personas, especialmente en África, no me queda otra alternativa que recordar que la seguridad es un término muy amplio, que incluye múltiples variables e indicadores, pero no solo las armas y los conflictos abiertos. Un reciente artículo en la web del Instituto de Estudios Estratégicos se centraba en los riesgos políticos, físicos y geopolíticos del cambio climático, pero me gustaría ampliar esta visión a los riesgos sobre la seguridad humana. Es un placer, en consecuencia, para Casa África participar en este taller junto al Ministerio de Exteriores y otros gobiernos e instituciones. Esperamos que este taller sirva para encontrar respuestas concretas y acciones que ayuden a mejorar la situación, sobre todo en el continente africano, cuyos problemas nos afectan de manera muy directa.
Yeah? Okay. Do we have the connection online with the other three panelists? I got surprised. Oh, okay. Secrets then. Yeah, we just know the head of the center, Dr. Kira Winkler. I think really some. Well, I'm delighted to see that young, dynamic, and it is meant as one. Hello. Sorry about the slight delay for those who are connected from the distance. So we have Andrew Gilmore, Executive Director of Berhoff. Welcome. We have Gabriela Manea, who is the lead expert on climate and security from DECAF. And we have Dr. Elizabeth Carabin, who is the regional senior expert on climate change, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. Well, thank you for being with us. And here we have our three remaining panelists. We have Dr. Kira Winke, who is head of the Center for Climate and Foreign Policy at the German Council on Foreign Relations. Dr. Antti Herber, who is Senior Mediation Advisor of the European External Action Service. And Marwan Al-Quraishi, Head for Middle East and North Africa in Conflict Management Initiative. Thank you all. And well, our initial session has set the standards very high, and I think we all know that we have a mission to accomplish. Also, our colleagues, the Dutch ambassador and some of the other panelists have reminded us that we are expected to deliver some results, and I think that what is the objective of this exercise, and I think Michael Keating in his superb lead of the keynote session also mentioned, we need to connect. There is an intersection in which the expertise on the ground, on conflict resolution, the diplomatic action that many of the ministries of foreign affairs have been trying to achieve for a long time concerning the legal architecture, the international legal architecture for climate, peace and security, and the scientific community, all that expertise have to be brought together and have to be made operational. So, I would like to have a brief 5-minute presentation from our panelists, with the idea that we are not here to speak about what we do or about our projects or about our, how would they say, like, about our book, as they say, but trying to think out of the box, trying to provide operational and innovative ideas on how can we make this work, how can we close that gap, and how can we really come out of Seville not only with beautiful memories, but also with some roadmap on how the European contribution to this growing awareness in terms of this nexus in which we talk a lot about this, the nexus on the humanitarian, on the stabilization and development. But as Michael mentioned, the conflict resolution and conflict prevention part of it has not been yet completely integrated and not given the priority it deserves. So now I think all this debate on climate change and peace and security gives us the opportunity to reformulate our priorities and for decision makers to basically put the necessary instruments at the service of it. So, Andrew, the floor is yours, and we are looking forward to your ideas on the subject.
So much, Ramon. So happy you organized this. Just wish I could have been there with you in person. And there's almost no topic in the world that I consider more important than this. But although climate change is the global issue of all time, its results, particularly in the field, in our field, are felt at local level, and so in incredibly divergent ways. So it's at local level that we need to focus. There's been a rather sterile academic debate going on for the last 15 years. And
sorry, Andrew, the sound is a little blurry. It's a little hazy. Can you check if your mic or the volume maybe can be fixed?
Yes, everything looks fine. Unfortunately, I tested it before. And is this any better or not? If I get closer. Evidently not. You didn't hear that?
Yes, it's better. It's better.
Okay, all right. Having waded through a lot of the materials of the academic debate, it seems rather sterile. But there are three broad conclusions one can draw. One that everybody knows, whereas no conflict has ever been primarily caused by climate change. On the other hand, it is a driver, and it exacerbates and complicates. That's one clear one. Secondly, what we've seen so far in terms of the correlation between climate change and conflict, and that's where the debate is about, is pretty irrelevant, because actually what is going to come down the road is going to be far, far greater than we have seen so far. So that's the second conclusion. And the third one is that the impact of climate change is so varied, whether it's flooding to drought, rising sea levels, or forest fires, or whatever. And since climate change impacts every aspect of our lives, we're going to have to get across the silos that we're in terms of how to approach it. And therefore, it needs partnership at every level, and that is what I think a number of us are trying to do, and I imagine this is absolutely a goal of this very important meeting. So what should we do about it? I mean, at Berkhof, we only decided 1 year ago that this was going to be a major new priority for us, and so our first steps, inevitably, we only have a few lessons that we can draw from that, and in conversations with other partners in this, and from readings, I also get the impression that there have only been limited steps so far taken, and therefore the lessons that we can extrapolate from them are necessarily much too limited. And one problem is that we have, that the people in the midst of conflict are the warring parties. I mean, it's very, very hard to persuade them that what they really need to focus on is global climate change. And we had plans to introduce this topic in our work, both in Afghanistan and in Ethiopia this year, but for obvious reasons, not least the possibilities of massive famine in both those countries, it's impossible to get people to focus on this topic, and I fully get that. In Yemen, we've had a little bit more luck, although the leaders of all the main factions are hard to convince that this is something that they should need to focus on. And so getting all of us to persuade actors that this is something that is absolutely crucial it would be a very useful step. You're absolutely, I mean, what I'm about to say is not because I'm trying to broadcast our projects and our work, but it's only because it's in Somalia that we have actually managed to do something in the past year, and therefore possibly some lessons will be drawn. And that I think in meetings like this, if other people also could share lessons so that we could take those lessons for elsewhere, that would be incredibly important. We've been working on a network of internal mediators, interviewing literally hundreds of them and trying to get from them how they see the impact of climate change, and therefore to isolate climate from the other drivers of conflict and getting them to understand that, which they didn't necessarily get before, and educating them that this is a global phenomenon, but perhaps even more important for them, that it's a national phenomenon and that it's not just them feeling the pain, and they recognize that they're feeling the pain. They don't necessarily realize always that the pain is shared by their rivals. So if we can somehow use this as a tool to bring people together, as opposed to just feeling that as the pain gets worse and they're aware that after every drought and then after every flash flooding, that recruitment to Al-Shabaab increases each time, but they don't necessarily know that it's part of a wider phenomenon. They just assume often that their pain is partly caused by their rivals who might live in the next valley. But so we're working there, and I think trying to get elders and local community leaders and trying to broadcast the results of this on radio networks, which is what we are doing. And that, I think, increasing that awareness is a very useful impact. Now, the fact that climate change exacerbates other factors in conflict, whether it's socioeconomic inequality or political marginalization or ethnic divisions or human rights abuses or poverty and food insecurity. These divergent and cascading effects of climate change mean that that effective action really needs to be comprehensive and across the silos. And of course, we see that with the nexus of the donors have of development or humanitarian or peace building, we've got to get beyond an equal silo, because often one finds when talking to the donors, they say, well, it's not really our field, you need to discuss climate in the other field, and then the other field also says that. So in each place, there is this problem, I think. And I really want to finish by endorsing, Ramon, you rightly said Michael Keating's introduction was particularly strong, and I agree with that. And as everyone knows, we Brits are supposed to be emotionally repressed. So if Michael spoke like that, you can imagine how he really feels. And I share those feelings, because donors continually, the same donors who are supporting development and are supporting our work in peace building, continually tell us how important climate change is and climate security. But it's a pretty dispiriting and uphill task to get them to actually focus on the specifics of any idea that one might bring to them. And I really do feel that unless that changes, we can have the same meeting in 3 years' time, and we will still have only a very limited number of lessons that we can draw from our respective experiences on the ground. So I'm really hoping that this very important workshop could actually contribute to that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, I think we are starting with some good points, some challenging questions that you have mentioned on really the difficulty of focusing on climate change in areas in conflict when you are dealing with maybe violent conflict and other pressing issues that may put the question of climate change or environmental degradation in the back burner, or something that can be done later after the bloodletting is over. And I would like to pass now the floor to Dr. Kira Winke, and really building on this question, that is this the climate change issue a rich country's luxury, something that we are putting on the agenda because it worries us, but not necessarily those who are basically in the situation of vulnerability?
Thanks for this provocative question. In my field research in different places around the globe, including Bangladesh, including Burkina Faso, I've talked to many people whose livelihoods depend on functional ecosystems directly. I mean, in the end, all of our livelihoods depend on this. But those who are first in line when it comes to experiencing the effects of climate change are, of course, farmers, fishermen, those who directly derive their income from these natural resources. And they are witnessing already the changes in the climate, and their observations are basically often in line with the scientific knowledge that we have at hand. So they describe the changes in the climate, they describe experiencing devastating droughts, extreme storms, but often they do not have the knowledge at hand to understand and express why this is happening. So often it's blamed on a higher power, on God, or even on themselves. So this is a problem of itself. So I don't think, in that sense, it is a problem that the industrialized countries are bringing to the table. However, we have to realize that, of course, it is us who are causing this issue, right? So the responsibility to act is, of course, on the side of industrialized nations. And when we now look to environmental peace building, I think we have to differentiate at what stage of the conflict cycle, at what stage of conflict genesis we try to make an intervention. So this, of course, depends on local conflict realities. Then we have knowledge at hand about the interlinkages between climate change and conflict. There is general agreement that there is a link. However, the exact mechanisms and therefore also the most effective intervention points to stop these cycles of violence, for example, are not yet so clear. So I think we need also more work in this area. But, and this is very important, we have enough knowledge to act and to improve the situation tremendously from what is occurring now. And I want to bring to the table one very concrete example of a technique that works alongside both mitigation and adaptation and can have an environmental peace-building component. And this instrument is called farmer-managed natural regeneration. It's a reforestation method that relies on farmers, farming communities, also herders, to agree to let land, especially in dry areas. For example, in Niger, this was extremely successful. I've visited the projects in Ethiopia. To agree to let the land not be grazed upon, to agree to let the land kind of sit for a while, so that from the roots, which are often still underground of the degraded land, can come up again. So you don't need to plant any trees, you just wait until the roots grow kind of a bush again, and then you trim the bush, so you can already harvest like some wood from this. And then eventually trees grow. And from these trees, you can use parts for medicine, parts for other purposes, parts for building. And they bring back the water. They support the hydrological cycle, and they also buffer, to a certain extent, of course, the extreme heat that many communities are witnessing. So you can, when you go into a forest, you often feel it's much cooler than if you go into a completely wide open area. So just for this example, I think it has tremendous potential, and it has been used also in the Sahel to bring together also farming and herding communities which are experiencing tensions over the scarcity of resources and other issues. To bring them together, to come to an agreement, to have workshops together, to train people in this method, and then to also benefit together from the profits of this, which are increased yields especially. So this is just one very concrete example, and I'm happy to delve into other issues with you.
Thank you very much, Kira. And indeed, concrete examples are something that will be very helpful to make sure that these discussions are not just the new fashionable issue, and that very little actually can be shown. I would like to give the floor now to Gabriela from DECAF. Gabriela, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I represent here DECAF, also known as the Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance. And as Andrew did at the beginning of the panel, I would also like first to explain a little bit how DECAF came to this topic of climate change and climate security, which is not naturally, or it has not been for many years, a topic for the operational or for the research department of DECAF. So, as pressure has mounted in terms of climate change impact, and as long as we got to know more about the climate-related security risks and security impact, DECAF also came to the conclusion that we have to consider what are the implications of climate change for the security sector at large, especially for the military, and also to reflect on what can DECAF as an organization do in this field in order to help advance, first of all, create an agenda in terms of climate security, but also advance concrete solutions and develop programs and projects in this field together with its partners in the countries in which it operates. As you may know, probably DECAF has field offices and programs on all continents, but the most largest ones are in the sub-Saharan Africa as well as in the MENA region. So that's how DECAF came to this topic, and after almost 2 years now of internal reflection and consultation also with external experts and partners, it decided that this is indeed a topic on which it is worth and important to work, very relevant to DECAF's activities, because climate change and climate-related security risks also have consequences for the security sector, for its governance and reform processes. Why is that so? Because the security providers, through the nature of their mission, as well as through their positioning in the field, being very close to the sources of insecurities, can be both a part of the solution and, unfortunately, sometimes a part of the problem. And there are several examples of such consequences that already happen or are expected to happen in the near future in relation to climate change and the security sector. For instance, the impact of entrenched humanitarian crisis will put increased pressure on the security sector to respond, and can eventually surpass its capacity to deliver if it's not prepared in that sense. Moreover, long-lasting crises may lead to the erosion of governmental capacity and state legitimacy, which in turn will also have an impact on the capacity to deliver and the legitimacy of the security sector to intervene on the ground in case of crisis. In other contexts, climate-related security risks may also lead to an undesired, militarized, a hard security approach to human security implications of climate change, which of course we do not want. It may also hamper or reverse security sector reform processes that are ongoing in post-conflict or transitioning context at this moment, or will be conducted in the future, by potentially creating new mission creeps for unreformed security sector actors and institutions. Finally, it can jeopardize democratic and good governance standards of security provision, which in turn will weaken the so much needed governance mechanisms for dealing in a good way with the climate security risks. Furthermore, the climate change also affects the security sector itself. It affects its capacity to effectively deliver security services. As we already know, especially from the military sector, from the defense sector, where activities and operations, as well as personnel, infrastructure, and logistics, are already disrupted by extreme and adverse climate conditions. So such things, such developments will of course affect the capacity of the security sector to respond in adequate ways in the future. Furthermore, the security sector itself, it's a factor, an important factor in the climate security nexus, because it can have a positive impact when it is well governed and able to effectively deliver security services, but it can also become a destabilizing factor when it is not, where it's not respecting the human rights of individuals or of communities, where they themselves are harming the environment by illegal practices, or also just through a heavy ecological footprint. So
thank you, Gabriela. We can bring in this certainly this important element that the CAF is dealing with, and the impact of climate issues in security. We will have now, after the final initial presentations, I just want to keep it a little agile, and then we'll go into a further debate on how all these different issues interlink. But I would like now to get Marwan, who is a practitioner on the ground and who has been living conflict firsthand in different places. And the issue of the fight for resources, the issue of the war economy, the questions on how climate change and the environment become weaponized in one way or another. How do you think that this connection between conflicts, Andrew was saying, conflict sometimes is difficult to convince people in conflict that the climate issue is actually one of the priorities on the table. How do you think this can work?
Thanks. So yeah, maybe as a starting point, I would like to say that CMI is not a specialized organization on the topic, but we are specialized in dialogue facilitation. And maybe I would like to share with you a little bit of our experience in working on natural resources as a kind of an entry point in facilitating dialogue, and also reflecting a little bit about water diplomacy as a possible vehicle to advance regional dialogue in the MENA region. So on the first one, the topic of natural resources, this is not something that we kind of decided to focus on, but in the case of Libya, this emanated from the conflict analysis that the issue of natural resources management principles would be a key component of the new social contract post-Gaddafi regime. Also, based on our own analysis, we saw that this could be a good programming entry point in a context in a highly polarized context, and I'm talking now back in 2014. So what we did was to facilitate a dialogue among Libyan actors on natural resources management principles, and linking that with the constitutional process. And I would say that in retrospect, that proved to be a very good entry point. We managed to gather most of the conflict actors around the table that would not have been ready to sit together if the topic would have been something more outright political. So in that sense, I think that was a good entry point, because later on it opened new tracks in relation to political party work, reconciliation, also issues related to the specificities of the producing area, either oil producing or the areas that have the large aquifers, underground aquifers that pump water into the northern urban centers in Libya. So that, I would say, was a quite good experience from our angle. Currently, we are looking at water diplomacy as a possible vehicle to advance a regional dialogue in MENA. As you know, the Middle East and North Africa region is not well known for its kind of multilateralism and an ability to work or advance kind of regional cooperation. So we are currently testing that, whether water diplomacy could advance regional dialogue. And we are currently working on, in Iraq, in advancing discussions with the Turkish side on water security. And again, the topic was not our kind of invention, but it came from the stakeholders. So it's definitely something that there is kind of greater awareness among the stakeholders on the ground on the importance of it. So whether water diplomacy can help in advancing regional dialogue and untangle some of the highly securitized positions of the conflict actors in the region still remains to be seen, but we are testing that. Yeah, so that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you so much for your concise but very much to the point intervention. I will now pass the floor to Dr. Elizabeth Carabin. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and hi everyone there. Wish I could join you, and thanks very much for having me on.
Sound is very far. Maybe.
Oh. Let me see if, is it better?
A little better.
Okay. Let me try. Interrupt me if it's not good.
No, now it's
I'll
good.
try and speak from the practical end, perhaps, because my role is really to try to put into practice the policies and the policy objectives of Netherlands, in this case, from the donor perspective, at the sort of country or even local level. And that's the question of the panel, and a very difficult one to answer, and I really love to hear people's reflections on it. And I focus on three regions, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and the Middle East, North Africa, those being the focus regions for development cooperation of the Netherlands, for reasons of development need and stability as well, I think it's fair to say. And so in that sense, there's been a targeting of investments, development investments in this case, but I think a reason why it can be difficult to put into practice the objectives that we're discussing today around preventing conflict and, let's say, adapting to climate change or mitigating climate change are difficult because the investments are not always targeted to those things. And I see that as a bit of a limit to mainstreaming, which is a way in which these two issues are often addressed in general, and mainstreaming climate into development cooperation or conflict sensitivity into development cooperation. And there's limits to that I could go into with examples maybe at the next round. Also, the design of interventions on the ground. And you raised such interesting points, all of the panel previously, on how everything can be lumped under climate change. That's certainly how I feel from my perspective of working on adaptation, that it's quite easy to say that any intervention on food security, water management, natural resource management constitutes adaptation. And I would say that's not necessarily the case, and actually often not the case. And the point that you made, that food security and development can often be a conflict multiplier. And for me, that's a question of really revisiting assumptions. And some of those assumptions are just quite standard development assumptions. Diversifying livelihoods will lead to increased incomes and therefore increased resilience. Working at the local level will lead to the right sort of strategic outcomes in terms of infrastructure planning, for example, water planning. Training people means they'll adopt new technologies, those sorts of things that I think we could say, if we really looked back at 50 years or so of development impact assessments, we kind of know do not really work, especially in contexts like these that we're discussing. So we should really just make a concerted effort to revisit those, as well as ones we make about what causes or what the impacts of X is on conflict or climate change, or vice versa, as you've been discussing this cause-effect relationship. So I think that's kind of practical advice that I've observed over the few years I've been working with the Netherlands and before as a researcher, that just to ask those fundamental questions at the beginning, because then if you don't, you miss the opportunity very quickly and very easily for your intended outcomes to be reached. It's just very easy to revert to business as usual, and these are two topics, interlinked topics, that must not be treated as business as usual in these pretty complex contexts. And maybe to go on to some of the sort of approach to solving that. If you map the kind of interventions that we might want to do, or activities on the ground, like some that we've just heard examples of, whether they're humanitarian, development, peace-building interventions, you can find those win-wins. If you ask yourselves those questions at the beginning and map out these kinds of activities on early warning systems, on natural resource management, customary institutions, climate-proofed infrastructure, many things, basic services and how they're provided or designed. You can find, I think, these win-win interventions where it's not so complex or debilitating when you get to the point of trying to come up with the actions to solve these what seem like and certainly are very complex problems. So I can give examples of some of these maybe later on. And just a final point, if I may, about partnerships. My ambassador mentioned earlier about our role in co-chairing the climate working group of Alliance Sahel. Many others in the room have been members there under your leadership in Spain at the moment. And I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of coordination amongst donors, at least, on sharing knowledge, identifying the problem, partnering to some extent, but actually still a way to go to work together jointly on the ground on sort of more innovative kinds of approaches to solving these problems. I think that's still a final step to take. And certainly working across, as a general statement, but these local levels, not bypassing national level, even when it's very difficult to work at that scale in some of these countries, and the importance of regional institutions as those that are
thank
really
you, Elizabeth. I think
to solve the problem.
It certainly is important. It's a good point, but we'll come back to that on how working on the ground in a sort of much more coordinated manner can be actually put into practice, because we are still very much in silos and we're still in certain competition and sometimes on the issue. So I think it will come up in the debate certainly. And now I will like to give the floor to Auntie Herber, who not only because of her experience on the ground, but also because as part of the External Action Service is the reference to which most of us look at in terms of not only resources, but sometimes on policies and sometimes on these operational elements on which we are interested in integrating our efforts. And how can you offer us like a certain how can you make these proposals we cannot refuse, and how those resources that the EU have can be actually addressed and used in this direction?
Thank you very much, Ramon. Is the mic working or not? Yeah. So thank you very much. Actually, you're putting up the stress level a little bit with all this timing, so I don't know how much I can give you in how little time, but let me try. So I like to talk about this from two sort of perspectives. One as a practitioner in peace mediation, but particularly in track 1 mediation now as the EU practices, also maybe in the broader field of conflict prevention. I'm coming from the Management Directorate of the Integrated Approach to Security and Peace. So the climate question or environmental degradation question should, in principle, be one of the central sort of aspects that we should now start to operationalize. We're not 100% there yet, so that's an admission we have to make. The good news is that we are here. This is something that we couldn't even imagine 3 years ago, and we are uniting people from different fields, environmental, policy, research, to discuss this and to really think it out and see how to operationalize it. So I think we've gone very far. However, and this is the bad news, is that too little is really happening on the ground in conflict theaters. That's also why we're here. And I would like to also share that as a track 1 conflict mediator, really climate, environmental degradation, it's not really part of the really top of the agenda of our work. Why is that so? It is so because when there is a conflict that we're working on that deals with environmental competition, for example, we deal with it not in a collaborative sense of expanding, for example, the negotiation agenda, but we do so by putting a Band-Aid on it, like a cessation of hostilities, because we simply don't have yet the medicine to cure sort of the environmental degradation aspect in the immediate conflict mediation sense. So we still need to get there. So these are the bad news. The good news, again, we are here to think this through. And I was just thinking about this, Ramon. So in the last 2.5 years, I worked on 9 country cases. Ethiopia, Yemen, Somalia a bit, Niger, Nigeria, Central African Republic, DRC, a little bit, Afghanistan. Now, out of this, and Belarus, now out of the 9 cases, 8 have an environmental dimension to it. Out of these 8 cases I've been working on, not one of them, on the track 1 level, we addressed this environmental dimension in a very sort of bigger picture, in a more holistic picture. Why is that so? I think there's a number of reasons. I just cite maybe 3 of them, the most important of one. One of them is that the research and the practice, the link is still not quite established, so we need to work much more closely together. The second one is maybe the time dimension, is like conflict management, crisis management, mediation, is thinking very much, let's say, has a time frame of 5 years maximum. But what we need is a much longer sort of time dimension when we work on these cases, if we want to bring in an environmental climate dimension in. But also the spatial dimension is that we don't think conflicts through the community. And this is where the actors are most directly affected, but we haven't translated this into our multi-track approaches that we have, for example, endorsed through our EU concept in peace mediation. So there's still a lot to be done there. Then the third point is that the way of how we deal with, let's say, natural resource mediation is that we think of it in terms of power relations and dividing up resources, rather than thinking it through in a more holistic sense and sort of collaboration and expanding and enhancing the resources that we have through effective management. So now, before you stop me, may I, like I have...
You have 1 minute.
Let me just make 8 headline proposals, also where the European External Actions could make maybe a push, and I'm sitting here obviously also with Mariko Peters, who will have something to say also during various panels. One of them is the group of friends idea. We need group of friends both on the European level on this topic, but also in every single conflict theater in the European level. in which we work in. And I know this is already happening in a number of theaters. So that's the one thing. It's the advocacy element. The second is to create a global, or let's start with a European, standby capacity to work with us, the mediators, to work with us, the conflict prevention practitioners, to tell us what we need to do, and how we need to do it. So that's the link between the practice and the research. The third one is we need more evidence on the ground. And we heard this, this morning that there is a consortium funded by the German Federal Service who's actually going to work on specific country cases to bring this evidence back. And that needs to be made very visible to both the international community, but also to the actors on the ground. So we need to invest in that strategic communication bit as well. The fifth one is on data, and we have a panel on data. Really, where are the correlations? They're not that visible yet. The science, the data science could create much more evidence or sort of correlations between the climate part and the peace mediation part. The sixth one is train the mediators, such an obvious thing. Yeah, we still don't have proper serious training on environmental, let's say, degradation, climate change for peace mediators, and accompany us. So in each mediation team, we should have an expert on environmental issues if it's relevant. 7, now I'm almost done. 7 is the paradigm shift. Okay, yes, we said, okay, there's a paradigm shift that, okay, with security needs to be thought through, the environmental part comes in it, but it's a paradigm shift also on the peace building part of it, because environment has not yet fully fed into what we call peace building today. And the 8th one is, and I think this is almost the most important one, bring that community perspective in much stronger, because it's the indigenous who will help us to build this in a systematic way, also in the long term, and include is particularly the youth into this element, because they are the ones who will hold this in the future. Over to you.
Well done. I think you sorted it all out. You gave us the homework for the next few months to really start making sense of this question. I think your proposals are extremely detailed. It would be great if you could actually share them because they are obviously very concrete, very specific, and I wouldn't like to miss the content of any of them. You mentioned there's a few things I would like to throw out for the debate among the panelists to begin with, and later with the whole audience, but so that you can expand on this. You said, and I think it has been repeated by several of the interventions today, the climate and environment issues are not high in the agenda. And sometimes it's understandable. I remember working on Yemen. For about 20 years, experts have been saying water will run out, and that will create a catastrophe, and that will be the beginning of a new cycle of violence, and so on. Well, water has not run out yet. That creates, obviously, a sense of crying wolf that affects, at the same time, how much priority is being given to these kind of issues. So the second question is, because maybe that's where we're missing the evidence, the data. And you mentioned the data. Why new technologies and big data management and artificial intelligence are not used in that respect to strengthen the case? And I think resources are there. They're just not being connected. So you mentioned it, it's one of your tasks. Then there's, of course, the more philosophical issues that have been put forward, natural resources. And I think Marwan has expanded on that. Well, it's also been more than 30 years we have been hearing that what next war in the Middle East will be about water, not about oil, not about power, not about politics. That obviously maybe much closer now than 30 years ago, but has not yet happened. And the sense of urgency is still not there. I mean, we have water being weaponized, Turkey is building dams. Of course, Turkey is much stronger military than Iraq or Syria, so Iraq and Syria complain but can do nothing about it. In the case of Egypt, there's a clear threat, like if you touch our water, we may go to war for it. But still, that is something that some people still think, well, maybe still we have 20, 30 years before something like this happens. Maybe not. Anyway, I think since Germany is now launching this great initiative, the Deputy Ambassador, Christoph has told us this consortium will start working. Some of the members of that consortium, I think, are actually participating here. But I'd like to ask Kira, like, okay, you are now going to put resources into this, you're going to launch this initiative. I mean, I don't know if what Antti has basically tasked us to do is going to be taken over in part by your project, and actually if this community of practice or this initiative, this roadmap that we are talking about will be, let's say, continue. Like, for example, will you have it in Berlin that, okay, we keep working on this, we keep bringing the experts together, and we put them in contact with your initiative, with the consortium, to really keep this cross-fertilization. What do you think?
While I cannot speak for the Federal Foreign Office, I mean, I can speak for our organization. I mean, we would be eager to work on these points and also to provide expertise to mediators. Maybe just to give an example, 2 days ago I was at the German Police Academy talking to 250 policemen on the issue of climate change and security. Okay, so policemen step in maybe at a point where already violence has erupted, and many of the people I talk to are also those who may be sent to international policing missions. But I think it's very, very important, as you mentioned, to also provide knowledge on basic climate physics even, and also the interactions of climate change with violent conflict. And if I may, I don't entirely agree with your assessment. I think, for example, in the case of Syria, there was a clear climate signal that contributed to the conflict, which was the Syrian drought from 2007 to 2010, which really aggravated the situation in Syria. Of course, there were many other factors, the authoritarian regime. This is not the only reason for this conflict, but it really displaced a lot of people internally, and it increased food prices in the country, and it really worsened the situation, and thereby contributed to the protests that then were violently put down. So I think there is already this problem of climate change as a conflict driver, and also, of course, maybe another thing that you have mentioned is things that we anticipate may not. For example, like a water conflict may not come into effect even though we talk about it for 20 years. But maybe this is a good thing. Maybe this means that we have been able to prevent such conflicts. So this is kind of the question of there's no glory in prevention. But of course there's only glory in prevention. And I think this is crucial as we see it, that we are in a changed risk landscape. We are seeing more devastating effects. And we will see an increase of these effects because the IPCC just showed that we will definitely reach 1.5 degrees. We're locked into this pathway. That means we're now at 1.2 degrees of global mean temperature increase. That means we will see a significant deterioration of the situation, regardless of the emissions mitigations that are now being put into place. This doesn't mean that emissions mitigations are not worth to pursue. Of course, they are to avoid even more dangerous climate change. But I just want to mention that this is still in store. And maybe one last point. I think when we talk about the biophysical impacts of climate change, we also need to look at the societal side of this, because it doesn't only threaten livelihoods, it also threatens identity. And this is what I learned when speaking to people who are affected on the Marshall Islands, in Burkina Faso, that people are losing their identity as nomadic pastoralists, as people who work with their land, and if there's no replacement, no other source of identity, they fall into a kind of vacuum that can be abused by other groups, that can lead to stagnation societally and economically. So I think this is another point where maybe these points where you work on, which are maybe more political, maybe more on societal stress, and the climate issues interlink. And I think these are the points that we need to work on together. Thank you.
Good. I think you made a good point, and I agree with you. It's not that I was actually assuming points of view. It was a bit of the skeptical point of view that a lot of people still are not convinced on those linkages, and there's no enough evidence of that. But I agree that, for example, the case of Syria is a very good one. By the way, we are living now a drought that is even worse in Syria and northern Iraq. And it's the worst in the last 70 years, and we are not really putting much thinking into it. And it may be probably another reason to really pay attention to what's happening, and maybe have a bit of a different policy shift that will address this matter. Extremism, violence, radicalization, the lack of identity are also connected. I think it's important not to isolate the climate issue in just purely either economic or merely physical question, but also about the identity, the relationship of people with their environment that is being threatened and that will create that vacuum. I think it's an extremely dangerous long-term issue. So I would like to now ask our rest of the panelists if they have comments or they want to clarify some points before we open the floor for questions that I'm sure you all have. So I don't have a visual of our online panelists, but if anybody wants to take the floor, can you raise hands or make some sort of sign? Marwan, you want to intervene? Please, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, to the risk of being a bit provocative as well. I mean, from my side, and like my interest and looking at the Middle East and North Africa region and the countries where I'm kind of involved, Libya, Yemen, Iraq, and Palestine. I mean, fundamentally, the challenge is to get people to talk and to engage in dialogue processes and to look at peaceful solutions and to look at the vision for their country beyond the immediate kind of power sharing questions that they are too much kind of focusing on. So there's a lack of vision for many of these societies where they want to go. If climate change discussion enables, even though if the scientific kind of data is not conclusive, if that topic is something that can bring people around the table, I think that's already like a good way forward. So for me, it's part of a bigger kind of set of issues that require discussion, and you do need ways of getting people to engage, because we face problems even getting them around the table. So if the topic of climate change get them around the table, I think that's already good.
That's a good point. So can we have a visual of the online participants just to make sure if they want to take the floor? Or just talk, Andrew, Gabriela, or Elizabeth.
Yeah, maybe I would like to join the discussion beforehand, which I think is very interesting, the discussion about the level of priority of climate change. And I also share the same understanding with you, that unfortunately there is not yet, or it's only starting to develop a feeling of urgency to take on board climate change and climate-related security risks. And that's something I can see in my own organization and also in interactions with the security sector itself, which is only slowly coming to reflect about these topics, about the implications for their own work, and to also engage in preparations for the next for the future years. And that's why I think it's important to have these discussions. And for DICA, for instance, it's important to engage with national actors, national security sectors on the ground, to raise the awareness in the first place about climate, about the security implications of climate change, about how the security sector can get better prepared to deal with them, but also to understand and to think about what is their role in this new field. Do they have a role to play? How can they play it in a way that is positive for environmental peace building and for conflict prevention?
I am sure, Gabriela, you can, and the CAF has a very important role here on what Margot Wallström defined as redefining security. So I think that will certainly be a good contribution. Anybody from our online panelists would like to intervene before we open the floor to questions? Andrew or Elizabeth? No? So then we will open the floor, and anybody who has a question? Okay. Michael, Catherine, and Janani.
Thank you. Just before I ask my question, I can't help responding to the point about identity. I was in northern Syria not long ago when the authorities removed the subsidy on diesel because they hadn't got any money. And that meant that the price of water shot up because there's no water, so water has to be trucked around, so the price of diesel shot up. And there were riots, and the riots were only among the Arabs, not among the Kurds, because it was immediately assumed that this economic measure, which actually applied to everybody, was directed at one particular community. So, you know, the kind of there are consequences relating to water and land, and understanding the politics around this is really fundamental. My question is whether, I mean, I do agree with everyone who says we need to deepen our knowledge of, you know, the science around climate change, environmental degradation, including so that we craft appropriate responses. But my question is whether we aren't, in some cases, using this as an excuse for not taking what actions can be taken quickly. That is not to say I don't agree that we need the evidence, the data, and all the rest of it, but it can become a pretext for inaction. And if I can give you one very quick concrete example, and I'll try and do this in 60 seconds. As I was mentioning to you, Antje, in the coffee break, we have just done a survey of 16,000 people in Yemen. Despite COVID, despite insecurity, this is through community conversations, surveys, focus groups, and all the rest of it. It's a remarkable thing to have done. And the supposition behind this is that, you know, sustainable peace requires the engagement and consent of people if it's going to work. And the findings were that and it was not an environmental or climate-inspired survey. It was about security and the future of Yemen. And the findings were that reconciliation among Yemenis is going to be much more meaningful if it allows people to get back to their everyday lives. More important than justice, more important than other things, which is quite a surprise for us. Secondly, that in the 9 governorates where we worked, many of them said that the biggest single problem was the main conflict. But all of them either said as number 1 issue or number 2 issue that the environment was the biggest single issue. Pollution of water sources, of land, physical destruction, and so on. Now, so there we are producing the evidence. But cynics would say, actually, we've known all this for years. We've now done a survey of 16,000 people, so we can come up with something that is approaching the nearest thing you can have to a degree of scientific data. But in a way, we've sort of known this for years. Are we going to have to wait for more surveys before we, So my question is there a danger that this completely understandable need for more data and evidence unwittingly retards the willingness of those with money to get on with it?
Thank you. Catherine?
Thanks so much, Ramon, and thanks to the panelists as well. I think in quite a few interventions, the subject of prevention of violent extremism and the activities of non-state armed groups came up, and obviously that's the subject of the debate of the Security Council, open debate this week as well. And I was wondering about your perspectives as well. Are we doing enough in terms of our prevention of violent extremism, our PVE efforts in the context of climate change, and should we be doing more? What else should we be doing?
Thanks very much, Ramon. I think I'd just quickly like to pick up on Michael's point. I very strongly agree, and I think maybe Kira, you mentioned in your input a couple of times the need to increase capacity on understanding the biophysical impacts of climate change, and I'm just not sure that that's always going to be a good direction. I feel like the emphasis should be on investing in translators, that those that can connect those that understand the biophysical impacts to those that need to understand how to use this, because I think there's such a kind of a wall of resistance when you go to kind of operational teams and say, you need to understand what this climate graph looks like. I just think that's a real obstacle, because it's such a different skill set. It's different to gender. We often make the comparison, understand gender dynamics so that you can integrate gender into peace building programming. Here it's getting people to understand natural science. So I think maybe that does put up a wall, and it slows us down, and it maybe becomes an obstacle, like Michael said, to slow things down and really have an excuse for not doing anything until we get kind of perfect information and perfect understanding. And the question I have to the panel is, do you feel, so looking at this, the title, it's called Workshop on Climate, Peace and Security, and then we talk about operationalizing principles on environmental peace building. So we're using different terms, and I want to get an idea from you guys what value you see in separating climate change and environmental kind of degradation and these kind of non-anthropogenic climate impacts. What I've seen on the ground, my background is peace building, is that responses are rarely about climate change. They're about understanding why people are vulnerable to these impacts of climate change or environmental impacts, be they caused by climate change or other things. So if you're talking to a community that's facing flooding, they don't care, or it doesn't make a difference if it's because of climate-induced extreme rainfall or upstream deforestation. They're still impacted by flooding because they are so marginalized that they've got nowhere to live but on the floodplains, because they have no access to own land elsewhere. So I think a lot of the time this distinction is made for political reasons, because we've got separate climate change funding and climate aid is different and ring-fenced from the kind of environmental spending pots. And I think a lot of the countries we're talking about, they're not thinking about addressing, mitigation is not relevant here. So what is the value and what are the limits of value in separating climate and environment?
Thank you. Well, any takers? I think Kira wants to take the floor now. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for the questions.
I don't think that science is slowing us down in taking action. Of course, as I said, we have enough knowledge to act. I think this is very important to emphasize. But if I look, for example, at an acute crisis such as the COVID-19 pandemic, we heavily relied, at least in Germany, on scientists to give advice and also to communicate to the public. And this was pretty successful, I would argue. And I see the same thing in climate science. Of course, not every climate scientist is a perfect communicator. We also do need invest in kind of people who transport this knowledge, I agree. But I think also there is an importance of letting the voice of science to be heard. So I know from the Potsdam Institute we have excellent communicators like Stefan Rahmstorff, for example, who has done a tremendous public service to society by investing his time not only in science but also in communicating the trends. So I do think that it is possible also to communicate natural science to the general public. We have all learned, I have learned, probably you also, a lot about pandemics and about viruses and how they spread, and this was successfully communicated. And I'm sure there's also many positive examples from Spain, so maybe you can share some as well. As we are currently facing very high infection rates in Germany. So I do think that we should not use this as a shield for inaction, but rather increase our collaboration along the lines as you have outlined in your remarks and statements at your intervention. Yeah.
Antje, I think you want to take the floor.
Yeah, just 2 points here. On what Michael has requested in a way is the question. I mean, can we still afford to wait? Yeah, and afford that evidence. I mean, in a way, we need to create that evidence because we haven't yet worked clearly on larger peace building cases or the whole sort of entry point perspective on using climate change as a tool for conflict prevention and mediation. So that needs to be rolled out. I agree, when we need to put resources into it. If we dedicate 30% of our development funding, which the EU does now, on sort of climate resilience, environmental issues, I mean, here we go. This makes it a perfect case of testing it out, finding out what works and what doesn't, because that's the only way of how we can go ahead, not waiting. The second point that I wanted to make is on the whole linkage between climate and peace, and is it still separate or not? I mean, I think we all know by now that this is obviously related, yeah? We don't know sometimes exactly how and why and how to work the cases, but we know, it's part of the nexus. We just said it and it's not a triple nexus, maybe it's now a quadruple nexus, and maybe more, for those who think that this nexus frame of reference is useful. But the point is that what we need to do is that we need to put it on the normative frameworks of engagement for peace mediation and conflict prevention. Climate change and environmental degradation are a central element of the European concept for peace mediation. That means that we have to translate it into our frameworks at all levels. And that, that needs, it's from policy proclamation to action. And I think this is where we also need our member states to help us in following that through.
Well, I just would like to make a comment on this because I believe it's true that certainly there's urgency to act. And there is no need for ironclad proof of certain facts or certain assumptions that there is enough circumstantial evidence to acknowledge. And also sometimes this request for scientific proof is tricky, it's a trap. I don't know if it is an excuse for inaction. Sometimes it's actually an argument not to change some fundamental questions in either the economic system or in the unequal power relations that have been developed throughout. And so you say, no, let's wait. We need more evidence to certify that actually we have an economic system that is unsustainable, or politicians need to stop saying that, endless growth is actually the solution for all our problems. It's not that there's no evidence, it's there's no will to change them. And I think that is something that has to be brought back. It's political. At the end of the day, we are talking about political decisions. So I think we have to also to avoid falling in that trap of like, let's make another research on this, or let's connect more evidence. I think if we want a call for action, well, then there is another risk, because we have taken a political decision. The European Union is devoting 30%, as you said, to climate-related issues. Are we capable of absorbing that money? Can we really generate programs or projects that make sense and don't create maybe even more damage, as they pointed out on the Sahel report? Well, I think this is an issue that has to be also taken into account. I think we have a last round of questions, because I don't want to keep you away from your lunch for too long. I think that will be probably something at my own risk.
Ramon, I know you can't see us, but can you hear us?
Andrew? Yes? Okay.
You can. Can I speak, or you have more people in the room that you're going to ask?
You can make your comment, and then we will reopen. We will give the floor to the questions from the.
Okay, great. Okay, a couple of points. One, the general issue of studies and evidence. Now, I'm absolutely convinced that there is a strong correlation between climate change and conflict, and that it is going to get a great deal stronger. Therefore, because climate change is intensifying, therefore, doing more studies on what has happened so far isn't going to be that relevant. But if one takes the view, as I do, and I think a number of us do, that climate change is therefore part of the problem of conflict because it exacerbates it, then almost by definition, measures for climate change adaptation can be part of the solution for reducing conflict and therefore promoting peace. But there is so far so little evidence because, to back up that point, which is therefore an informed hunch rather than something that I can point to, because there are so few cases that I'm aware of environmentalists working hand in glove with peace builders to be able to point to successes in this area. And so that relates to Michael Keating's very, very good point as well on this studies. Yes, more studies, fine, always helpful, but not if it delays. And we really need to get working on this. And sure, we will make some mistakes. And some activities that we get involved in may turn out to be not that useful. But at least we can start finding out what truly works and what truly doesn't. But we can't unless the peace builders are empowered by the people who fund it and say that they are interested in this topic. My other point relates to Janani's point on the distinction between climate change and environmental degradation. And that I absolutely agree with the implied question, I thought, is that making a rigid distinction between environmental degradation that comes from climate change and that which doesn't is not especially useful. Not least, by the way, because some of the environmental degradation that we see is just as anthropogenic as climate change. To take Yemen, as I understand, I'm not an expert on Yemen, but as I understand, the principal cause of environmental degradation in Yemen is the fact that humans, i.e. farmers, have massively overused the aquifers by choosing to to plant crops that demand a huge amount of irrigation. And that's why water is pumped out at utterly unsustainable levels. So whether it is climate change or something else, it doesn't really matter. Focusing on environmental degradation is really, really important. And then on the distinction between mitigation and adaptation, of course, the areas of conflict that we are all working on are almost invariably countries that where putting in mitigation measures would make almost zero contribution to the global fight against preventing ever more carbon emissions and climate change. But there is, of course, a reason for doing that, and that is that cuts to the whole heart of the climate justice debate. And it's very, very simple, that those countries, and it really applies to the whole Sahel and many, many other countries where there's conflict, those countries that are most affected by climate change are very, very often those who are not only the countries that are least rich and most vulnerable, and therefore unable to carry out adaptation measures without support from others, but also they are the countries that are least responsible for having pumped up so much carbon in the first place. Of course, those countries that are most responsible are those that pioneered the Industrial Revolution. And UK first, and Germany and the US are the three that are most responsible for that. So I absolutely agree that one can't demand that the countries that are most suffering should carry out measures for mitigation, but on a basic system of justice, it is the greatest injustice of all time, actually, what I just mentioned. There isn't a bigger one in my view. So, but we have to grapple with that.
Thank you, Andrew. So we go back to the floor and the questions. The last round, we have like 10 more minutes, and then we will close the session. Mariko, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Elizabeth from the Netherlands, if she's still with us. Otherwise, perhaps one of the other panelists could kindly pick up the question. I was intrigued by the proposition, which I very much agree with, that if you want to mainstream peace building and conflict prevention considerations into your environment and climate actions, you need to revisit some classical development cooperation assumptions. And some examples were given. We've always assumed that you have to design bottom up. We've assumed that you need to diversify income sources. Could you please elaborate on that? Which assumptions do we need to revisit? And do you have an idea into what direction? Thanks.
Thank you, Mariko. Olivia, I think, wanted the floor as well.
Thank you very much. Answer, you've enunciated a number of recommendations which are very concrete, and they've been around for a while since we've been working on them together with a lot of experts in this room and with you for a number of years now. And I keep on wondering why the recommendations, which have been around for a while about how to operationalize, are still not in place. I've been working with you in that respect. I've been, just a month ago, I was at the Political and Security Committee briefing the 27 member states on ecological diplomacy and environmental peacemaking. At the PSC, ambassadors were saying, go and brief in capitals. And I've been doing just that over the last 2 months, going to capitals and briefing a number of people from the MFAs, from ministries of defense, and then it goes round and round in circles. So the question that I want to ask to you, but actually also I'd like to lodge this question with the member states who are in this room, why is this not happening? Because we're convening a workshop about how to operationalize principles on environmental peace building or climate security. We need to convene, this workshop because we need to talk collectively about it, about recommendations that we already have in place. They're just, or at least at hand, they're just not implemented. So why are they not implemented?
Okay, and it's Shireen, and I think there was another question here, right?
Thanks very much to all of you. This session, of course, is on action on the ground. And one thing I wanted to ask is, we all talked about partnerships and working with others, in particular the climate community. And of course, there is a lot of climate action already happening on the ground, some of that bottom up, and at parts actually at high risks of life and others. And I was wondering, all of them, climate community is very much thinking about the speed in which we need to move because we know climate threat is so real. What is our offer as the peace-building community to climate actors who just want to move ahead to take into account the conflict realities and the situation so that it isn't detrimental to the situation and our peace-building efforts on the ground? Thank you.
And the last question now.
Thank you, and my question actually relates very much to the question Olivia just asked. I wanted to specifically hone in on the recommendation about bringing in community perspectives, which is something I very much agree with, and seen some great examples of being able to work with indigenous groups, ensuring their knowledge on how to deal with resource management, land is used in terms of peace building, and their local peace building mechanisms. But I do feel this is a recommendation we have come back to again and again over the last many, many years around including indigenous groups, youth, women as well, and just what can we do to move that forwards? Thanks.
Thank you so much. I will ask you to be very concise in the answers. If you can make like a 2 to 3 minute answers. So I think there's one question that was directly to Elizabeth, and then another, I think it was to Auntie, or two of them were actually to you. So please, Elizabeth, you want to take the floor?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Marika, for the question. I'll give a couple of examples that I've seen. For example, you often would see at the project level sort of disaster risk management or adaptation planning at community level, and the development of committees and plans to identify priorities for which climate or other finance might be used to address. In examples that I've seen, early examples, first you create a committee that may have overlapping mandates with committees you might not even be aware of that are responsible for resource management and conflict mediation. It is one real risk that I've seen oftentimes across several regions. The plans themselves, if they're made at village level, invariably you would end up, let's say, with a borehole in every village. Is that the most strategic way to plan water infrastructure in light of climate change? And will these become flashpoints for conflict at certain times when others aren't maintained and so on? I've seen that kind of example. Gender equality through economic empowerment, market gardens for women, which are often located outside of the village, often involving laborers from outside of the community, increasing risks of all sorts, actually, for those women who probably don't have a market for the products that they're producing. So increasing their vulnerabilities, let's say. Diversification of livelihoods, we think, is in principle from history a good way to diversify incomes and develop or perhaps increase resilience. But if you're diversifying, let's say, pastoralism or pastoralist livelihoods into farming crops that will not be sustainable under climate conditions in 15 years, you're creating the conditions for the conflict that we see now. This herder-farmer conflict is the result of that kind of development. So I realize some of that's probably controversial, but those are examples I've seen. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Now, Auntie, please.
Okay, I'm just going to respond to those direct questions. And also, I don't want to end up on a negative note, but on a positive note. But I see there is a question of the glass half empty and half full, because what Olivia is saying is absolutely correct. And we've been on this case for a while. And yes, it is justifiable to ask the question, well, the science is there, the recommendations there, why is nothing happening? But by seeing the glass half full, let's say, okay, yes, we did do a few things already. It's on the agenda of the PSC, for example. It is discussed in capitals. There is funding allocated. Yes, we tried out a few trainings and capacity building exercises. Yes, we have experts, now the first one in a CSDP mission in Niger, who is just focusing on environmental issue. We have an environmental super expert in Somalia working as well. So there are a few good news as well. So there is the funding, etc. It's moving a tanker, right? It's moving. It's asking for really a big systemic change that needs to happen, both on the programming level and on the policy level, even really questioning and asking our way, are we doing conflict prevention, peace building now really the right way? Is this what we need? Is this the way we need to work right now? So we all need to adapt, and it takes time. But maybe a few points, two maybe key critical issues, because I've experienced it from the EAS, is that one of them is the strategic communication. And it's not only us communicating out to the world, but us communicating to the top. And those people then really leading, who are in the leadership, like, sending a HRVP to a local community project who deals with these climate change issues, or, I'm just getting very concrete now, those speaking out for this type of work. And that means that, they need to fully comprehend and understand the different sort of relationships, and we need to invest in the translation of it, of those two parts. Okay, and the last one is create an accountability. Again, normative framework. If we have an accountability on women, peace, and security, maybe we need an accountability standard for the environment as well, for climate.
Well, thank you so much. I think it's been very thought-provoking. I will now close the session. Thank you all for your participation, your patience, and now lunch is served. And we continue. We'll reconvene in around 3 o'clock, so you have 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Have you had your glass of wine and your tapas? Are you ready to reconvene? Is our host here? Is the Spanish team ready? Great. Do we have our colleagues from the UN in New York? Are they with us online? So, what is a good way to check that? Yes, Celia. And what about Diane? Welcome. Welcome, Diane and Celia from New York. Welcome, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed the lunch. It is 3:30 now here in Seville. So I take it, organizers, that we can take the 1.5 hours that were originally scheduled for this, so we carry on until 5 p.m. Is that also okay for New York? Great. Okay, let's start. Welcome to session number 2, which is after we've been educated in the morning about how we are now beyond the talking and how it's time for action. We will use the coming 1.5 hours to talk with the experts about how do you do that then, the translating of the talk into action. And how do you do it if you want to respond to the typical mix of challenges at multi-levels that you have when you try to be relevant for climate, environment, and security? There's huge momentum, it has been identified. Some people were saying that, for instance, the EU is earmarking 30% of its entire development cooperation budget for climate mitigation adaptation. It's even 35%. More than half of that is expected to land in conflict and fragile environments. There's a massive awareness, more than has ever been before. But all of this is easier said than done. Targeting climate, peace, and security challenges requires, it has been said, a new way of working across disciplines, across new types of data and concepts. So, let's learn from this impressive panel of first-generation experts and pioneers on climate, peace, and security issues from the United Nations, from think tanks. They are of the few but growing group, also together here with us today in that global scene with actual experience on the ground. I'll invite them to, in a first round of contributions, show us how they do it, our pioneers. How and why does it require a new way of working and thinking? Can you give us concrete examples? What has worked, what hasn't? And then, in a second round, we'll look forward. What are opportunities to scale up, accelerate, if we don't have the time that my colleague Antje from the EES says that we need before the institutions adopt a new way of working? How can we accelerate, join action? What are some of your ideas for how to make this community of practice coming into being here in Seville on environmental peace building? How can we make it grow? And the ultimate objective of this session is to learn from your successes and challenges and to harvest some of your advice for creating a joint way forward tomorrow. That being said, and without further ado, I'm going to introduce the speakers to you. We have Olivia Lazar from the Carnegie Europe, who has recently published a publication that is creating quite some dynamic across capitals on how we need to rethink the very concept of what it is, environmental peacemaking. And you're advising politicians, policymakers, and practitioners for translating this into action. Then we have 3 colleagues from the UN. Different pillars are represented. We have Celia Halle from UNEP. UNEP was already out there many years before we started thinking about climate, peace, and security in the field, doing their environmental work. And then, since more recently, also advising the UN climate security mechanism. And also, since 2 years, they are in a partnership with the EU, where we try to pilot some of these approaches developed by UNEP together. Then we have Catherine Wong from UNDP, the UN's largest development program runner across the world, supported by a vast network of field offices. They have also been doing climate action, have picked up the challenge for integrating mainstreaming peace building into it. They are part of the institutional solution that the UN has chosen, namely a UN climate security mechanism. We'll hear from Catherine exactly how that works or what it can and cannot do yet. Then we have from New York connecting PBSO, Diane Scheinberg, who manages the Peacebuilding Fund for the political security pillar of the UN. And they've been funding short-term crisis responses where it's needed in the environment, peace, nexus area. And they are ready for taking a thematic review of these first generation of peace-building projects in the climate sphere. Can we learn, can we have a peek into your thematic review? And then lastly, we'll have, but not least, Janani Vivekananda from Adelphi, who basically run the show when it comes to training everybody in the field who wants to become active in climate and conflict issues. They do a lot of analysis for governments and organizations who want to be active in this field. Seen from where you sit, what works, what doesn't, what are operational obstacles. Now there you go, and I invite you, please, Olivia, to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariko. I'd like to start by delving a little bit into the ecological diplomacy approach that we've started developing at Carnegie Europe. The reason for it is because I think it's important to start unpacking some challenges which were there historically within the climate security agenda, which were based essentially on the way in which the question was asked at the very beginning, which was in 2007, addressed in the UN Security Council when the question was asked, how will climate change impact violence, conflict, and fragility? And unfortunately, as much as it has led to a lot of work being done in terms of analysis, it has essentially left the peacemaking development and security actors quite toothless in terms of approach and operationalization, for the very simple reason that it asked the question from a geographical and contextual perspective rather than a systemic perspective, and that it actually missed on a fundamental issue which calls for a rescaling of understanding of what we're facing in terms of challenges, which is quite simply that conflict and fragile zones actually hold two keys to the ecological transition. The very first one is that they host the natural ecosystems that help to regulate the global climate regime. They also host the critical biodiversity that we need and that we keep on dealing with separately between, and it's represented by the IPCC on the one hand and the IPBES. In this map, you see, it's quite blurry, but you see all the red and orange spots are actually the global regeneration priority areas. And if you look closely, you'll see that they're located in between the tropics and above and under. And it corresponds essentially to all the areas that are quite wet and rainforesty, and it attracts essentially this notion of greed that you were talking about before, Philippe. All of these different areas actually require some conflict-sensitive approaches and some active peacemaking approaches or mediation approaches that integrate conservation, environmental protection, legal protection, as well as active regeneration. That calls for essentially merging different communities of practice together. I'd like to insist on the fact that the white areas also need to be regenerated. On this map, they're just not highlighted as the hotspots of regeneration. The arid and semi-arid zones can actually benefit very concretely from ecosystems regeneration that have very direct co-benefits in terms of livelihoods rebooting, ecological function rebooting, quelling of migration and displacement in a lot of areas, and that's what we've been seeing in Ethiopia, in Rwanda, and in some parts of the North African regions. And the beautiful thing about trying to do some regeneration, particularly in semi-arid and arid areas, is that we need to start thinking in terms of nature-based processes, not just nature-based solutions. So we're not just talking about planting, like reforesting or afforesting certain areas. We need to harness essentially the power of ecological design, which is essentially working with landscapes to reboot ecological functions on the basis of inclusive processes that can support track 3 mediation, but also go all the way up to track 1. And this is important because, historically speaking, the way that track 1 actors have been dealing with natural resource management has been quite extractive an approach and monetizing an approach, which has actually contributed to the disintegration of ecosystems over time, and therefore to protraction of conflict over time. So we need to shift the perspective to bring back peacemaking actors and development actors into being the frontliners, essentially, of climate action located in conflict and fragile zones. And as Elizabeth Carabine was saying before, it also needs some questioning in terms of how do we work with development and security actors, how do we question certain assumptions, how do we reimagine what development, stabilization, and mediation look like in the future. Starting now, actually. And just very quickly, because I know that I'm running out of time, we also need to acknowledge, and this is a lot more about the future of conflict, but understanding essentially that we need to rethink the scales and the type of whole of EU approaches that we employ. The difficulty is that we have a fundamental tension within climate action. On the one hand, we need to decarbonize industrialized countries, and we need to ensure that collectively we shift towards renewable energy. For the most part, it's going to lead us to rely on critical materials, which outside of China are actually concentrated in conflict and fragile zones. And they're concentrated in the very natural ecosystems that we need to regenerate and that we need to protect. That essentially calls for, well, it actually leads to two implications. One is that through our transition, there is a risk which is related directly to conflict, which is that we strengthen predatory systems and corruption, and that we strengthen violence as a business model for elites. The other part is that we risk actually creating or embedding water scarcity within the transition, and therefore insecurity, because we will essentially plunder the ecosystems that regulate the hydrological cycle and the retaining of water. The implication is essentially that we need to rethink this notion of integrated approach, as much as we abuse this word. But we need to even think more largely than just development, security, and peacemaking actors. We need to invest into, some consultative processes with DG Grow, DG Trade, the number of actors that are really looking into how do we organize at a European level and at an industrialized level the transition, and how does it impact conflict and fragile zones, and therefore what kind of cooperation does it look like when we start looking at cooperating with actors such as peacemakers, mediators, and peace builders. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivia. So from ecological regeneration, ecological rebooting, and thinking through the risks that accompany an energy transition, can we now turn to the global multinational UN institution? So Celia, from where you sit, UNEP, you've been working in this field already for 10, 15 years. What can you give us in terms of lessons learned when you try to translate it into action on the ground?
Thank you so much, Mariko. Can I just confirm that you can all hear me?
Yes.
Good, excellent. Well, good afternoon from Geneva to my fellow panelists and to all the participants. I'm obviously very disappointed that I couldn't be there with you in person today. And thank you to Olivia as well for this brilliant introduction to today's discussions. There's so much to dig into with what Olivia has just presented. For the next few minutes, I thought I'd just speak a little bit about the practice side of environmental peace building and about what we've learned about responding to environment and climate-related risks for peace and security on the ground, and kind of build from there. So as you've mentioned, Mariko, UNEP has been working at the intersection of climate change, environmental degradation, and conflict and peace for over 20 years now, in close partnership with the UN's peace and security architecture, the European Union, and in fact with many or all of the organizations represented on the panel today. We're active on multiple fronts in supporting integration of environmental and climate factors into political and conflict analysis, into early warning, in policy development and capacity building, and we're part of the climate security mechanism, which Catherine, I'm sure, will talk about in a few moments. But as I said, we've also quite some concrete experience now in designing and implementing programs at the local level, at least, that seek to develop and test integrated solutions to these issues in fragile and conflict-affected contexts. For example, over the last few years, and through a partnership with EU and Adelphi, we have had projects in Darfur and in Nepal, two very different contrasting climate vulnerable contexts. And these are projects that have been premised on the notion that climate action can be and is in fact a powerful tool for conflict prevention and peace building, for bringing different groups and communities together for a common purpose, to foster collaboration and the kind of social cohesion that reduces conflict risk. I obviously don't have the time right now to go into the details of these projects, but essentially these have been classic adaptation interventions, if you will, work around restoring or revitalizing degraded ecosystems, adapting agricultural practices to new climatic realities, climate proofing key infrastructure, improving natural resource management practices, developing alternative livelihoods, that kind of intervention, but focusing above all on strengthening the leadership and the capacity of community-based and local entities to manage natural resources in a changing environment, and to effectively mediate and prevent disputes. So in other words, the interventions have been adaptation, the process has been peace building. And that has led to concrete results on both fronts, and ultimately, hopefully in the longer term, to greater resilience. In both of these projects, and I've mentioned that these have been very contrasting locations with very different socioeconomic and political contexts, we've been able to measure kind of the same concrete results along three different areas. First, the projects have resulted in developing sustainable climate resilient livelihoods for communities, especially for vulnerable groups. And we've been able to measure this through income generation and livelihood diversification. And I think it's important to say that incidentally, this has also helped stem some kinds of migration as well. Second, the projects have enhanced social cohesion and trust between different groups, as well as between communities and authorities and government, which has concretely helped avoid escalation of disputes into violence. And third, the rate of resolution of conflicts linked to natural resources has vastly improved thanks to these strengthened local natural resource management mechanisms. So I'll stop there in terms of project examples, but Mariko, you were asking earlier in your introduction what works. And based on our experience, these types of integrated approaches work very effectively at the local level, provided that a few conditions are met. And I think the first one, and this is quite evident probably, is that success, at least in our case, has been entirely dependent on having a very nuanced and detailed understanding of the underlying conflict dynamics that's helped avoid unintended consequences or escalate conflict risks. So having a deep understanding or a contextualized analysis before engaging in the design of adaptation and ecosystem-based interventions is really an important lesson for how we move forward with critical climate adaptation interventions. We really need to systematize conflict analysis, or better yet, integrated climate security analysis across climate change adaptation, especially for large investments such as renewable energy schemes, water supply, et cetera, which are particularly conflict prone. The second condition has been working very closely and building or strengthening the capacity of local level actors. This has been absolutely essential for the analysis bit and for ensuring that our assumptions are validated and we're working with localized knowledge. It's been essential for designing locally appropriate solutions, but in particular for building the mechanisms and the formal and informal institutions that will be the ones that sustain and build on this work down the line. And then third, I'm sure a number of my panelists will speak about this as well, but the importance of partnerships and coalitions that really go beyond the like-minded. Olivia was talking a little bit earlier about the need to merge different communities of practice. And this has absolutely been our experience. We really need to leverage the strengths and expertise of different institutions with different mandates and from different fields. And then quickly, perhaps rather than ending on what doesn't work, I mean, I think by inference, what doesn't work obviously is silos and lack of integration of knowledge and objectives. But going forward, and I think Olivia touched on this as well, I think a really important question to ask is one of scale. At what level or at what scale is action most needed? Where is it most likely to be effective? Where do we focus our limited resources? There's obviously good experience at the local level now, and we know that bottom-up approaches are very important on their own merits, but also for informing, national, regional, and global approaches. But we have to recognize that scaling these kinds of local level interventions is very, very complex. Every situation is unique. Every intervention is highly contextualized. We also know that national approaches are not likely to be particularly effective here. Climate change and ecosystem degradation doesn't stop at national boundaries and doesn't respect the map, so to speak. And actions that are taken on one side of the boundary obviously affect the other. So at UNEP, moving forward, we're particularly interested in the regional level and working to support greater understanding and cooperation between regional states over transboundary ecosystems, and really ensuring that adaptation brings sustained benefits and avoids redistributing vulnerability and creating or magnifying risk for others, especially across borders. So I think I'll stop here for now, and then I'll come back to how we actually make that happen in the next part of the discussion. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much, Celia. So this is really so inspiring to hear of how we have proof of concept. And it's also well documented in your case, in Darfur, Nepal. So what is keeping us from upscaling these experiences? We'll have more time to discuss that. But now let me please turn to Catherine from the UNDP.
Thanks so much, Mariko, and thanks again to the organisers. It's really a pleasure to be here and have the chance to share some of our work. As Michael and Celia both touched upon now, one of the challenges in terms of integrated responses to climate-related security risks really is that we have on the one hand global climate governance, and on the other hand our peace-building and security kind of infrastructure, and that they are separate, wholly removed from one another. In terms of the decision-making points, policy-making, in terms of the finance that is attached to each of these decision-making points as well. And I think one of the recent innovations within the UN system has been the creation of the Climate Security Mechanism. And this is an interagency initiative between UNDP, DPPA and UNEP, and I think our work on different tracks, DPPA, for example, backstopping the Security Council together with DPO, providing oversight to the work of special political missions and peace operations, has been an incredibly important kind of foundational partner for the climate security mechanism. In addition, working with Celia and colleagues at UNEP as well, we have access to the strategic advantages that they bring in terms of environmental data and analytics. And then from UNDP's side, being the largest implementer of climate action, so not only mitigation but also adaptation within the UN system on the one hand, and then on the other, also being the largest implementer of prevention and peacebuilding, including the Secretary General's Peacebuilding Fund. So I think here in terms of our kind of collaborative advantages, working on different political tracks, political, development, peace and security have been very important. At the same time, we have to develop together an integrated approach to assessing climate-related security risks, which also kind of brings to bear the knowledge and expertise we have in terms of climate change vulnerability and risk assessments on the one hand, but also our expertise in conflict analysis on the other. In terms of our work and what we're doing concretely on the ground, I think the project itself has been innovative in the fact that we are working in some 10 different locations, countries, regions, sub-regional areas in 3 different regions. And there's really an opportunity here to promote inter-regional exchange on the one hand, on the other, to try to test out new approaches, and as Mariko mentioned, provide proof of concept I think another key area of work has been the work that we are, the kind of capacity support that we are providing to peace and security actors, including special political missions, peace operations, and regional entities. On the other hand as well, as Celia mentioned as well, it's very difficult to address climate risks through kind of simple country office configuration, and likewise, risk for peace and security. We can never really get to root causes without looking at transboundary ecosystems and kind of shared resources across borders when these risks are indivisible. I would give a couple of examples here of our work. One of the first ones that I think is very important is, again, this kind of cross-border approach and working with regional and sub-regional entities. So in the case of the Lip Tap Gorma Authority, we have embedded a climate security expert so that we can help them develop their own vision and strategy for addressing climate-related security risks. At the same time, we're working with the Water, Peace and Security Initiative in this regard as well to strengthen their approach and their understanding of the interconnections between climate and water on the one hand and peace and security on the other. Another example is the work that we're doing in Somalia, in Galmudug and Hirshabelle states, together with the Berghoff Foundation. I think one of the things that has been emphasized here, and that I think we've really taken to heart as well in terms of our implementation, is working with local actors, working with partners who are there. And I think with the incredible expertise that the Berghoff Foundation brings to bear, its presence in Somalia, the fact that it works very closely with local insider peace-building networks as well, is critical here as well to kind of working across the nexus, working with not only climate change, but also kind of peace and security actors as well. I would just quickly wrap up here and say that, you know, I think what we have been able to achieve together with our partners over the last 3 years has been really important, and in terms of the community of practice, first of all, that we've established within the UN system, more than 30 different UN entities coming together regularly to exchange experience, providing a platform to find solutions and connect with other partners. The project is now approaching its third iteration, and I think it's quite unusual for a project of this kind, again, looking at the intersection of climate and environment on the one hand and peace and security, to be able to sustain its work into a second or third iteration due to the challenges in finding funding for such nexus programs. The other focus I would say that is important and has been neglected is the capacity development. Being able to develop capacity within our own ranks, build a cadre of experts that can address climate-related security risks. These are long-term investments. I think various member states have taken various risks as well to try to support this work in investing kind of new and innovative approaches and in capacity. And I think that ultimately these investments will pay off in the long run.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And it's interesting to see how the experiences from UNDP are actually not very different from the experiences that from UNEP Sia was talking about. That the success formula that is giving us some proof of concept, that it includes as ingredients the capacity building, the multidisciplinary approach. Let's see if, when you look at it from the PBSO, the Peace Building Fund side, if it looks similar, if it looks different. You have some experience now with also multiple projects around the globe in crisis situations. Diane, can you hear us? Are you there? Let us have your view, please.
Thank you very much, Mariko, and thank you to the organizers for including me in this very timely conversation. I'm very sorry to miss all the informal connections and conversations while being connected in New York, but I really hope to continue to be an active part of this network. I'm going to focus my intervention on the work of the Peace Building Fund, and in particular the work that we've done in the Sahel to illustrate our work on climate, peace and security. Let me just quickly start by recalling that the Secretary General Peace Building Fund is the UN's first instrument in terms of sustaining peace in countries or situations at risk or affected by violent conflict. We invest in UN entities, governments, regional organizations, multilateral banks, national multi-donor trust fund, or civil society organizations. We are known for being able to invest in a timely fashion for catalytic investments, risk tolerant, that are promoting also inclusion and working on integration within the UN, but also across the nexus at national and cross-border levels. In terms of our focus, our terms of reference that were set up in 2005 kind of identify 4 big blocks of our interventions that are implementation of peace agreements, dialogue and peaceful coexistence, peace dividends, and reestablishing basic services. And we work in around 40 countries around the world. Now, looking at climate security and the way it fits into our work, what we've seen over the past 4 years, it's increasing and growing demands from the field that is translated now in a portfolio of 39 initiatives in 22 countries, representing around $89 million. And within this portfolio, we are basically looking at either preventing or managing conflicts driven or exacerbated by the impact of climate change and environmental degradation at the country, cross-border, and regional levels. And we looked at all these different projects and tried to categorize them into the main areas of work. And what we've seen, it's a focus on natural resource management, land ownership and reform, transhumance and farmer herders dynamics, climate change adaptation and extractive industries, and then community resilience and livelihoods. And as Mariko was mentioning, we are launching next year in partnership with the Climate Security Mechanism, FAO and UNICEF, thematic review to actually take stock of the investments over the past 4 years to really deep down into what has worked and what has not worked. But when I look at my portfolio of projects in the Sahel, there are a couple of lessons learned that I think I can share as of today without having done this through an independent thematic review, but really reflecting on what has worked and what has not worked. And I think that a first element, and Celia mentioned that as well, it's the critical importance of a strong and localized conflict analysis that is also including climate-related risk, and really understanding the root causes, the aggravating factors, the actors, and the way climate change and climate risk are either a root cause or an aggravating factor, and the way it impacts actors very differently. And I think that when you look at the farmer-herders conflict dynamics and the transhumance and movement of herders between countries, you can really see the way everything is interlinked. You basically have a socioeconomic dimension that is impacted by climate change. Water scarcity is making pastoralists and agricultural resources scarce, but it impacts differently whether you are a farmer or a herder. At the same time, transhumance corridors have moved because of drought. The seasons are changing in terms of how much time herders are moving across countries, where are they going, and bringing different points of contact with different communities in terms of accessing farmland across borders. And really the importance of looking at climate change in terms of the incentives, the power dynamics, but also the way youth and women are impacted differently by those root causes and climate change. A second point, it's, and Celia mentioned that as well, it's the multi-sectoral programmatic responses and partnership. All the projects that we have combine, on one hand, working, for example, on tracking systems and use of data to understand and better anticipate the movement of transhumant herders, to better alert local communities in terms of there's going to be pressure on natural resources. Let's make sure that there's enough wells, communities are ready, the demarcation of the routes has been updated so the herders can move along this way, and at the same time working on legal frameworks to basically disseminate, revise, and adapt frameworks to the realities on the ground, working on promoting women's access to land, mapping pastoralist infrastructure, working on infrastructure, diversification of livelihoods, and really bringing this sequenced approach between peace, security, and development and humanitarian actors. I'm saying that particularly thinking about the Liptako-Goma region, where a lot of us are engaged, and you have heavily securitized responses where actually you also need to invest on strengthening localized conflict capacities when it comes to early warning, conflict resolution, and also management of natural resources. And this dimension to connect the local, the regional, and the national. A third pillar, it's really integrated the political dimensions in the programmatic responses and really understand what are the links and instances with armed groups, violent extremism, criminality network, but also ethnic tensions and the grievances that were fueled by inadequate development policies, and how de facto favor one group over the other one. And working also on supporting political dialogue between countries to actually come up with sometimes negotiated solution on issues related to transhumance. A fourth one, it's really looking at combining expertise within different partners, because nobody has one solution that can be applied everywhere, so working with different partners. Fifth point is on cross-border programming and how important it is to invest, because this is really where in the Sahel, all the development indicators are in the red and grievances the deepest, combined with marginalization. So really looking at these areas as a critical investment.
Diane, sorry.
Monitoring and evaluation, and then gender and use dimension. Sorry, I went over. Over to you.
No, thank you so much, Diane. This is so useful. I once had a communication course, and then they tried to imprint on me, please remember that the audience can never remember more than 3 takeaways. So now you've already given us 5 takeaways. Everybody take notes while we turn to Adelphi Janani. You have worked with all of us in the field. You have studied us, you've written about us, assessed it. So seeing from where you are, what works, what doesn't? What are the obstacles?
In 3 points. Okay, I'll try and give it to you in 3 points, Marco. Okay, so I think if I had to pick 3, I'll start with underscoring what Celia said at the outset, that it really depends on getting the analysis right. So the programming in Sudan and Nepal, they were, I think, really good examples of what's working. And they were both grounded in quite a front-loaded investment in solid climate security risk analysis, very localized, very locally led, but it's super important to get the analysis right. I know people are like, oh, we've got enough analysis, let's move to action. But if we know what the risks are, then we're in a much better position to get the entry points and the interventions right. And the work, I led a 2-year research project with some of Ollie, nobody else in this room, on Lake Chad. And there we really invested in getting really up-to-date, state-of-the-art climate and hydrological information, and then worked with local actors to look at the local peace and security dynamics. And this was incredibly insightful because we'd all heard, and I'm sure everyone's heard, and we heard from Margot Wallström today that, Lake Chad's shrinking and it's shrunk by 90%. What we found by doing actually new climate and hydrological analysis is that this was not correct. The lake was not shrinking, and that meant that a lot of what the programming was looking at was based on a misdiagnosis of the problem. And actually, I think somebody mentioned earlier that there's a real risk of political actors hijacking the climate discourse for their own ends. And in this case, there was a huge program that was being proposed by the national governments in the region to address the problem of the shrinking, the disappearing lake by using billions of dollars of climate financing to refill the lake, which is, they knew themselves that this was nonsense because they had the science to show that the lake wasn't shrinking, but the international community had bought into this. It was a very compelling narrative. We've been to visit the lake, it's disappearing. let's invest. So I think it was incredibly important to get that climate analysis in place, but also by using this climate security lens, we were able to identify a number of risks that the numerous conflict analyses of the region just hadn't picked up by only looking at the conflict drivers. So this is a region where there's billions of dollars of counter-terror investment, but nobody was looking at climate security risks, and so they were not able to identify risks that surprised us when we were able to kind of pull out the key risk pathways. Things like the fact that military interventions and stabilization efforts were completely climate blind. So they were going in with these very kinetic kind of military responses to neutralize the armed opposition groups in the region by using military tactics that were undermining, inadvertently, but nevertheless undermining traditional climate coping mechanisms. So, for example, moving people off the islands on the lake, or banning certain livelihoods such as fishing, or growing highly lucrative but also highly climate resilient crops like red pepper. So people traditionally would, if the rains were late for farming and they couldn't quite get the agricultural season right, then they might switch to fishing. But if the military actors had banned fishing because there was this belief that income from fishing or from growing red peppers is going to fuel armed groups, then that was a real cause of anger, a real huge cause of grievance. And people were saying to us, or the research team, they had no ideological affinities with the armed groups, but they were so angry that the state's response was taking away their traditional coping mechanism to deal with climate change, that this was a reason that they were then joining armed groups. So it wasn't simply that it was it was increasing climate vulnerability, it was actually increasing the conflict drivers that the interventions were meant to address. So that's the kind of the need to get the analysis right. Second point would be, and I think this has come up in everyone's input so far, the need for localized dynamics. We need at the national, international level, we need a shared narrative. We need to shift mindsets, we need to get buy-in, but these narratives, or this narrative, if it's a common narrative, it needs to be grounded in a really localized understanding of conflict dynamics. Otherwise, it just doesn't resonate. It doesn't have the depth. So for the past 15 years, we've been working on this issue around this kind of climate change as a threat multiplier discourse, which had some traction, but we just couldn't get further towards action because it doesn't mean anything below that surface. So I think any of these dynamics only manifest at the local level before they scale up. So I think it's incredibly important to invest and understand these issues as locally as possible, and that means necessarily working through local partners, understanding the subnational climate security risks wherever possible. I think national climate change, the maps are very compelling when we have these world maps or national kind of maps with countries coloured in. I find them pretty meaningless because a country like Mali is made up of a number of climatic zones, a number of completely different conflict dynamics. So let's go wherever possible to as granular level as possible. It also helps us understand some of, to the point that Liz Carabine made earlier about this localized understanding helps us then revisit some of our assumptions. We have very strong assumptions around what migration means, and I think we've got a relatively good understanding that migration isn't just a bad thing where hordes of migrants are moving from North Africa into Europe, but it is a very important resilience strategy. But if you really look at the local nuances, if we take Mali again, we found that migration due to climate during the droughts of the 70s and 80s, this led to lots of mainly young northern men in the north of Mali to migrate to Algeria and Libya, and there they were exposed to more revolutionary ideas, and then when they came back, they'd been politicized, and they were much more engaged on the kind of political indifference that they faced due to the lack of national government action on the drought. So it's important to to not just think, oh, climate migration, farmer-herder conflicts, but actually really go into the nuances at as granular level as possible to help us identify what those entry points are. The third point then is how do we do this? What's our approach? Yes, it needs to be localized, but I think one important thing I'd like to stress is sometimes climate security won't look or feel like climate security. So I think sometimes when I hear about, what should we do, I'm a little bit conflicted because on the one hand, I think, yes, it's good to invest in what Catherine had mentioned, climate security experts and climate security capacities in certain missions and in national context. But on the other, I also think that does that risk kind of siloing this as an issue and creating kind of a standalone field when actually a lot of what we've found on the ground in terms of effective approaches to address climate security risks don't look or feel like climate security. They look like building social cohesion. They look like addressing intergenerational dynamics between youth and the elderly, both of whom blame each other for the challenges that they're facing. It looks like promoting education for women because this is often a driver for why, in the face of very stressed livelihoods because of climate stress, they are looking at negative coping mechanisms like sex work or joining armed groups. It looks like promoting inclusion. None of these are about climate change. They're about governance. They're about good development, sustainable development. So I think it's about having this broader mindset. And actually, when we do our field work and when we do our kind of climate security risk analysis, we don't use the term climate change in whatever language we're doing the research, because it's not about, for the people on the ground, it's not about climate change. It's about the risks that they're facing. And then it's about how we understand what those risks, how those risks are affected by, whether it's anthropogenic climate change, whether it's kind of environmental degradation from other causes. It's important for us to not kind of delimit our understanding using the terminology of climate change, but understand how these drivers of conflict or dimensions of vulnerability or resilience are affected by climate change. So I think, they're the three things, and I think the good news, I think, if I can end on a positive note, is that we don't need to do all of this from scratch. I think a lot of really good analysis exists, a lot of really good resources and trainings exist. The CSM has developed a really great toolkit, the UNEP, other institutions, Adelphi, the program that I lead at Adelphi, Weathering Risk with PIC. It's designed just to do this. It's got a methodology, a lot of analysis. So I think it's not about, say, the EEAS trying to just start from nothing, from a blank canvas, but rather know where to go for the information, because I think that's the big challenge, knowing who do you go to kind of connect your need with the information that's out there and ensure that there's some quality control mechanism, like a clearinghouse that can ensure that you can filter the chaff out. And then the other point there is, and this is my final point, is what was my last point? It was the best point. Yeah, man, I've forgotten my last point.
Back if you want.
The last point is the need to deal with I think there's a real mental block that we need to wait for the evidence. We need to wait for like the perfect climate data and evidence that this works before we can move. And I think we really need to not let the good be the perfect be the enemy of the good here. There's a lot that we can do in terms of no regrets options, which are interventions that will address these kind of dimensions like social cohesion, building trust, that we know will only be good for both climate change, resilience and peace, and really focus on those no regrets options rather than focusing on or trying to find these technical kind of climate adaptation focused interventions. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Janani. And perhaps that is the new model. I'm glad that all these messages from our pioneers resonate, because indeed we have invited them to share with us some success stories. I think it's the 5-step approach, with Diane and Janani and Celia and Catherine, actually pointing to what seems to be a sort of a consensus on how to approach it. And I'd like to, from the just right localized analysis to the multisectoral and likely cross-border, to the not being fixated on solutions that have a climate security sticker on it, but thinking more widely in other types of development approaches, focusing on governance, and knowing where to get your tools, data and information that are already out there. And with that sort of rough summary, I'd like to go back to Olivia, because you made a very intense call to us to realize that what we're looking at, it's about so much more than just this nexus between climate and security, that we need to take a big step back and take nature as the starting point and learn how to think in terms of ecological regeneration, ecological peace building. With this, let's say, 5-step model, would that do it? Is now all we need to do is go to where we need to go, upscale it, ask Philippe to fund it? Is that it?
It's part of it. No, I think, so to a certain extent, you know, what I've observed with the climate security agenda and the peacemaking community is that there's been a struggle to say, well, we know that we need to do something about climate change and climate shocks, and we want to do something, and we're trying to do it something at our scale, right? The sort of localized and sort of highly contextual. I'd first flip it in terms of the narrative to a certain extent to say, well, there is a massive chunk of climate action which is located in conflict and fragile zones. Let's integrate that in terms of the narrative, and let's integrate that in terms of what are the policies, the budget lines, the capacities, the competencies that need to go into what do we do about it? Because it's a lot more complex than indeed just looking at a map and saying like, oh, we need to regenerate here and there. In practice, it needs to be based into localized processes, understanding very micro-local contexts, which indeed sort of look at the differences, for example, between Timbuktu and Mopti, which are not going to be the same, right? So it's really integrating the level which is at systems level, and sort of what does it mean then in terms of practices, processes, and competencies at the local one. In the middle of it, it means essentially, at least to my mind, and I know again that, you know, we use all these words, it's sort of too much, but there is a notion of whole of EU approach, right? Starting with, if the Green Deal is indeed, you know, our sort of ticket to the future in climate action, then what does the Green Deal mean in terms of policies and actions in conflict and fragile zones? It's not just about saying, yes, we've got 35% of development aid going there. It's what are the patterns, what are the objectives, what are the processes that we need to put in place, what are the capacities that we need to acquire into the EU, what are the processes between DG GROW, EES, INPA, DG Trade, DG Climat, DG Environment that we need to put in place in order to have an understanding of what the stakes are and how we work on them. In terms of data, and I just want to work through this very quickly. There is a part which is indeed, you know, like, and that's been the state of the art, I think, about the climate security agenda. We've been trying to work on the projection of what climate shocks are going to entail in terms of security consequences, right? And we still need to get better at this. There is another part, which is how do you harness data, which is about climate science, biodiversity, ecological sciences, essentially, to say, well, how do we look and approach regeneration at a global scale, at an ecosystems level scale, right? How do we make sure that we work in dynamism between different regions, because ecosystems are interdependent amongst one another. So how do you work on reinforcing those interdependencies? And how do you use ecosystems-based mapping to understand what needs to happen in terms of regeneration scenarios? What are the people, living in those areas? How do they use natural resources? How do we plan, regeneration? How do we understand predatory patterns, governance patterns on the basis of ecosystems mapping? It's not adding just another checklist. It's reworking the analysis from the start on the basis of ecosystems and then working it up with gender, power dynamics, governance, and things like this. And how do you understand through this lens what are the specific institutions or economies over which elites are going to compete? And how does it actually question your approaches towards stabilization? So if I take the example of DRC, for example, in North and South Kivu, at the regional level government, elites compete over Ministry of Tourism, cadastral systems, and Ministry of Planning. For the very simple reason that you have essentially all the Ruinga Park and all of the forested areas which contain all of the biodiversity economies, all of the timber economies, all of the communications economies, and all of the mineral economies around which all of these different actors compete and organize themselves. Do we have visibility over this? Do we have an understanding of how we break predatory systems, transform them, or at least curtail them? In terms of complex regeneration, once again, and this is, I won't have the time to go into it, but Celia and others today have highlighted how we need to invest into that. That's one of the things that we really need to harness the power of the peacemaking community and development communities into, with conservation actors, ecologists, hydrologists, et cetera. And there is a very, very strong potential, particularly for the EU as part of the global gateway, which is a geopolitical value proposition, right? How do you really work with partners in Latin America, Africa, Asia, to regenerate and rebuild ecological integrity as the basis for security, and over which you can create different types of economic dynamics? And how do you try and protect those areas away from the sort of new scramble for resources, which is likely to lead us to our grave if we don't prevent it, essentially. And that essentially also calls, and I'll end there, for, at least we believe at Carnegie, that it does call as well for a collective European approach regarding how to approach the question of exploitation and exploration of critical materials, and how to try and do it in a way that doesn't actually flare up geopolitical competition in a way that is actually going to, protract conflict and create new forms of social tensions and social conflicts and armed conflicts. And we're already seeing that in some places in Latin America and Africa. And how we convey also then this message to DG Grow, DG Trade, all of these actors that industrial policy, trade policy today needs to be embedded into a do no harm approach, a conflict sensitive approach, and a proactive conflict management approach as well. So they can't just deal with things in silos, right? We can't have the raw materials week of the EU, which happened a month ago, without having you present, for example. And how to then sort of look at things from a new perspective in terms of development, peacemaking, and then stability at the global, from the global to the local level.
Thank you very much. That is a lot of food for thought, Olivia. But we can take it partially, not only as an encouragement, partially also as a bit of a shock therapy, where we need to really quickly learn some lessons, and having perhaps grown up as a classical diplomat, talking to the security sector, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Police and the Interior, how you should completely redo the network that we're working with, and work together with the DG's growth near energy, but also similarly in the partner countries mirroring such networks. So what we're literally looking at is a new type of newly differently trained, newly differently skilled generation of diplomats and peace builders and mediators. Our friends from the UN, Celia, Diane, Kathy, looking forward, if you consider us as your new group of friends, what is your advice to us if we want to accelerate and scale up, coming from your experience? Kathy.
Thanks so much, Mariko. I think, first of all, somehow, when we have a task ahead of us that we need to do that's an important task, it's really important to assign that task to someone. It has to be in somebody's it has to be somebody's job. It has to be in their terms of reference. And having an institutional home for climate security within the UN system has been important. Certainly, our role has not been to deliver all of the analysis and action that is needed to address climate-related security risks, but to try to catalyze that support. So I think, again, making those investments in institutionalization, systematizing our responses is key. In addition to that, as well, I would say somehow, because of the interest and the work and the mobilization around the Security Council, there has been incredible top cover for this agenda that I don't think we've seen in the climate or environmental agenda for at least the 15 years that I've worked on climate and environment. At the same time, we have lots of experience in terms of environmental peacemaking and peace building on the ground, and this work is quite fragmented. And the piece that we're really missing, that we see in the climate agenda, but also food, water, other agendas, is this kind of policy level interventions, trying to make sure, for example, that we mainstream climate-related security risks, internationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, international adaptation plans on the one hand, and there's a study that we conducted with UNFCCC last year, which looked at all 186 nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, and about 40 of them considered peace and security risks. So that's about a quarter overall. If we look at the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plans, for example, there's an excellent study by Elizabeth Smith, which looks at all 80 of them. Only 17 of them consider climate change. So again, that's less than a quarter. Of those 17, 3 of them, so Finland, Ireland and the USA, really go into detail in terms of what climate change means for the women, peace and security agenda. So there's a huge gap I think we need to fill here in terms of understanding and in terms of policy, because policy creates the hooks by which we can ensure the sustainability of our work, creates the hooks for our programming work and action on the ground. In addition to this, I would say that we understand that climate change does not in and of itself cause conflict. But what is overlooked in this agenda often is the incredible opportunities that there are around the climate action agenda. And I think you'll have to forgive me here as well, because I always see the glass as being half full. First of all, one thing that we had discussed, Mariko, together as well this morning as well, is just the incredible momentum around the youth movement. The youth movement have held global policymakers to account on climate action or lack of climate action in a way that previous generations have not been able to do so far as well. And I think there's a lot that we can do by harnessing that action, by harnessing the youth movement, youth peace builders, young women and men as well. In addition to that, climate finance, we talk about the $100 billion target. African climate change negotiators are actually saying the figure looks like 1.3 trillion a year that's needed by 2025. And while climate finance does not meet our expectations still, and while adaptation is woefully underinvested, there's still billions of dollars that are invested in climate finance, in adaptation, in mitigation every year, in conflict-affected and fragile contexts. And here we have opportunities, as colleagues mentioned earlier today as well, to build peace. Adaptation is the opportunity to build peace, and a lot of times we focus very specifically on adaptation, whereas we should not also forget that energy is a lifeline in conflict-affected and fragile contexts. If you think in those communities receiving IDPs, receiving refugees, the pressure on natural resources, we see massive kind of deforestation with large kind of incoming flows of migrants as well at the same time, and kind of the opportunities that access to energy can unlock. Access to energy is important as an enabling factor for livelihoods, food, warmth, sustenance, all that we need to sustain life. And there are opportunities around the cold chain as well in terms of COVID vaccine at the moment in regions which don't have grid access. And so there are incredible opportunities, I think, to leverage peace around access to energy that have been overlooked. I mean, at the same time, somehow we're not doing enough in terms of climate finance. There's a very kind of narrow discussion in terms of climate finance, which reflects broader climate governance. And there are two, I would say, frames of reference. One of them is income, and the other is GHG emissions levels. But in this discussion and in this construct, conflict, fragility are completely missing. Actually, climate finance, like climate governance, is completely blind to conflict. And I know a lot of people will say, well, there's a focus on low-income countries. But actually, if we're looking at kind of the lowest recipients of climate finance, of course we have low-income countries there. But in addition to that, we also have high-income countries in the Arab states which are affected by conflict, and also middle-income countries in other parts of the world that are affected by conflict and fragility. About 70% of fragile states are LDCs, and around 50% of LDCs feature in the World Bank's harmonized list of fragile states. So I think it's important here to be clear as well, that we're not just talking about low-income countries, and we really do need to make sure that climate finance is not blind to conflict and fragility. I think in addition to that as well, we talk about climate and the need to understand climate is not just an environmental phenomenon, but a lot of the times there's a challenge, I think, in the way we measure climate finance and our impact of adaptation and mitigation. And a very important missing part of this discussion is on co-benefits. The ancillary benefits, they can be positive or negative, of climate action on peace and security. The non-market benefits of climate action, and if we were able to get to better, more holistic action, we would be able to ensure a better prioritization of climate, environment, and conflict-affected and fragile contexts, and also that we are taking into account impacts on peace and security. I feel like I said quite a lot, so maybe I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Kati. What I really take away from those tips and tricks is, well, first of all, listening to you, I really wish for the EU and its member states that we could also have something like what you say is a catalyst that can bring together all the different pillars on climate, environment, peace and security in some type of European version of the climate, peace and security mechanism that you have. So perhaps we can discuss further what will be needed to have such a thing as a catalyst in the EU, because there's so much, as you say, that we can harvest right from day one, and be sure to take measurement as you go. Celia, and then Diane, and then Janani, the way forward, scale up, accelerate, what is your best tip for us?
Thanks again, Mariko, and thanks to all the other panelists. I mean, Olivia and Catherine have made my job very easy by addressing many of my points around kind of policy coherence and climate finance in particular. But I thought I'll just build on something that Catherine said earlier, which is still the need to focus on capacity development, in particular system-wide capacity development to address these issues, both within conflict prevention, peace building and stabilization teams, but as well within kind of climate action. We're not there yet. I think there are two specific elements that would really help accelerate action around these issues. One is around data, and particularly making relevant data and analysis available to teams on the ground in highly accessible and digestible ways that don't actually require specialized knowledge or infrastructure. We've talked a lot about the importance of integrated analysis as a absolutely critical baseline from which to build any programming. But I think many of my colleagues will agree with me, and perhaps even more so Diane, that a lot of that expertise for climate and environmental analysis is not available on the ground, either within kind of local institutions or in particular within our UN country teams at the present time. Sources of data on environment are fragmented. Environmental and climate data generally is very complex. Some of the data is behind high paywalls or infrastructure walls that make it very difficult to use easily and to integrate easily within kind of contextual, situational, or conflict analysis. So I think this is really a gap that needs to be bridged in order to accelerate action. We absolutely need to make environmental and climate data analysis much more digestible and available to teams on the ground. I mean, this is something that UNEP is working on right now in terms of building a web-based, easy access geospatial data platform that will hopefully help bring some of that expertise in again, digestible ways to those who need to design action. I think the other area is around providing access to expertise. I think Catherine may have mentioned that one of the great contributions of the climate security mechanism has been to accelerate thinking around climate security advisors within UN peace operations. And I think we need to, I mean, while this is an incredibly useful development, again, in terms of providing access to knowledge within those kind of strategic institutions, it's also not enough. And we need to kind of rethink the role of climate security advisors, who are invariably completely overwhelmed from day one with the number of kind of requests, the amount of expertise they're asked to produce. And we really need to basically consider climate security advisors as a conduit to deep expertise and deep technical expertise and knowledge on longer term issues like the ones that Olivia was mentioning. We need hydrologists, we need ecosystem specialists, we need people for organizations and agencies behind these climate security advisors to develop that capacity to also respond in real time to requests that require longer term thinking. On climate finance, I'll really leave it to Catherine, who's much more of a specialist than I am. But I think there's a lot of wishful thinking right now about the kind of plans to invest in conflict affected and fragile states. I think the fact is that for now, the climate change adaptation portfolio in most of these fragile contexts is still quite small, and there still is a tendency to concentrate adaptation financing where capacity and stability, which of course go hand in hand, are greater, and to recognize that a lack of investment in adaptation in these countries will further entrench them in fragility. And linked to that, and this will be my final point, I'd really love to see us move away from response programming and focus on prevention. For now, the climate change and security portfolio, for lack of a better word, is highly concentrated in Sahel, for good reason, obviously, to some degree in the Horn of Africa. But I think we really need to extend or expand our focus on geographic areas where prevention is still possible. I'm thinking, for example, of South Asia. We've worked extensively in Nepal with some success. I'm thinking as well of Gulf of Guinea countries in Western Africa. Those are that are at the southern edge of the Sahel and are not yet affected by the same dynamics. So I think we really need to shift our lens, so to speak, from peace building towards prevention, and use climate adaptation financing, among other sources, to support it. I'll stop there and look forward to discussion and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Celia, for that invaluable advice. And it's really a cry also from my own heart, the case for prevention. And perhaps we should even offer a salary increase for everybody who's willing to invest his career in prevention, where you can never claim success because you can never prove the counterfactual. But and also, isn't it? It's nice that we already have a few of the first climate security advisors to missions in the field, but isn't it odd that they are attached to security missions? Why don't we yet have our climate peace advisors attached to delegations, to embassies? If it's too expensive, let's perhaps start in a regional fashion. Thank you, member state. You know exactly the platforms where you can organize this for us, and we'll be very happy to give follow-up. That being said, can I please ask Diane and Janani, I apologize that I make you suffer for the fact that you come last in a row of such interesting speakers, but I'm also eager to, within the time slot allotted to us, give some time to the floor to ask further questions to you. So give us your one golden best tip for the way forward, and the rest will be shared as the questions from the group come. Diane.
Sure. So my 1 minute elevator pitch is basically that we all use data and predictive analysis better today to very quickly invest in strong prevention and adaptation programs, and that we should not forget to look at both national and future cross-border hotspots. My second plea is, how do we connect better our tools and instruments and funding streams, and really think about how we as the Peace Building Fund can really be the catalyst, but we need amplifying partners to take our investments to scale around climate security. And the third one, and it's very concrete and pragmatic, I feel, and I think this is something that we've all reflected on, our colleagues in the field need very quick and easy, practical and field-oriented programming guidance in terms of how do I address conflict drivers and climate-related risk, what is working when I need to design a strong conflict analysis, how do I ensure the implementation, the monitoring, and the evaluation. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the elevator pitch. And I really see these climate security advisors for the field coming. We really need them for the data, the connection to the right funding streams, and the concrete field support. Janani, your golden tip.
Oh, golden tip. Okay, I think it's to make sure we're asking the right questions. I think we shouldn't be still asking, does climate change lead to conflict? We shouldn't be asking, where does climate change lead to conflict? We need to be asking, how does climate change lead to conflict? And that leads us to then identifying the preventative responses. It leads us to understanding the whys and the entry points. So I think that's the core ask that I have. Just one last thing. I would say a lot of people have mentioned the need for increased capacity. I would say from our experience and the work, particularly the example that Celia mentioned with working with UNEP, there's a lot of resources out there, really great training resources. I think it's also, it's really shown us the value of not just training, but accompaniment. So I would really underscore the value of accompaniment. It takes longer, it's more expensive, but we accompanied the implementing partners over 2 years, and the impacts were really, really palpably kind of different. So I'd say accompaniment works.
Thank you very much. That was a very useful tip. So with that being said, we have about 15 minutes left for questions from the floor. And I would like to quickly switch hats and also ask a question to the floor. And I'll give my colleague who the question is addressed to a bit of time to prepare himself while the others ask their own questions. Because Philippe, I'm very sorry to put you on the spot right there, but you are today our representative from the European Commission, who sit on the money that has already been referred to many times today. I'm not saying you personally, I'm saying the Commission. It's never happened before, this big of a budget for climate mitigation adaptation. We're talking 35%, I think it's about 35 billion euros that are going to be spent between now and coming 7 years, most of it in fragile conflict-affected states. The models are there, the tools are there, the instruments are there. We have proof of concept. And do you have any advice to us for how can we cross that bridge to make the connection between these models, experiences, and that type of big-scale programming? That being said, and I know it's a very difficult question, and you'll hit me on the head later for it, please, questions from you.
Hi, this is Kira from DGAP. My question is concerning the peace-building aspects in environmentally fragile contexts. I think we all agree that many vulnerable populations are not well adapted to the current climate conditions, but if we take seriously what was being said on building resilience for future climate impacts, I wonder how you think we should best address uncertainty. Because especially in areas like the Horn of Africa, where we have the East African climate paradox, in the Sahel, where we don't really know how the monsoon system will behave, there's contradicting evidence there. I just wonder if there is a completely deviating trend from such as a drying trend right now into a probable wetting trend in the Horn of Africa in the future, and if we're not sure if this is really how it will develop, how do we build resilience and how do we communicate these uncertainties without creating more confusion to policymakers while also staying true to the facts? Thank you.
Next question. I see two here in the front, one in the back. We'll take these four and then see if there's any left over. Please, Ramon.
Thank you. I would like to take forward the argument that Olivia was mentioning on predatory systems and the impact of predatory systems. I don't want to go back to a Marxian analysis on the impact of an economic system based on speculation and accumulation on the whole conflict and environment nexus. But aren't we too confident that technology and money are going to take us out of the fix in which we are, instead of really facing some of the tough political choices that we have to make, that have to be included in the package? I mean, we are talking about paradigm shift, but the paradigm shift out of what and towards what? I think these are not neutral issues. I mean, I know that this may be a little contentious politically, but I think it's not a neutral issue, and I think it has to be put into the picture. What do you think about that?
We'll hear what you think about it. And take first two more questions. Please, here in the front.
Hi, I had a question on the financing part, because part of climate adaptation and mitigation financings are loans. So that causes, of course, a question with regard to financing projects in fragile or failed states. So how do you address this problem of providing loans to countries to adapt or mitigate climate impact, and how it could also serve the peace-building projects? If there are loans, they probably won't be accessed by most fragile communities.
Hello. My question would be, so we're talking about lessons learned, best practices and all of this. I'd like to turn things around and ask, what about the bad lessons that we've learned? And I think here about potential projects that we have implemented that we know had negative impacts on populations, on biodiversity. I'm thinking, for instance, of agriculture adaptation projects with new type of seeds that were adapted to water scarcity but not adapted to local markets, or to some kind of projects that are made to basically reforest parts of I would say take DRC, because it was there too, and causes violations of human rights and some kind of security issues. So this issue of negative impacts on population, on biodiversity, how is it integrated? Is it integrated, first of all, into how projects are designed? How do we try to mitigate those? The bad impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love that question. The bad lessons, where are they? Shall we add the last question? Roll, please.
Thank you very much. A few comments and a question. First of all, thank you very much for these, I think, very valuable input. I take back, in particular, the very needed increased focus on ecosystems and how they develop, and also the sociology around those ecosystems, the whole governance issues and how we can support it. Then I think that it's important nonetheless to see how are we going to convince our political decision makers to first of all, of the need of increased transaction costs, because if that's what you have outlined there, we will have to increase dramatically our transaction costs. I mean, if we want to work with local communities, we know it. We have in Luxembourg, we have some experience in Burkina Faso with a project in northern Burkina Faso on rehabilitation and restoration of degraded land involving local communities. The processes of negotiating and discussing in an inclusive way with all these communities sometimes takes years before work actually starts on the ground to rehabilitate the degraded land. And you have to prepare for that. So far, this has been done with development finance, which sometimes is probably the most patient of our different types of finance, because there may be a certain experience already out there. But what about climate finance? Once climate finance should be doing that. So I think this is one thing. The second thing is, how are we going to convince our political decision makers that the quick wins may not be there that fast? I think there is a huge task, because there may be a backlash as well. If you, again referring to this project in Burkina Faso, you may well have engaging with communities over 2 years, and you may still not have an agreement how the land rehabilitated or restorated in the future may be governed. And so then you simply don't do it. You have to have the guts then to say, okay, if you don't agree on a solution how to do it, then we are not able to help you. And that's a very difficult political decision making if you need to spend money, if you need to reach your spending targets. So I think there is a big thing out there. But besides that, I support very much the idea, and of course this contributes to increasing transaction costs, to have climate security advisors, or whatever you call it, environmental peacemaking experts in EU delegations, in embassies, because, and I think, also referring to what Janani said, you cannot expect from them that once they be sent there, that they will be fully aware of what's going on. A lot, at least this is our experience, a lot is to be learned on the ground. After having spent there a couple of months, then you may be able to understand what the local dynamics are and how they work. Thank you, and sorry to be a bit long.
No, thank you, Ro. That was extremely encouraging. And perhaps these climate security advisors can reduce the transaction costs a bit, because then we can give the task to somebody. But over to you, dear panel. Are there any questions you particularly like to pick up? There were two specifically addressed to you, Olivia. How would you deal with the paradigm shift? It goes from where to where, and why didn't you start with that one? There was another one for you, but can't find it now.
Thank you. So if I understood the question right, there is you were highlighting a tension between techno-solutionism and mitigation strategies, and the sort of perverse effects that it may have on global security, but also specifically on conflict and fragile zones to a certain extent, and it relates to the type of economic modeling that we follow. So essentially, there is a debate in the mitigation sort of community about how to to what extent do we rely on technology, and there are different approaches to this between the US, for example, and between Europe. To a certain extent, over-reliance on techno-solutionism is trying to maintain as much as possible business as usual and economic models based on consumerism and productivism in Europe and industrialized economies. It obviously leads to this notion of extractivism, because we go and take materials from outside of European borders, and I think that this is where you're headed with that question, referring to some conversations that we've had over the last couple of days. And we have to look at the role of supply chains, trade, and the type of financial and economic system that we set at macroeconomic levels. There is no there is no simple answer to this situation. Because at the end of the day, it's also about trying to see if we can find alternative economic trajectories, because the notion of economic growth, and therefore the use of energy that we make, and therefore how we want to use technology and develop technology, is related also to social contracts in Europe and to the stability of social contracts. And so shifting to a different economic paradigm requires indeed sort of democratic processes in Europe, and I'm focusing on Europe specifically, research into what does alternative economic modeling look like? How does it translate essentially in supply chains and trade systems and relationships indeed with partners at economic, political development levels? And how do we level the collective field to generate more collective resilience, more collective security by shifting away from extractivism? And this is the key thing, because at the end of the day, the problem with climate negotiations at the moment and the connection with the techno-solutionist perspective is that we focus on the output of economic models, which are greenhouse gas emissions. We really need to replace the conversation or reposition it around resource use, resource extractivism, and how we create essentially fragility out of governance systems that are based on extractivism and predation. So this is the relationship that we need to fundamentally question. This is very hard because it's very systemic, it's very global, and it's very embedded in economic and financial institutions. Very quickly, in terms of bad lessons, maybe, there are plenty. I'm hearing
one each.
Okay, I'm hearing, for example, that we want to, grow cotton in the Sahel, a super water-intensive crop. It's what was done also in Syria at the time of the drought. It's what tipped over into, a massive sort of migration pattern in the suburbs of Daraa. So realizing essentially that we need to shift the food system, and there are plenty of examples around this. Question the assumptions, as was said before. What does development look like? What does economic growth look like for countries that are highly climate vulnerable? How do we recomplexify cultivation systems, food systems, economic systems in a different way is very important. Also very quickly on the transaction costs. Yes, it can take years to work with local communities, but I also, at COP26, I met with the people working for Ecosia, who have developed a super smart business model where you generate tree planting out of Ecosia Search, and they rely essentially on local actors. They do not plant, trees by themselves. They work with communities to do what they would want to do anyways. And part of our plan with Carnegie Europe is to help them also sort of develop some business model around complex regeneration and conflict and fragile zones. The Danish Refugee Council, most specifically Natalie Topa, has been doing tremendous work in Yemen, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in many different communities that are profoundly affected by climate change and conflict, in regeneration at micro scale, proving essentially that there are many co-benefits in terms of bringing back natural resources. That's a massive good news story, essentially, in the sort of climate despair that surrounds us. Rebooting livelihoods, quelling migration and displacement, as I was saying, reducing conflict. So there are many, many things that can be done, without such high levels of transaction costs, but it obviously depends on how we bring about the budget, what processes we put in place, and how we approach actors. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Olivia. I want to turn to our remote panelists. Celia, Diane, is there any bad lesson that you've learned that you want to share, or any uncertainties that you know how to deal with?
Maybe quickly one point, and looking also at how do you build resilience in certain times. For me, it's really how do we integrate scenario building and scenario planning and integrate all dimensions related to climate change into scenario building, and that we make sure that our respective long-term investment strategies, let it be the UN development frameworks, the EU long-term strategies in countries, are actually unable to have this kind of scenario building and planning when it comes to potential new trends, and that we adapt our tools more quickly and more easily. I think it's really about predicting and integrated scenario building and being able to quickly change and revise the way we work in different countries. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Scenario building, definitely also a skill for the future. Celia?
Yes, I was going to actually emphasize exactly the same point on how to address uncertainty. What to do when climate trends, change or switch. I mean, there's no way around this. I think, our approach, as has been the approach of the UN system generally, is just to work around developing systems and capacities and building strong institutions that are able to take into account this kind of uncertainty. I think generally, exactly as Diane was saying, we all need, myself included, and my colleagues in the UN, we all need more training and understanding around foresight and scenario planning. But I think this is really one of the areas that we need to support our member states and local partners with as well. I mean, just on working with local communities and these kind of huge additional costs, I would very much second what Olivia was saying. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I mean, yes, there is a tension between the kind of longer time frame of environmental work, generally speaking, one that we have definitely struggled with at times with our kind of peace and security colleagues and communities of practice to get through that. Environmental and climate related work is generally on a different timescale than crisis response and peace building work. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. The projects that I was describing earlier were done within 18 months. They were actually extended a little bit out to 2 years because of COVID restrictions, etc. But I think there's a lot that can be achieved within a relatively short time frame. And again, it's about the kind of systems and processes that are put in place. That said, I do think we need far more risk taking. I think our political and financing systems are really rigid when it comes to the amount of time it takes to generate results, to secure buy-in for future cycles of funding, etc. And that's definitely a paradigm I would suggest that we try and exit. We need more space to fail because generally the return on investment of successes are much greater than the risks that are taken when we fail. So I'll just stop there, but just very much to agree with Olivia on the possibility of achieving some really important results within relatively shorter timeframes. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Celia. And I think we all have almost earned our coffee break with a few minutes delay. Sorry for that. But I'd like to see if the European Commission represented would like to contribute to our deliberations.
That's really not deserved. Thank you for putting me on the spot like this. I'm not the European Commission on my own, but let me also speak about my own views about the discussion, very interesting that we had now. But first on your question, and of course, everybody knows that allocation of funds in development is not done just over a few weeks period. It takes years. It has actually started some time ago for the programming for the next 7 years. The delegations have now finished their work, and this work is being endorsed in Brussels now through the committee of the new development instrument called the NDICI Global Europe. This instrument is actually 80 billion total. So even if we allocate 35% of that to green issues, that doesn't translate to 35 billion, not exactly. But in terms of calculation, it might be a bit less, but I'm not going into the figures. And first of all, of course, most of the delegations, I must say, from what I have seen from their multi-annual indicative program, have Green Deal issues in their programming, which doesn't mean that they integrate conflict or peace building into it, except the ones, I would argue, who are in already open, declared conflict situations. For them, it's obvious that they cannot work without conflict sensitivity, and they do. And they do on the basis of what has been said here. That means as detailed and as shared as possible analysis of root causes of conflict. Sometimes, and you know that very well, of course, Mariko, like in Sudan or in South Sudan, we have tried specifically to push for that angle to be included in the conflict analysis screenings, which, by the way, are imposed by the NDICI Global Europe instrument. So that's a very important point. The NDICI is itself making the link now with conflict sensitivity, which was not there in the previous maze of development cooperation instruments that we were dealing with. But still, the procedures are very, very heavy. And if you want to amend a multi-annual indicative program which has been approved to introduce an action which is a little bit on the sidelines, it might be possible, which is in a different priority area, that will create a lot of additional work and procedures, because you have to go back to the committee and to the decision-making process every time. So I'm not thinking that we will see immediately a significant shift towards climate, peace, and security within the programming which is already approved. I'm not very, let's say, optimistic about that. What I think we need to continue to do is basically to continue argue for the fact that we cannot ignore the possible negative consequences, and I like the question which was asked about that. And we are very much afraid in our thematic unit. By the way, I am working within INTPA in the thematic unit called Resilience, Peace and Security. So we are very much afraid that these issues have not gained yet the level of priority that the other cross-cutting issues have, but it took years, I mean, to integrate gender, to integrate human rights into the programming, also took a lot of effort. So we cannot expect probably that this 7-year cycle will see a lot of projects specifically targeted towards climate, peace and security. But my hope is we can still, and we are trying now, influencing the MIP so that they build into it much more conflict sensitivity concerns. It's not necessarily very costly. It's just a question of sitting down a little more based on the conflict analysis and trying to understand those relationships. And now, personally, what I hear here is a lot about understanding root causes, and this is good. And it's a lot about understanding the interactions between our programs and the context, and this is key. But I don't hear much, especially when we talk about community-level interactions, about what already exists. And as a development person, I have always been thinking that my own personal paradigm shift, to respond to Ramon, is instead of looking always at what is not there, we should look at what is there, and we should build on that. This is what development is about. Development does not mean I come and I tell you what you should do. Development means what are you doing, how is it functioning, how maybe is it not functioning anymore, and how would you do for making it work. And then you develop from that in a kind of opening process of what is already there in a maybe burgeoning form or maybe decaying form, but you try to revive it if it's not working anymore. And that's particularly relevant for resilience, because resilience mechanisms are already there. Otherwise, with the crisis that they are facing, most of the people in the Sahel region would already be dead. I mean, there is solidarity mechanisms, which we are trying to sometimes strengthen, but sometimes we are trying to replace. We have to be very careful when we replace something, because what exists may not be perfect, but at least could be probably amended and not destroyed. And that's the case for social protection mechanisms, for example. And I feel very strongly about understanding better what are the community-based solidarity mechanisms that exist in the field, and they do exist. And when we come with social protection based on individual support, we might actually destroy a little bit of the solidarity within communities that already exist.
Thank you very much, Philippe. I think that allows us to make nicely a bridge back to the table for the last 2 minutes for Kathy and Janani. How can we make use of this resilience already present in many communities in times of uncertainty? And can we walk away with your worst lesson?
Okay, I'll start with worst lesson. I think that there are lots of examples of maladaptation. One that really struck me because it was very preventable, even those implementing were very aware of it, but their hands were tied. If I go back to Lake Chad, in 2017, 2018, there was a risk of famine, and so there was a pretty good pivot to get some food aid to the communities most affected. But the budget lines that this was coming from would only support food aid and not any non-food items. So communities living around Lake Chad were sent lots of food, but nothing to cook the food with. Fuel wasn't included. And they were already living in IDP camps, and so they then had to go out, particularly women and children, to cut down wood for charcoal to cook the food. And this then meant that, one, they were more exposed to risks, going into kind of unsafe territory where they were more at risk of kidnap or worse from armed opposition group members. But also it meant that they were losing the tree cover. So when the dry season came and the winds came, they were much stronger than ever before, and the dust storms decimated their kitchen gardens that they were growing, and also so undermined their longer term food security, and also really had huge devastating impacts on the camp itself. And then when the rainy season came, of course the tree cover was lost, the root systems had gone, and so the flooding was so bad that actually one of the camps was no longer viable. So, and at the time the UN agency was aware of this. They knew that there was no fuel and this was going to happen, but they couldn't do anything because they didn't have a budget line to also provide the fuel. So this is an example of, I think Olivia gave an example of the need to make sure conflict interventions take account of climate. This is, again, humanitarian aid, which needs a climate lens. Doesn't need to address climate resilience, but it needs to do no harm. And it was really preventable. This is about the silos of donor aid financing that, because they don't need to go through a climate security lens, they then don't need to go, that check isn't there. And then the other point I just would stress again, if we have to make a trade-off, this is kind of in response to Kira's point, if we have to make a trade-off in what we spend our money on, what we spend our time on, for the timelines that we're thinking about for peace and stability and peace building and peacemaking, I don't think that our priority needs to be investing in climate data. This is important and needs to be happening in the background, but I think all the climate models show us that what we need to be better able to deal with is uncertainty. We don't need to wait for the exact climate data at the downscaled levels. We need to be investing, as Celia mentioned, in ensuring that interventions can cope with a range of possible climate futures, because actually in a fragile state there's a real risk if you kind of have a great model, it's really robust, and you think, okay, we're going to see more flooding, and you invest in flood protection, and then actually you get a drought. That actually increases risk. I've seen this in Nepal in a huge World Bank project. It actually increases mistrust and grievance. So I think the better thing is to build structures and governance, both formal and informal, build inclusion, build in all the systems and structures you need to be so that people and societies can better cope with the uncertainties.
Thank you very much, Janani. Kathy, the last minute is for you, and I would just like to apologize to the person who asked the question about climate financing and loans. I'd like to suggest that perhaps that is reserved for a whole separate session. There is so much that can be said about that, and would also require actors such as the European Investment Bank, the World Bank, perhaps to join us, which could be an idea for a next event for our group. Kathy, please.
Thanks so much, Mariko. I would just add here, and I think Philippe already saved me a lot of work in terms of his excellent intervention just now as well. And that my one point that I would like to raise is that a lot of times we are kind of very focused on drivers of conflict, and we need to be as well. But sometimes, as you know, as per the example that was given earlier, we are looking at increased competition and conflict around water resources, and you know, I can fully understand that, you know, if we are suddenly increasing the availability of water resources, then of course there will be more conflict. But then the counterfactual of that is then to not provide communities with water resources. And I think the kind of missing piece here really is to look at peace, to look at examples of not only interventions which provide water, which provide climate-smart agriculture to communities that need it, and that not only do no harm and are conflict sensitive, but examples that contribute positively to peace. And we definitely need more work in this space. I feel, as Philippe was also alluding to as well, that kind of experience, that lessons learned, that the learning and accountability that we get through, for example, thematic evaluations like what the PBF is doing as well is underrated, is undervalued. If we look at Jeff, for example, they did a thematic evaluation of all their portfolios last year in terms of conflict sensitivity, and I think that was really groundbreaking. And you know, with the PBF evaluation, that will only be 2 evaluations to date by the multilateral funds, by the so-called vertical funds of conflict sensitivity in kind of nature, climate, and energy portfolios. And you know, there's a lot of good experience there. If you look, for example, at the Jeff's land degradation, international waters, its red portfolio, you can already see that conflict prevention, peaceful country relations are already prioritized there, but not in the climate change adaptation portfolio. So again, by looking forward, obviously better foresight I think is important, but also looking backward, as was mentioned just now. As you said, climate finance is a whole different discussion, and we could possibly leave that for another day. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy. And that brings our session to a close. And I have very much the glass is also half full feeling after having learned from you so many of the lessons that are already out there. Thank you very much, UNEP and PBSO, New York, Geneva. Thank you very much for your patience. I think we've all deserved a coffee. Thank you very much, panelists here on the table.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi. Welcome to our third and final session of the day of the high-level workshop on climate, peace, and security. We're going to be focusing on how to leverage big data and the digital transformation for climate and conflict-sensitive action. My name is Alejandro Martin, and I'm a consultant working on climate and peace issues. I'm also part of the organizing team, and in that role, I would like to thank you all for joining us here in Seville, as well as online via Zoom on this hybrid event. Also, on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to apologize for our delay in our schedule, and note that our panel will be ending at 7 p.m., so we will have around 1 hour to cover the issues at hand. I am joined in this panel by a fantastic set of speakers with a wealth of experience on issues related to climate, peace, and security. On my right, we've got Oliver Brown, Associate Fellow at Chatham House. We have Jose Luengo Cabrera, Analyst at the World Bank, Albert Martinez, Climate Security Analyst at the UN Environment Programme, Dr. Susan Schmeier, Associate Professor in Water and Diplomacy at the IHE Delft Institute, as well as joining us online, Dr. Ulrich Eberle, Postdoctoral Fellow at Princeton University and the International Crisis Group. Our panel will feature a discussion on how is it that we can benefit from and integrate new technologies and big data in our responses to climate-related security risks. In this line, we have asked our speakers to consider two things. First, and following the operational approach that we're trying to promote in this workshop, we would like to think beyond the role that new technologies and big data can play, and also into how we can share concrete ideas to ensure that set implementation takes place, as well as, even more importantly, what are the challenges that such implementation faces. The second point would be one noting the cross-cutting nature of our topic. We would like to consider perspectives from both the private and public sectors, as well as those coming from experts in the climate, security, environmental, data, technology, and as well business realms. We have heard today of the triple nexus and the need to expand it to the quadruple nexus, or maybe even beyond that. And we've also learned that integrating different perspectives in order to stop operating in silos is key for effective action that allows us to maximize the resources that we have. So I leave you with those two notes that are brief but not any less challenging. And I would like to invite our first speaker, Oliver Brown, to take the floor. Oli, you've worked on projects on the ground. You've worked with multilateral and organizations with civil society. You have a wealth of experience, also from an operational point of view. What do you want to tell us?
That's a great lead-in. Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm going to take a leaf out of Mariko's book, and I have three key takeaways, and I'm going to add one question, and I'm going to try and be very brief. I guess for me, the core challenge is that with climate security, we need to find a way to see into the future. We need to find a way to visualize what we can't see. We need to see at scale. And given that climate change is a challenge that's happening at a completely different scale, we need sort of new metrics to do that. And in my own experience, I've just seen the power of Earth observation as a way of bringing that information out. And the point is, we already have big data. What we don't have is big insight, and we need to find ways of getting that big insight from that big data. About 10 years ago, I was lucky enough to spend a couple of years as a natural resource management peace-building advisor with a peacekeeping mission in Sierra Leone. And it wasn't a very wealthy, very big, well-funded peacekeeping mission, but it had one helicopter. It had one of those big Mi-17 jelly wobbler helicopters that always look like they're about to fall out of the sky. And so a few times, whenever I had an opportunity, I would take government people or civil society people up in the helicopter. and show them, fly them over the terrain, show them the kilometers upon kilometers of land that had been clear-cut or had been changed by slash and burn, fly them over some of the mining sites. And there was one time when I flew over the mining site, got into all sorts of trouble because they were about to blow the top of the hill off, and we flew the UN helicopter right over it. But that always impressed on me the amount of the transformational impact that looking at issues in different ways can bring. And it really just changes the way you can look at things. And so we'd take a government minister up, and they would come back with a completely different view over the challenges of mining or agriculture or land grabbing or whatever it may be. So the first thing is just to say that this Earth observation gives that insight. And it offers these opportunities, and this is my second point, to bring together different areas. And you can overlay these different fields of poverty and conflict and environment and governance and whatever it is, and bring out and understand some of these unlikely relations, and start to understand this causality and these correlations and explain what it means. My third point is that we're living in this post-truth world now, and we talk about big data as if it's sanctified, as if it's immediately agreed. We have this idea that it's something that everybody appreciates. We used to be able to say, you can have your own opinions, but you can't have your own facts. And now you can have your own facts and you can have your own opinions. And you use those facts to support those opinions. And so what I think we need to do is find a way of triangulating this data, making sure that it is credible, finding different mechanisms to bring different types of data together and think through who the messenger is. And critically, that kind of the point about who is conveying this information is extremely important. Again, coming back to Sierra Leone, another anecdote I had. One of the things we did when we were there is put in a system of weather stations across the country. It had one weather station in the entire country in 2010. We brought in an expert from the World Meteorological Organization to do an assessment of where the weather stations could go. And he looked at the one functioning weather station, which was in the airport, and he came back absolutely white-faced because he realized that the pressure gauge that works out the air pressure, that sent the information to the airplanes for the landing speed of the airplanes, had been badly calibrated for 10 years. So if anybody ever flew from into Freetown between 2000 and 2010, you should thank your lucky stars, because it was getting the wrong information the whole time. Which leads me to my point that even if we think we have that information, it isn't always the right information. And having the credible information that can do it, that can provide that insight is critical. But this leads me to my question, which is, with big data and with artificial intelligence, we have capacities and technologies that we haven't had ever before. But they're capital intensive and they're human technological intensive. It's not the sort of thing that is naturally easy for a place like Sierra Leone to benefit from on its own terms. In the same way that we have systems of war now where somebody in Texas can kill somebody at a click of a button through a drone strike, somebody in Geneva can diagnose a problem in Sierra Leone through Earth observation. Which leads me to this question, which is, who owns this information? Who owns the story? And how do we help countries like Sierra Leone, like DRC, own their own story with this data? So with that, back to you.
Who owns the story? Thank you so much, Ollie. I see that it really resonates with our audience today. We need to see into the future, you said, and maybe the answers are not only on big data, but also on those big insights. I would like now to move to Jose Luengo. He's an analyst at the World Bank. And Jose, you wear many different hats, like many of us here. And you've collaborated on climate security projects with International Crisis Group, with the OECD, the World Bank. And you have a particular expertise on data visualization and the use of new technologies. What are your thoughts?
Ostensible expertise. I'm going to apply the Mariko method as well. So just to get you started and try to get you focused, here are three main things I'm going to try to explore. The first one will be how can we use quantitative data analysis to bridge the gap between normative narratives and desirable action. The second one will be that, albeit imperfect, and I will explore the imperfections of using quantitative analysis or quantitative data analysis, the visualization of this quantitative data can provide a relatively more digestible way of understanding how measurable phenomena interact across time and space. And thirdly, how can we use data analysis as a communication tool? One that can inform policy and operational action, and maybe even more importantly, general audiences. So I'll be showing you some visual examples at the end to try to illustrate all of this. And I'm actually going to try to answer a few of the questions that Ollie posed in a way, and I'm hoping this will be useful to you. So as you can see, I mean, the title is quite self-evident, but the objective has to do with the fact that we can use quantitative information to identify patterns, especially geographic patterns, considering the nature of the talk today that has to do with adverse climatic conditions and violence, political violence in particular. And I'll try to add some nuances regarding that relationship or interrelationship or that nexus between these two global phenomena, so to speak, and the sort of nuance that we have to add to assess the information that we consume and that we communicate. So the basics, right? What is data? In a nutshell, it's stored information. But it's stored and organized in a way, and especially categorized in a way, that you can actually process it in a more efficient manner than maybe qualitative information. So you can process, analyze, and visualize it, especially like large quantities of it, in a relatively more efficient manner than qualitative information. When you code information in numbers and you add coordinates, this can give you a sense of frequency, magnitudes, spatial distribution of pretty much any given phenomena that you can measure. And so in a sense, that really does give you a departure and a starting point on how to analyze phenomena that can be considered complex, especially those that we are dealing with today. One of the most important things why quantitative data analysis is used is to, so to speak, quantify impact. We speak broadly of impact, but in recent times we've had this growing salience of what has been dubbed as evidence-based policymaking, right? So there's a great demand for these data-driven analysis. And this has resulted in a growing number of organizations that we can call data providers collecting and providing this data, a lot of them publicly, which basically allows anyone to access it and analyze it. And tracking all these phenomena can give us a sense of how things are changing over time and space. Most importantly, thanks to new technologies, which is kind of the sort of primary discussion we're having here today, and especially computer software. Identifying patterns, communicating results can indeed be more digestible, especially when you can visualize them. And indeed, actually, quantitative data arguably can provide a more useful and actually verifiable way of getting information and designing and implementing what we can call operational responses, or what is usually referred to as actionable insights. We always have to bear in mind the data caveats, and I think Ollie raised them, and I think quite a lot of the speakers today have raised them. You know, data is no silver bullet. We always have to bear in mind that the collection process can always be manipulated, and actually the output process can always be politicized. I think Janani raised the question. Let's not forget that it isn't a panacea. We need to be critical in how we consume and how we communicate data, specifically because it's imperfect, like many other things. Not everything can be quantified, so we have to remain humble about the kind of things we can analyze and visualize. And let's also bear in mind, when we're talking about capacity building, the capacity for countries that are less better off or have less capacity to gather information, especially in quantitative form, is sometimes just more difficult. So we have to always bear in mind that we have all sorts of imperfections. And finally, on that, I mean, let's just bear in mind that we need to envisage quantitative data analysis as complementary to qualitative analysis. It's not really going to replace. We need context, we need experts, we need people with that contextual knowledge that maybe data cannot give you. This is just an overview of the kind of data sets that are publicly available for public use. And their comparative advantage is exactly that they're a public good. So anyone can access them and anyone can actually assess them in a way. What I mean by methodological is that they all offer a methodology. They all outline in their code books how they collect the data, how they code it. And this is important for any researcher to bear in mind because obviously there's only so much you can code into a data set. So you have to bear in mind the sort of shortfalls that you might encounter when you are a data provider. And finally, verifiable. What I mean by verifiable is that data sets, because of the way they're organized, you can always have a column that says sources, multiple sources, or veracity of the information. Unlike maybe other information that you might see on the media citing sources that cannot be cited by name, here you actually have the name of people providing you with that information. And that actually engenders quite a lot of trust, and the sort of trust that maybe the public wants to see when you're communicating certain things. I'm going to move a little bit faster because I'm running out of time, but quite basically I think there's an advocacy to be made regarding data providers, governments, any organization that collects data, to standardize the way in which they collect and code this data, because actually I spend maybe about 60 to 70% of my time cleaning all this data in a format that is usually referred to as tidy formats, which is basically every row is an observation, every column is a variable. And if all data sets were to be standardized, this would really streamline the process of analyzing all this data, especially in big numbers. Digital technologies, this is kind of like the bread and butter of this discussion. Here are a few of the available softwares that can be used, desktop, web-based, that allow us to carry out statistical analysis in order to visualize this data. So we can do all sorts of things like trend analysis, spatial correlation, remote sensing. And repositories. What I mean by repositories, they are online storage, basically, where people can upload their data sets and show their code. Their code is basically a script that tells you how someone is going about filtering a particular data set. So you can track those steps. And whenever an organization puts out a report, you can always go and ask for the data documentation so that you see that there hasn't been any manipulation along the way or anything of the sort. Most importantly, open source. I think open source is the way to go. Let's not forget that excluding people from accessing information is one of the biggest hindrances in research. And it's especially valuable because people can contribute freely, which makes it more agile to update any technology. And it gives you greater information processing power and creates economies of scale by reducing the cost of outputting this information. I'm going to skip this, but I think it speaks for itself of what the whole procedure is about. And at the end of the day, it's about how you can communicate all these things and make it digestible to the wider audience. How long do I have? Can I give this in a minute? Of course. I'm going to just swiftly go through visuals, just to give you a visual sense of what can be done when you use quantitative data. I think maybe afterwards we can talk about them. But this, I focus mainly on the West African Sahel, and obviously it's always used as a sort of reference to talk about the climate security nexus. And some of the nuances are that there is indeed no sort of automatic correlation or no linear causation, no one-directional causation. And here, for example, you can see biomass growth. So the darker, the less biomass growth, the lighter, the more biomass growth, mapped or plotted, overlaid with fatalities. And there's no reason to think that there's an automatic relationship here. And these are the kind of things that you can look at that sort of question the dominating narratives about scarcity-driven conflicts and such, and this is something we can explore afterwards. You can look at seasonal variability in water supplies, look at how that relates to urban areas that you can see here in yellow. Food insecurity across territories. Here, the Liptako-Gourma region and the Lake Chad region are the ones facing the most acute food insecurity. Here you can just quite literally map the spatial relation between violence and food insecurity without having to reach the conclusion that one leads to the other, but you can indeed see that there is some form of correlation, right? And it's statistically significant. It doesn't mean it's the case, it's just pointing you towards something that is moving in tandem. I'm gonna skip a few of these, but it's just to show you what can be done with the data that is available. All of this is publicly sourced. And the gist of it all is that you really do get a visual sense of that frequency, magnitude, spatial distribution of a wide array of indicators that are publicly available and across countries. So think about all the programs that you might want to implement, and you're looking to justify why you need to put more money somewhere or put more resources somewhere. You can always rely on these sort of things to get a sense of that. I have some interactive visualizations that maybe we can view afterwards, but I think for now it's best to hand over to other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Jose, for allowing us to visualize the issues at hand today. I'm sure many of our participants will be very happy to have access to your presentation, to check on that advice and those visuals and the interactives. You say that outlining methodology is key as we engage new technologies and data sets, and I think that relates very strongly to what Ollie was saying earlier about the veracity of facts and how that's been somewhat undermined in our times. So thank you very much. But I want to give the floor to our third speaker, Dr. Susan Schmeier, Associate Professor in Water and Diplomacy at the IHE Delft Institute. Susan, your research focuses on the legal and institutional dimensions of water resource management at both the subnational and transnational levels, and the linkages between water insecurity and conflict, as well as related entry points for water-based cooperation and negotiation processes. And you also lead the Water, Peace and Security Partnership. With such wealth of perspectives and experiences, what would you like to share with us today?
Thanks a lot. May I actually request the magic tool to... Thank you. Yeah, I would actually like to sort of build on and add to what has been discussed by our two previous speakers, but taking a step back and actually asking, what data do we need and why do we need that data? No, this one is, okay, technology. And I would like to encourage all of us to actually think about the link that we often claim exists between a water, a climate, an environment, whatever it might be, challenge on the one hand, and a security impact, as we call it, on the other, and all the question marks that we see in between. And I think that's something that I personally find useful when thinking about what data we need, also in the context of the discussion, how much data do we actually need? And of course, being an academic, I shouldn't be saying that sometimes there is enough data, because of course there's never enough data, but I think this helps us to guide our thinking. And it's a little bit embarrassing in terms of technology. Yes. I think it's okay. So if we look at the very left side on the previous graph that you saw, we want to know what is the what's there on the environmental side. And just focusing on water, thank you. I mean, you could also focus on environment or climate, but let me focus on water. We know quite well what we need to know. We want to know, is there enough water, or is there too much water, is there too little water, or is there water but that's dirty? And actually on that side, on the hydrological side, but also for other environmental threats, we do have quite a bit of information, and it was just presented, Earth observation really helps us there. There's a lot of information available, not only on the hydrological side, but also when it comes, for example, to food security, looking at the VAPOR database and others that the FAO provides, but also others that really help us to understand not only what is the current crop situation, but what will be the yield of the crops in a few months, helping us to understand, for example, how food security might be challenged in a certain place. So here we're doing relatively well, not perfectly, but we do have quite a bit of data. Where we're doing not so well, maybe, is on the other side of the spectrum. It's the conflict. So we want to know, first of all, what do we mean by conflict? So conflict doesn't necessarily equal violence. It could be diplomatic tensions, could be a disruption of trade ties. It can be violence, but maybe at a very local level. Can be state fragility, can be hybrid warfare, many other things. Hardly ever is it real war. So we also want to understand that. We want to understand what is the type of conflict, but also what's the frequency, what's the severity. We want to have event counts. And yeah, you also just showed some of the databases like ACLED, Uppsala, the Transboundary Freshwater Dispute Database, surveys and others that do provide us with good data, but I think there's still a lot of flaws on that side. So there is quite a bit of discussion on data being flawed in ACLED data sets, but also in others. But we're doing, let's say, relatively well in covering that side. Lots of room for improvement still, but relatively okay. I think where our real challenge lies is in the middle, so the intervening factors. There's something that links water, climate, environmental threats, and conflict, but that can be a lot. It's all these intervening factors that in the morning we kind of labeled governance in the very broad sense. But it can be things like population dynamics. We know that an inflow of many young men is always a problem. I'm simplifying obviously, but we do know that certain economic pressures or a dependency on certain resources or the lack of financial or technical capacity of a government to address a crisis is the problem. Or as I put on the slide here, we do overall know that it's not so much the environmental threat itself, but a systems, a communities, a country's ability to adapt to it, to deal with it, that is the problem. But then gathering data on all these different factors is a challenge because either the data is not available, or we don't know that we actually need that data, that it makes part of that complex link, or it is data that's actually only available at the very local level because it is so context specific. So here really a call for linking global top-down Earth observation thinking perspective with the very local level and the situation in communities. So quantitative, qualitative data as well. And just to I don't want to present a project, but I want to highlight an example of how global and local can come together. And I think that's really, I find quite promising, is having on the one hand a bird's eye perspective, kind of an early warning tool that helps us through global data, through machine learning, through all the new innovative technologies for not only gathering data, but also analyzing data that we have available, understanding where there could be a problem, kind of like when you go to the doctor and you're saying, I'm not generally feeling well, let's do a big blood draw and find out how my iron, vitamin D and whatnot looks like. And then actually going to the local level, it's my karma, I think, going to the local level and really zooming in and then really for each specific location understanding what the water resources look like, how do they impact energy or food security, but also in a next step, understanding, modeling in a participatory manner, obviously, the human responses, because ultimately what we want to know is how do people react if there's less food? Do they migrate to the next city? Do they change crops because there's not enough rain? Or do they join a terrorist group? That combined with also enabling these communities through capacity development to engage in dialogue is, I think, what we need. So really that combination between the two. I'm going to skip that, which brings me to my sort of conclusions, which I hope can also be a bit of an inspiration for the discussion in this session. I think we need to combine big data and I would call it small data, so Earth observation and local knowledge. I think big data, innovative technologies bring us quite far in terms of identifying conflicts and understanding to a certain extent, but if we really want to engage in also scenarios and solutions that can be implemented in communities, big data only gets us that far. I do think, though, that big data and the related visualization tools that you also really nicely showed can also be an important tool to engage decision makers. They do require capacity to be used, but I think they are also amazing means to actually build capacity because they make it much easier to understand things. And obviously it requires some collaboration between science and policy, but I think that's, everyone who's in the room is a sign of that we're moving in the right direction in that. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Suzanne, for highlighting some of the challenges regarding the intervening factors, governance, inequality, young men, as well as those related to how we go from the global to the local, and for ending with some hope in terms of how to move ahead, combining big data with small data, local knowledge, local governance. We have a panel on that tomorrow as well, where we're hopefully going to further explore these issues. So thank you very much. Albert, it's your turn. Albert Martinez is a climate security analyst at the United Nations Environment Programme. And you probably know more about this topic than most people in the room, I would dare say. You're passionate about maximizing the opportunities presented by the digital transformation for integrated climate and conflict-sensitive responses. And you've written on the matters. So please show us what is it that we can do?
Thank you, Alejandro. That was a really nice introduction. I suppose this was a really good way to segue into, to compensate for the fact that you have taken my place as a moderator for this session. First of all, I want to thank the government of Spain and all of the other organizations and entities that are actually organizing, and of course the team. I'm very glad to be here. So actually, as I was mentioning, I was supposed to be moderating this session, so in the last minute I had to prepare a presentation, but I decided that I would not be using any slides, and in fact, I will just take into one of the questions that was posed earlier this morning. I think it was by Ramon, and that was why big data and technology are not yet so mainstream in climate security. I think the short and probably the bad news answer is that it's very complex. It is not possible to develop a one-size-fits-all model that can analyze how climate security works in different places in the globe. And there are many examples of this in different papers and methodologies that are being developed. Actually, one of the examples could be, for instance, the weathering risk methodology, which it has different tiers depending on the local and global scale. But also another report from the Chatham House very recently on the climate security risk that took on the many different pathways, and I was very surprised to see that even in the consultation for that, there were so many different contexts like health crisis, international security, and this is actually one of the main points that when we want to analyze on climate security and make these kind of big global models, we see that it's just we cannot do that. So as Susan mentioned as well, I really like this concept of big data and small data. So how to put this local knowledge that we actually are using for environmental peace building interventions, but also put it into the quantitative side when we're working with data and technology. I thought that was a really interesting perspective, and I think this is something that I also would like to put forward, that in the same way that we cannot design peace-building interventions sitting in Geneva without visiting the field and without checking on what is actually happening and contextualized in the area, that we would like to take action. We also cannot allow technologies that are developed in Silicon Valley to just be applied on the field without any type of risk considerations, because data and technology are not neutral. And this is for us, peace builders, this is a major issue because we work under the principle of do not harm, right? So one of the main problems that we are realizing now is that the speed of data and technology development is way faster than the speed of the policies and frameworks that we're using or that we're working right now. Actually, I wanted to talk about a lot of data and quantitative stuff, and I went to the governance side. But yeah, so this is, I guess, the bad news, but going to the good news, we're working on it, so that's something good. I guess that most of the institutions that were here and the teams and analysts within your teams, we're working on that. We're working on how to use data, how to use the bad data that we have into really good, or at least hopefully good policy and program recommendations. So I think that one question that I would like to pose is, or something that we would like to discuss is, what are the challenges for this implementation, right? How can we better operationalize these challenges? So before getting into this question, I think it's important to just mention a few of them. I will also go for the 3 key points. So I would say that the 3 challenges that I, from my perspective, from my work as an analyst in climate security, are the first one is the lack of capacity for climate security analysis, I have the feeling and I believe that this is very limited. It's very restricted to a very high level and trained experts. And these typically are experts that sit somewhere in headquarters. This is not getting into the ground. And this is exactly where the capacity should be in right now. The second point is, well, data. As an analyst, this is like my main asset of work. This is what I use the most. And I could just like talk for like 2 hours on like the problems of data. But I think I will just build upon something that I think was quite interesting that Jose, you were discussing about like quantitative data. You presented many types of different data and how, I mean, not how they are collected and so on, but I think it's important to mention that all of this quantitative data needs to be complemented with qualitative data. And quantitative, it's quite, I would say, quite easy to measure, to gather, and to analyze, but qualitative data is totally the opposite. And an example of that was exactly when we're talking about the conflict data. I think there were like 4 different kinds of institutions there that collect conflict data in different methodologies. And so depending on the data that you're using for conflict, that's actually going to change the results of your analysis and the results of your models. And so this brings the point of like data, it's highly heterogeneous. And this is why you spend like 60% of your time tidying it up, basically. But the point here as well is that we need to trust, so the problem with data is that we need to trust on who is gathering, collecting, and actually putting this data out there, because all of this data has plenty of assumptions behind them. And it's something that we need to consider when we're doing our analysis, especially when we're doing desk analysis with this data that comes from places that we might not know. Yeah. And then the third point, which I think is also quite relevant, and it's one of the main challenges I would say for the operationalization, is that we lack an evidence based on how can we use the technologies that are already out there. They don't have to be like super new technologies and novel that's like very cutting edge, but how can we use these new digital technologies and apply them strategically for environmental peace building? This is something that at UNEP we're working on. So we realized that this was a problem, and together with a group of researchers from different universities and other institutions, we're trying to put together kind of like, it started as a compendium of what are like the technologies that are out there and how are they being implemented in environmental peace building interventions. But now we realize that because we don't have governance safeguards, we don't have frameworks, we actually thought that it would be much more interesting to actually start thinking about like what are the risks, what are the implications that we are working with, and just at least try to put forward a few recommendations, not only to motivate practitioners to take on these new technologies to implement them strategically in peace building programs, but also to think about the risks and opportunities that come along with these technologies. I think it will be also interesting to talk about Strata. This is the project that earlier Celia mentioned that falls within the EU and UNEP Climate Change and Security Partnership. It was already presented, and for the sake of time, I will not repeat. But this is like a key point. We believe that it is very important to bring the local knowledge and expertise into these kind of platforms and into these kind of models and analysis. And just like I want to like point forward that the process in which we're developing this technology is based on co-design. So we're rolling like many consultations. I think in the 1.5 years of development that we're working now, we had already like 5 different rounds of consultations. I believe people are a bit tired of us now. But this is the only way we believe it's actually going to be useful both for practitioners and for the beneficiaries that we're going to be serving with this technology. So just to close, I think I'm already out of time, sorry. I think that I would like to just reframe the question from the beginning. Instead of like, why are we not yet mainstreaming these technologies? I would like to think about like, how can we harness these technologies in a better way? And we can talk about that later, like different ideas, how to bring the private sector on board, and yeah, I think that's it right now for me.
Thank you so very much, Albert. You've raised so many interesting points, but I will just stick to one. You said that data and technology are not neutral, that they come with assumptions, and I think it's very important to keep that in mind as we think of ensuring conflict sensitivity of our interventions, precisely, many of the pertinent topics that we're discussing in this workshop. It's great to see how UNEP is indeed leading on this broadly as it relates to environmental issues, and I'm very grateful as well for your flexibility. We're very happy to count on you as a representative of this organization here today. Well, we'll move on to our last speaker of the panel tonight. That would be Dr. Ulrich Eberle, joining us online via Zoom from Princeton. Ulrich is a postdoctoral fellow at Princeton University, and he also works with the International Crisis Group. I don't know if we can see him on the screen. Oh, is he? Can you hear us, Ulrich?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Very good.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so very much for joining us today. Ulrich, your research looks at political and development economics with a focus on the implications of climate change and infrastructure for conflict. And at Crisis Group, you also lead the quantitative work stream on the thematic of climate security. I believe you have a visual that you're actually publishing later today that you wanted to share with us in advance, and we're very grateful for that. So please go ahead and share your thoughts. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Before I get started, could you make me co-host, please, so I can share my screen? Very good. While you guys sort that out, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers and to the other panelists for making this wonderful event happening. My name is Ulrich Eberle. As already mentioned, I kind of wear two hats. On the one side, I'm a researcher focusing on quantitative methods, understanding climate security risks. On the other hand, I am working for Crisis Group as well. My job there is primarily focused on integrating science into our analysis, bridging the gap between science and policy, and finding innovative and new ways to add another layer of information to our on-the-ground focused political and conflict analysis. And I still cannot share my screen, but if you could just make me co-host, that would be wonderful. And so yeah, my intervention today is focused on a bunch of case studies reflecting on some of our work that I hope give a good insight into our process and into how we integrate different methodologies. Each methodology has its strength and limitations, and my job is pretty much to figure out when, for example, forecasting data or remotely sensed data gives us this extra layer of information and insight. I still cannot really share my screen. How should we go about that? Should I send you the link or?
No, I'm sorry, Ulrich. I think we're trying to figure that out now on our end. Apologies.
No problem at all. I will share in a minute with you a visual that gets released today, in fact. And that visual is for us a mean to communicate our analysis. It's not a mean of analysis. It's really to break down, complex issues that are standing on the shoulders of the scientific working body, and our insight from the ground that we try to combine. And the visual is really representing this analysis. Behind each frame, there is essentially at least one regression table, and ideally also, for example, interviews and insight from the ground. Okay, so I still cannot share my screen.
We are very sorry. We truly apologize. I can see the technicians trying to work on this now, so hopefully you'll be able to do so soon.
All right.
But I am very sorry.
Don't worry, don't worry. I can share also the link with you in case it's easier for you to share the screen. All right. So yeah, I will just talk you through the visuals, then you will see them in a minute. We are using many of the data sets that are, that have been mentioned before. We always try to verify any data point with observations for the field, from the field where it is possible. So, for example, last April, we released a piece on Nigeria's farmer herder violence, one of the issues we are all too familiar with by now. conflicts between farmers and herders that also happen over resource competition. And so the scientific backbone is a research paper that studies the relationship between climate variability and conflict, and complemented with insights from the field that allows us to contextualize these data points. Data points don't tell you a story, but the field does. And I think there's this wonderful symbiosis between the quantitative and the qualitative world, especially, that we get those narratives into data analysis. But on the other hand, also, if we would only rely, for example, on interviews, data additionally allows us to speak to the scope of the issues. It allows us to draw a more complete picture, also to zoom out and to look across the specific region we are studying in a report in one of our publications. And I'm able now to share my screen. Very, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your patience, Ulrich, and apologies again. Thank you. We can see it now.
Sorry for that. I hope you can see that. So here is a map that looks very similar to the one that Jose showed. It's ACLED data. We developed a keyword filter that specifically looks into land-related conflict. And as you can see, there's a high spatial concentration in the Sahel and in the Horn areas that are very climate fragile. Obviously, we would not draw any recommendations or any analysis based on that. It's really just a starting point. And the regression analysis in the background is providing us with, or guides us towards, where these issues are most developed. And, that can be helpful, for example, in the current time of COVID, where fieldwork is restricted. And we just published a piece in Colombia. The fieldwork started while lockdowns were pretty much still in place everywhere. And an initial quantitative analysis helped us guiding to where deforestation and the link to conflict is the strongest. So, we try to implement that in many different ways. We try to use also forecasts in ways to, say something about future conflict risk, but also to guide our work more actively. Here is the earlier mentioned Nigeria piece. In terms of important points have been raised before about, how reliable are data, quantitative data points on its own. What we try to do here is to verify whatever we could with observations from the fields, with humanitarian reports and so on. And so kind of the key takeaway of this piece on farmer-herder violence in Nigeria is from the quantitative aspect is that, we in fact confirm the result that the scientific community finds this positive association between land productivity changes and conflict. We find that this relationship is much more pronounced in areas where farmers and herders use land interchangeably. And I think in terms of, guidance, the data set at a 250 meter resolution, it allows us to look into places that are maybe difficult to access or where we can't go because of security reasons. So that it's really just considered as an additional layer of information and a useful tool. Let me zoom over to South Sudan. The floods in the last 3 years have been unprecedented in recent history. Let me also share full screen if I can. And so we are focusing here on, here we go, 1 second. That was a glimpse. Here we go. And we are focusing here on the relationship of floods, displacement, and conflict. Some of the displaced populations were going south. Some of them were herders, which helped fueling pre-existing grievances. We use here a mix of satellite remotely sensed data on flood exposure. We also use forecasting data that gives us a sense of where flood risk is the highest given climatic distress or climate change in the future. And we complement that with insight from the field. So for example, here we have a quote from one of the herders that we interviewed to give you a sense of how dire the situation is. Snakes and people were competing for higher ground. And I think that's exactly what I mentioned earlier and what others have mentioned earlier. Contextualizing these data points becomes more and more important. And then, there's other data layers, displacement. Obviously, there's always the reporting issues that were mentioned earlier. And I think going back and forth between the small data and the big data really helps you to verify each of these points of observation. And then let me conclude with a final example from the Grow Renaissance Dam. When we started thinking about the analysis, we have a piece planned that will be published in spring as well. We thought about using forecasts on and modeling approaches to get the better insight, but then we decided that our research question will be more on political and legal aspects. So we are just using satellite images, which I think is immensely helpful and very accessible as well, in order to just monitor situations. So for example, this image is before the first filling stage. If you zoom out, that is the image of the reservoir after the second filling stage. It's an image that we derived, that was derived a couple of days ago. That's just another way of using some of these big data, some of these new technologies that are widely available now, and to support our analysis and to add more precision, unpacking the linkages between climate change and conflict, and also finally to help our recommendations to address the causes and not only the symptoms of climate security risks. Okay, I leave it here. Thanks very much for your patience, and back to you.
Thank you very much for your patience, Ulrich. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this visual is going live later today at the International Crisis Group webpage.
Exactly. I can also share the link here. It's going to be live today, yes.
That would be fantastic. We're so grateful that we got to see a sneak peek of it now, and yeah, we strongly encourage our participants to check it out later today when it's live. Thank you very much to Ulrich. Thank you very much to all of our speakers today for these wonderful interventions. I have many questions myself, but we only have around 10 minutes, so I would like to open the floor to our wonderfully engaged audience to present their questions to our panelists. I see one question here in the front, and I see two questions on the front that we're going to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very insightful and interesting presentations. I have two questions. The first one is on the issue of representation within basically the scientist community, the community that is gathering the data, that is portraying them, that is communicating them, that is building the models. How is it for the Global South participation? If I take the climate community and the climate science, there is a big issue around representation. So how is this the case for what you're doing, and how do you aim to tackle it? That's the first question. The second question, it goes to Suzanne's presentation and what we've been discussing today. You were saying how we have enough data already and that we can start from there. Yet, in our work with Julia, we often ask us, and that's the militaries basically, to project ourselves at 2030, 2050. But on the other hand, we do need local data, and the more we zoom in the long term, the less reliable data are. So this issue is really problematic for us because the people that ask us information, that ask us scenarios, that ask us to know what could be the conflict zones locally, at the same time, we don't have the data at the local level, yet we do need to provide something. So how is this issue being tackled within your field, this very specific prospective vision of climate security? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there was another question in the front. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Those were absolutely fascinating presentations and incredibly well delivered to, I think, a lay people audience who may not understand everything quite as well as we should. So you all did a great job. So thank you. I just wanted to pick up on something, Jose, you said. That there's this trend towards evidence-based policy making, and that is how it's termed by donors, evidence-based. So there's a tendency to see quantitative big data as evidence and qualitative as something else, anecdotal perhaps. And I'm dealing with this as well at the moment, where quantitative is referred to as robust, and everything else is just a little bit flimsy. So my question is, what are you touched on this a bit, all of you, but the limits in the explanatory power of of big data. I think for me that first slide that Susanna showed with the intervening factors, they're what are incredibly important to understand conflict prevention if we're thinking about using these tools in a preventative context rather than post-fact, showing where conflicts have happened. So what is the scope for or the challenges or limits on using kind of big data in that space, not to show trends and patterns, but actually to give us some kind of explanatory information around where to intervene and why? And the other question I wanted to ask is, everything that I saw, I think, was geographically based. And is there scope for, because we have got quite good actor-based data sets, is there anything around actor-based mapping of conflict drivers? Actor-based, like, because it's not just where, but who, and I think there are some in ACLED and some other sources, but is there anything you can tell us more about that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janani. We'll take one more question in the front and then another question in the back. Thank you.
Thank you also very much for the fantastic presentations. I would like to revisit the two issues. One is the trust issue. So I have a feeling that you guys are so good at data, you can show me anything and it will look like smart, big, intelligent, scientific data. And to be honest with you, although I'm super impressed at what all these data can do, by now, I feel already almost overfed with these types of maps. Can you give me an example how your maps have inspired a different type of action that wouldn't have been possible without these types of data? Or, and then I'd like to revisit, I think, what Michael Keating earlier in the morning stated as the so what question. Are we seeing on these maps things that we didn't know already? Like, for instance, and I don't want to oversimplify things and do injustice to what we have been shown, but for instance, like that there is a correlation between displacement and floods. Like, especially the people on the ground would know. So what, and the question again is the same. So what can we do better at what we weren't able to do already? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mariko. We'll take these two final questions and then we'll let our speakers share their answers.
Thank you very much. I have really enjoyed the presentations, and I just have a very quick clarification based on the fact that I saw quite a lot of information given about the Sahel and Sudano area of West Africa. My question specifically goes to Oliver. I think you ended with the phrase, who owns the data? Yes, I think it's very, very important to look into this issue because I know that maybe from my little experience that we oftentimes, though locally, we keep questioning the information and the data that are being used by government to carry out developmental processes. And I know that since you are very rich with maybe observations from satellite or from the air, oftentimes we are told that it's often good to try to marry it with what is on the ground. I do not know whether you went to that extent of trying to, they call it ground truthing, after getting information from the air. And I also would like to know whether you have any experience with respect to conflicts at the political circles within the government. You were in Sierra Leone, like you mentioned. Whether you had any experience with respect to synchronization of what you observe from the air and what the local scientists may have been recording over the years concerning the areas that you've been surveying, we have that problem. I am aware that some information are repeatedly reported over 20 years, the same information you get about a particular environmental challenge. And so I would like to know whether you have that experience and whether there was any way that you could overcome that kind of conflict of interest, if I may use that, in order to drive home the point, the information or the data you have gathered in the specific location. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And we'll conclude this round of questions with a question from Ambassador Blekwa. Thank you.
Well, I would like to come back a little with this question of who owns the data and the fact that now you can actually manufacture your own facts to support your arguments. So the question that is clear and has to be addressed is obvious that we cannot avoid the need to master the use of big data in the analysis and in the definition of our case studies, because it's obviously a hugely important tool. But the question of the inequality of this distribution and how the generalization of this artificial intelligence and big data information systems that is extremely, extremely serious and has to be addressed. I mean, the governance of the digital order is completely disregarded. But it's very obvious we have two different models here. One is the US or dominated one, because if you look at the percentage of or the control of the new technologies, basically at this moment, the US is overwhelmingly paramount in quantum technologies, in cloud computing, in artificial intelligence. China is coming close behind, and in some of these areas will overcome the US in the near future, in the next 10 years. Europe is lagging behind between 1% and 9% of the total control of these technologies, of the ownership of these technologies. And there is not only a problem in the geographical distribution. I mean, like, two big powers in the world control basically 90% of all of these data and new technologies. But there's also a hugely unequal or unequal distribution within, if you look at socioeconomic terms, because most of these data are controlled by a few companies that are at the same time controlled by very few individuals. So how can we build a new, more just, and more efficient, more more egalitarian international order, be it on related to the environment or to any other issue, on an extremely unequal, obscure, and not transparent use of these technologies. And if you know that not to speak of the data, to speak of the digital infrastructure that is basically controlled by 3 companies, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon. 3, controlled by 4 individuals. How do you address that?
Thank you very much, Ramon. Big questions, and some sort of recurrent theme as well, as it relates to the question posed by Oli originally on who owns the data, as it relates to disinformation, as it relates to data veracity, as Jose was saying earlier, and methodologies. So who wants to start? Oli, would you like to go first?
I realize we're now in between you and a beer after this, so this is a very difficult position to be in, so let me be extremely quick. 3 points. Ambassador, I think what we're seeing and what you're pointing to is this is the new frontier of inequality across the world. It's inequality of access to data. And as we're saying, we've been talking about how you can code assumptions into the data. And this comes back to the first point. You can also code biases into the process. And it comes back to my point about who owns the story and how is that story created. And the fact that we now can sit here in one country and make a diagnosis that may or may not be ground truthed, to pick up Gloria's point, it's somewhere completely around the world, in a way that comes back to this sort of paternalistic neo-colonialist mentality that actually the development community has been trying to get away from for the last 20 years or so. And just to finish off in terms of Mariko's point about an example that I think works well, that brings this together. In a previous life, I used to work for UNEP, and one of the things that was started that Albert's been working on is something called the World Environmental Situation Room, which is a way of bringing this information together into maps that tell these stories. And actually this was started by Michael, I believe, when he was in Somalia. There was one of the things that the World Environmental Situation Room did was to investigate the response to the drought in Somalia and the sort of the very near miss that Somalia had to a famine, a very serious famine a few years ago. And what that data could do was it could tell a story that linked the qualitative and the quantitative. So you could have the geographical and the actors, the individual story back to the big picture. Because that's what I think we're so bad at doing is zooming out and zooming back in. And what it was very powerful at doing was telling the story and providing that analysis, but that was a sort of after the fact effort to explain what had happened. But I think those ways that this data can tell that story is really important, but we still come back to the question of who has control over that story.
Thank you very much, Oli, and thank you very much for being precise, as we know that we're running a bit late. Albert, do you have anything that you would like to add on this? You're working on many of these issues. You said yourself earlier as well that data is not neutral. So how can we make it more equitable? How can we make it more fair?
It's been already said earlier, open source technologies, open source data, open source ways of collecting, gathering data from the field. There are already technologies out there. I think most of us probably have already used Kobo at some point for our household surveys in the field. This is one example only of the different ways that we can collect different data and make it public, actually, and just like put the credentials behind, so who has collected it, and the methodology behind it as well. But not only that, also as a community of practice, analysts, practitioners, we need to advocate for like digital public goods in the same way that we have been doing this with like non-digital goods. And this is something which is very important because this is, I think, the way to move away from the monopoly technologies and big data that Ramon was mentioning earlier. We have like these 3 or 4 main companies. And in fact, one of the problems actually in the development of our platforms, both Strata and Weather that was mentioning Oli, is that there is no competition. Like we want to develop technologies and we have to go to these technology providers. There is no other way around it. There is none. And so if we can have public institutions funding these new ways of working with digital transformation, making clear that all of the practitioners, we need to work more on our digital literacy so we understand more what is behind the digital goods, data, and all of the assumptions that we were mentioning earlier. I mean, this is something that it's not only in terms of like skills and technique and expertise and like how to use it, but also like the fundamental understanding of what is behind. And if we can just build more capacity on literacy, we will also be able to like afterwards think why the funding is important, and we will be able to like mobilize all of this funding into this kind of technologies, make it public. And there are examples already of this, like Copernicus is one of the main examples in my view. Really good data, high resolution, and we try to use it as much as we can. But then again, I mean, many derivative products of Earth observation are private, are behind paywalls, or are behind very big companies like Planet, Airbus, and so on, that are making like all of these super high-level granular data that we were just talking on just earlier. So open source data.
Thank you, Albert.
Thanks.
Open source, capacity building, small data as well. Suzanne, would you add that? You said it before. There was also a specific question addressed to you on local data. So if you would like to expand, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me try to capture as much as possible. There were a few questions. I'll try to somehow bundle it. Maybe to clarify first, my intention wasn't to say that there's enough data, full stop, but enough data that the lack of data shouldn't prevent us from taking action. And I think that's a big difference. So I think there's a lot of data that allows us to take action, to also implement non-regret measures while we work on gathering more data, finding more information. At the same time, I think it's important to highlight that there will never be enough data, and there will especially never be enough data that only comes from the big data side, from the Earth observation side. And that's what I try to highlight with the big and the small data. I think we always need to complement for data and analytical purposes, but also for equality purposes, the big data with what's happening on the ground. You can call it ground truthing, as Gloria called it. Whatever you want to call it, I think it's important to see how what these global, these big data information tells us with the local data. And I think it's particularly important because, and I think it really came nicely out in the graphs that you showed, it's correlation what you show, right? I mean, there's a flood and there's people moving. And of course, in all of our heads, that makes sense somehow. But what we see there in terms of pure data and analysis is correlation. But what we want in order to develop policy is causation. We want to know what causes what. And yes, there are efforts, and actually in the Water, Peace and Security Partnership, we are currently working on trying to develop a causal model that can help forecast conflict, but that's really on the AI and on the analytical side, cutting edge, and I can't promise you that we'll get to anything useful there. We're trying. So clear call for bringing local action in, and local analysis, also because that, again, then contributes to awareness raising, to people understanding linkages, to just simply bringing people together and feeding into dialogue. So to give you an example, as we speak, so today and tomorrow, we're holding one of a series of workshops in Mali with the Water, Peace and Security Partnership, actually funded also by the EU, where we bring together representatives from farmers, herders, fishermen, and the security sector who come together and work on dashboards, very simple dashboards. I mean, they're really nice to work with. They're quite intuitive, where people can see, okay, if the flood regime was to change in this way, this could have these impacts on food security. That being then the basis for a discussion with local stakeholders, okay, what could be the human responses to those? Will that trigger migration out of the area? Will that trigger, as I said earlier, changing crops? Will that trigger increasing terrorist activity? Or maybe will that trigger nothing at all because people have coping mechanisms? So that as an example, and I think this combination of not only using the local data to ground truth what we from far away find out through Earth observation, but actually the other way around, working with whoever is affected or whoever is taking decisions in a region and using big data for them to design their own, not only scenarios, but also responses to a certain situation on the ground is, I think, what it needs. So big data being more of a means than an end. And I think that also, that's my last point, contributes to the question of equality. And I think it was very important that you raised that equality. I think in the data, in the big data field, representation as well is clearly an issue. And if you look at the composition of this panel compared to the previous panel, I think that also tells you something about representation. So that's all.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. And indeed, your point on correlation versus causation relates also to a question posed earlier by Janani to Jose, who I haven't given the chance to speak again, so I will do so in a second, on whether big data it shows us patterns, but can it also show explanations, and can it inform us on how to design policies? Do you agree with what we've said so far in these lines, Jose?
Yes, and in particular what you've just said, actually, correlation will give you certain patterns and will tell you how certain things might be evolving in tandem, but it doesn't give you any sense or any further insight into causation. Actually, in order to unravel causal links, the best thing is context. The best thing is people seeing things as they develop. Simply because something that we raise, not everything can be quantified. Interpersonal relations can be quantified. The propensity for a given government official, whatever it is, to misbehave, whatever you want to call it, you can't really put that into a database because it's all sorts of anthropogenic phenomena that you cannot quantify. So that's why I sort of emphasize the idea that data analysis, quantitative data analysis, is a complementary tool. It's a complementary sort of asset in the wider set of tools that you have to your disposition. And but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't maybe invest more in it. And maybe to your question, it's true. Data literacy, like many other things, is unequally distributed. But I think on the upside, because and thanks to technology, the ability for people to learn how to use technologies, to tap and capitalize on these technologies, to be able to improve their data analysis skills is there. There is a growing number of online portals, softwares that are free to use. And let's not forget YouTube. YouTube is probably the best resource anyone has here. So granted, not everyone has access to the internet, less so in the lesser developed countries. That's understandable. But even nowadays, with access to internet, people can become autodidactic data analysts. At least that's what I think, even though I may have my own biases because I have been fortunate to go to have a tertiary education and everything. But for example, with the World Bank, what they're doing sometimes is they're using me to train people on the ground, as they say. So people that come from the countries that are most affected by adverse climate conditions and violence. And what you see is that with the minimum level of statistical literacy, because you do need a little bit of that, the economies of scale, like the potential to learn and learn rather fast is actually there. So there is quite some hope. Obviously, it's always a question, as we've always said, of investing more resources in that. So I would emphasize that point. To Janani's question regarding quantitative versus qualitative, for me, quantitative is just as open to question as qualitative. The difference is that it's sexier, right? It's sexier, but not necessarily any more valid. But what I like to stress is that actually the very nature of quantitative data, and when you look at data sets, you're almost by definition, if you're a data provider, if you're an organization that wants to put forth your data, you have to put down your sources. You have to put down the degree of veracity of the information that you're sourcing. Nowadays, we have all sorts of online technologies that are sort of repositories that sort of eat a lot of information that is being put out there by media outlets and everything else. And you have these technologies that ingest this information and then are then coded into data sets. But I think someone else talked about that the process remains essentially still nowadays, although it's tending towards automation. It's a human process. ACLED, UCDP, these are all human coders. These are all people with their own biases, imperfections. Let's not forget organizational biases, funding problems, all sort of things that sort of put in all those imperfections. So it's always to be taken with a grain of salt. And this leads me to the question that Mariko asked. And Janani, I'll probably answer the actor-based data afterwards. To me, the lab, it's basically about a question of disaggregation. And disaggregating your data by actor and by many other things will often depend on the resources that a data provider has to disaggregate that data. The easiest thing is to get country-level data, but like you said, at the country level, there's too much variation for it to be representative. Any index that gives you a country, one figure for one thing in a country is just no longer valid. You need to look at the subnational level, there's no question. But Mariko asked about, the examples. I know it can be, it looks good, all these things. Funders buy into it, I get it. Media love it because it looks sexy and it's clickbait. It really is. But there is a degree to which you can see some sort of silver lining, if I may use that term. In my own experience, for example, using data, in this particular case, ACLED, last year there was a rising trend in a number of civilians being killed by state security forces in the Sahel. And the narrative being put forward by politicians in the Sahel and in France, without naming any names, was that jihadis, they're the biggest threats, jihadi groups, without undermining the fact that they are big threats. The counter-narrative that people from civil society researchers can put forth is to contrast what the political narrative is, right? We're being empowered to sort of contrast whatever interests any government might have, especially governments that are actually responsible for that kind of violence, right? It also sort of segues into the discussion we are having about the use of climate change as a way to depoliticize all the things that are related to government and management of resources that contribute to how an adverse situation can contribute to violence. Finally, well, I think I'll leave it there. I think I have more examples, but obviously we're running short of time and I think everyone's tired, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Jose. We talk about open source and we're actually live streaming the event on YouTube, so we are committed to such a notion. I would like to conclude inviting Ulrich, if he's still with us online, to share some reflections. Ulrich, maybe you can address the very first question that was posed by our participants on representation, particularly of the Global South in this, not only in the topic of big data and digital technologies. Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you. So I'm not sure if I can comment too much on that one, but obviously representation is drastically important, and there's an imbalance. Getting the on-the-ground insight definitely matters, and then also, related to Mariko's point, what does data make better? I think one good example that hasn't been mentioned yet, at least in the recent interventions, are the early warning systems we have for food security. These are highly successful using climate data, the Climate Hazard Center providing seasonal forecasts that help guide, where food security issues are most likely to evolve over the next 3 to 6 months. I think that is a very good example of where it actually makes a big difference. And, with CMIP 6, the new iteration of, the climate modeling that has now been released, the precision of the data also drastically increases, and that's something we generally observe in this space. What used to be 2 years ago 200 times 200 kilometer resolutions are now 5 times 5 kilometer resolutions. So we're getting closer to this local, or to this small data points, and make these data become more relatable to local narratives. So I think, this bridging the gap between science and what happens on the ground is getting narrower each day. Another application I think is a huge potential for quantitative analysis, especially also relating to the comments on correlation versus causation, is for program evaluations. Economics has a huge focus on that. Development economics, Asa Duflo won the Nobel Prize, I believe 2 years ago on that. And, these methods and insights, RCTs and so on, synthetic controls, etc. These can be extremely helpful to not address all of the questions, but just to get this extra layer of information, this extra insight. All right, I leave it here. I hope everyone enjoys the beer. I still have a bit of work ahead of me. I'm in New York, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ulrich. Thank you, Ulrich. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Oli. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Albert. And thank you, everybody. I apologize on behalf of the organizing team for running so late, and we're so grateful for your engagement. This concludes the final session of the day, and I wish you all a good evening. Thank you.
So I will not keep you away from that well-deserved beer that you all are waiting for. Just to mention, we'll gather at the lobby around 8:30 to leave for dinner. So just freshen up, get your dancing shoes ready, and we'll see you later. Well done. Great work. Thank you to all of you.